mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now. Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
A wonderful day in Manila to start the weekend off with... Hello. A wonderful day in Manila to start things off, guys, in what will be the second day here of our week number 1 premiere. Yesterday, we found out 3 of the 4 teams that will be playing in our semifinal matches are going to be going on today, guys. The 3 of the 4, we're going to find that out after our semifinal matches today. And so, guys, the top 4 today will be directly seeded into the next week, week number 2. Out of which, we're going to find out if they're going to reap what they sow and perhaps even get a chance to a qualifying slot for the 2021 VALORANT Masters, which is on the line for week number 2. Every fish wants a bite of that hook, and, well, we're going to see which one are going to reign supreme, guys. Welcome and good afternoon once again to day number 2 here of stage number 1, week number 1 of the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, guys, organized here by PPGL, the largest esports game tournament in the country for the Filipino gamer, once again organized by Mineski and Globe. Guys, we have our quarterfinal today to find out who is going to be the 4th team seeded into next week, who will be playing for a qualifying slot once again in the 2021 VALORANT Masters. So, let us open the desk up now here, as with me are the ever amazing co-analysts, Trix and Viminal. How are you guys doing?
What's up, guys? I'm feeling incredible today. And just a random thought, Mr. Black and Blue, Trix. This is how I imagine like the top building of Split would look like. Like if you zoom out a bit and then you see all the hexagons on the side. I don't know. I imagine like we're on top of the building and Split, and I don't know. Just
I
how
can see
feel
that. I
about
can
it.
definitely see that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out here in Cyber World, and it's a great day for more Valorant. It's a beautiful lifestyle.
It's an
How about you,
exciting
Trix?
day. I'm really excited to see the upcoming match. I know we have one more quarterfinal match, and then we're moving on to our semifinals, and I think that's amazing. I'm really excited. I'm excited for the first matches.
First match, we're going to be talking a lot about that in a little bit, but today we're going to be finding out, will gods bleed later on, you know?
That is true. We are going to be showing you guys now our match schedule, as we have lots in store for you. Our first game of the day is going to be the last quarterfinal to find out who is going to be the last team to join the top 4, which will be playing the semifinal. So there you see it, Affinity Esports versus Fyre. The winner of that is going to go into the top 4 to play in the semifinal against BREN Esports. The first semifinal of the day, which is going to be the second best of 3 today played, is going to be Team Empire versus Chimera. That is the first semifinal. And of course, once again, the third best of 3 is going to be BREN Esports versus the winner of the first match of the day, which is going to be, once again, Affinity Esports over there at the top, and Fyre. So guys, that's what we have in store for you guys. 3 best of 3s, and we're going to find out who are the top 4, the last team to round out the top 4 to be directly seeded into next week, wherein the winner of that is going to go on to represent be one of the 2 representatives for the 2021 VALORANT Masters, guys. So we're going to have potentially one of our champions come in already here in the semifinal, and who knows, maybe things are going to turn out well for them. But guys, let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Lots of matches went on. It was actually a clean day, as it was all 2-0 sweeps. Yeah. But let's see here, the first one of the day was Archangel versus Empire. So guys, break it down. How exactly was Archangel so dominant?
Archangel did play well early on. We saw that their duelists were, really able to get those frags. But I think at the end of the day, Empire Esports just showed that they were really prepared.
I mean, Archangel was really strong during the first half of like both games, but then the clutch factor on Empire, man, just was able to take it home for their team. And yeah, Archangel, we were expecting them to show up and for it to be a 2-0 in their favor, but then it was a day of twists and turns, and Empire Esports was able to take the 2-0 at the end of it.
Empire came in there just proving us wrong.
Yeah, exactly. The Archangel came into it looking like the team that was supposed to dominate, and by all means they really were. But then Empire, the also former AG Nefarious, had something to say about that, and well, they took the series 2-0. Even after taking the first map, Empire, we all thought that, okay, Archangel are going to bring it back on map number 2, and then we're going to go to a full 3-map series, but in the end, Empire told them to go home, and that's exactly what Archangel are going to do. Of course, they're going to be allowed to play once again for next week, wherein they're going to be able to qualify, go through the open qualifiers, and make it into the top 8 once again to play for another slot in the Masters tournament. So guys, Team Empire, what exactly was like the key defining factor of their win?
I think they had really good, sentinels. I remember Nexi just on the Killjoy and Ascent, and then also on the Cypher and Bind, and he was just really able to get so much information for his teammates. And I guess the trust that his team had in him to really just close down the sites also helped with his duelists to have a little more room to really pop off.
And they're also able to utilize Brimstone's kit to its fullest potential, being able to seal out or lock down certain angles and pathways in order for the rest of his team to commit was a huge difference. Sometimes the Molly, the Brimstone, as we see here, Nexi onto Johan Draximov right here, being able to clutch it out. This was a iconic moment from yesterday, and everyone was screaming at this very moment. Carl just seconds away from victory, but because of that Brimstone difference, man, that's what I was talking about right there.
Almost got 3 quarters of news. Unfortunately for him, it did not pan out there for Archangel, and so Empire do take that series 2-0. A upsetting victory, I would say, not in terms of like we're upset, but really they were not the expected team, the favorite team in that matchup, but still very valiant effort coming in from Archangel. They're going to be able to qualify for next week if they go through the open qualifiers, and I'm sure they'll want to do that too. There is the lineup here: Draxi, Silver, and well,
I'm really excited to see Silver play.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that Stiletto obviously is the MVP, but I just felt that Silver really made a lot of impactful plays.
Yeah. Stiletto,
former version, by the way.
Yeah. Silver, former version. Stiletto, former Kevs. We have Modski over here for the MVP side of AA. He was able to pop off multiple times, but Stiletto was just way more consistent and had such a bigger impact. This guy, Stiletto.
I still remember that
name has
pick.
a nice ring to it, don't you think?
It does. He has big shoes to fill, and I definitely feel like he brought the right heel for it. Stiletto, lots of good work on his side there. You can see him on the rain, a KDA of 2.5, combat score 291, and 23 kills in match number 1 alone. Him going for a 2.5 KDA in that one match meant so much. He has like a super good plus-minus because of that one match alone.
We also have this one with Carl at the 2.2. I didn't know that his KDA was so high.
Yeah, he has a pretty high KDA too. This is match number 2 here, wherein it was Carl this time, taking the slot and taking the spot of what he, for the side of Archangel at least, but on the side of Empire, it was Nexi who really stepped up to the plate. Him on the Sentinel there on the Cypher really did really well. 1.8 KDA on his side, the highest on his team for that game. Draxi, the only one who was sub 1, but he was, mind you, playing on the Brimstone, who is mainly not supposed to be fragging, unless sometimes you're like a BREN Esports who sometimes just frag out on every single agent. But
this is what you were talking about, Tricks. Like Nexi on that Cypher was just absolutely on point.
Yes.
But then again, Draximov just paving the way for the rest of his team to frag out. It's just absolutely incredible. I think it's totally underrated, and sometimes people tend to forget that. Okay, just because you don't frag out doesn't mean you're not providing value for the rest of your team. And Draximov could not be counted out, as of course that beautiful clutch moment at the end of that, securing that 13-point win for Empire.
Also, isn't it Silva that says, if you're not a good shot today, don't worry, there are other ways to be useful?
Absolutely.
So, Brimstone proves that.
Right. Yeah.
And I also think that the fact that they had so much area denial really helped all their Sentinels shine. You saw they had the Rays, they had the Phoenix, they had the Cypher, they had all this Silva with the shock darts, even if you want to call that a area denial. But guys, let us now look at our second series of the day yesterday. It was Chimera versus 6045 Pirates. Now the Pirates, coming in from Cebu, definitely had the shot here and definitely tried to strut what they've got. But in the end, it was the monster of a beastly team, Chimera, that shined through. And what do you think made them devour the competition so greatly?
So I have a lot to say about Chimera, them being one of the strongest teams here locally in our humble Valorant PH scene. They had some humble beginnings, but they've grown to be a very developed team, very tight-knit team. Some kids from Cebu, some kids from Manila. They make for a very strong combination right here. But Chimera just absolutely popped off during this game. Gadoer's just an absolute force to be reckoned with. And if you can't shut him down, if you can't outsmart Gadoer's, you're probably going to lose that aim duel. That guy's just mechanically insane. And there are other ways in order for you to take him down. Unfortunately, Pirates not able to answer back in that way, Trix.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when it comes to a player like Gadoer's, what you want to do is try and shut down that confidence early on. Because when he gets confident, he just takes these insane peaks and just starts popping off and using his ultimate skill. And I think that Chimera in particular had great crossfires. Like, you could see they knew how they were going to take the angles, they knew where their opponents were coming from, and it just really helped them close down those sites and start to, you know, get the rounds in their favor.
And, you know, I say this a lot, like, I think of Chimera as more of like a glass cannon. Sometimes, you know, they're out there, they're fragging out absolutely lethal, but then sometimes their confidence gets the best of them, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a bit of a glass cannon, but it worked out to their favor yesterday. Pirates, with all things said and done, they were able to put up a good fight against one of the top-tier teams in the Philippines.
I do want to say that I think Pirates definitely showed that they belong in the top 8. And that they can definitely come further. Because I know this is, at least for me, it's the first time I'm really seeing them in a tournament like this. So I'm excited to see more of them and to see where they're taking their lineup from here.
And the cool thing about this whole PPGL thing, VCT, is that we actually get to see the players' faces on screen, and we got to see how young these kids are, these Pirates. And, you know, for sure, they got a huge future in esports, you know, right ahead of them. So looking forward to see more of these guys. And, of course, you know, doing the fist bump right there, Young Pork, right back at you.
To add to your point a while ago, Paco Viminal, where you were saying that, you know, Chimera sometimes it's kind of a glass cannon. Dax mentioned something yesterday, one of our English casters, wherein sometimes it's not the team beating Chimera, but Chimera beating itself. And I think that is a factor that they really have to, you know, adjust and accompany for when it comes to playing in our semifinal matches today, because they're going to be going against higher level competition. Now, for our map number 1, here are the stats. Chimera obviously taking that, with Ripper being the carry, not necessarily carry, but being the MVP for their side. He had a 1.3 KDA. Well, actually, if you look at it, Gadoer's had a 2.0 KDA, but he actually shined more during the second match. But here for the first, it was Ripper's show. Combat score of 282. Almost matched there to Senior Carl on the other side. 284 on his side there on the Rays. But him going for the Omen meant a lot of things here for Chimera. What do you think was the whole reason why Omen was picked in the first place, even after the nerfs over the Brimstone?
Yeah, you know, you have a player like Ripper who's very used to playing Omen, making use of those outplay potentials in Omen's kit, and might not be as mobile or as adept at something like Brimstone, wherein you're very limited in terms of movement and mobility. So I can definitely see why Ripper opts to go for the Omen. Despite all the nerfs, etc., etc.
I know that we've also discussed this before, but it's also a matter of being comfortable with the agents that they're picking. So not to say that, you know, Omen has a very different kit from Brimstone. He has the Molotov, right? Brimstone has that Molotov, the Stim Beacon, and the 3 smokes. But Omen has, you know, a TP, he has a blind, and he has a dark cover that's constantly on cooldown. So I think it also takes into consideration their playstyle.
Very true, and I don't doubt that that's exactly what they're thinking about, and I love to see Omen as an Omen main. But let us now look at map number 2 here, Chimera versus Pirates once again, 13-5. This one was a lot more lopsided, and, well, the reason for that avalanche was Gadoer's here, a 2.3 KDA combat score of 329, with 21 kills to round off the game, and he definitely deserved the MVP there.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Again, once you give space or give too much respect to this guy, he's going to be more than happy to take as much away from you as he can. But right here, you can really see just by, you know, the numbers alone that this was a huge, huge gap in terms of skill disparity here, especially in this map. You know, despite going for the Jet and the Reyna, duelists, you know, some of the casters and I were talking about yesterday that, you know, it's a pretty cool duelist composition, Reyna and Jet, because there's very little room for error as opposed to Raze Phoenix. But in the end, if you're more comfortable with the Phoenix and the Raze, despite there being more chances for error, it still is a more powerful combination because of that Molly from Phoenix, because of those paint shells from Raze. There's so much more you can do with it,
Yeah.
and just as much area denial.
I think they definitely have to consider playing against a triple duelist setup that
Yeah.
also affects them because it's a very aggressive team that can just take the sides.
It's actually a lineup and a composition that we've seen yesterday too, having 3 duelists in the team. And so speaking of the team that did pull that out, let's move on over to our third series of yesterday. That was BREN Esports versus SE Atlas. And BREN Esports actually did pull out the triple duelist lineup, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I?
I believe
No, they did. I think
Yeah.
they did.
You
Right? They brought
are-
out the Jet, and they brought out Phoenix, and then they brought out a Reyna, I think. At
We're
one
gonna
point.
take a look at
But we're
this
gonna see
don't
there.
believe
now.
so. They had double duelists.
They had double
Well,
duelists.
they had double duelists. No, they didn't. They didn't have double duelists at all. They only had the solo duelist, and they had double initiator, right? They used
That is
Sky.
True. Okay, yes. You had Sky, yes, there.
had Sky
That's
with
what I'm
the
remembering.
Sova,
They had
and that
Sky.
was very
And that was the
memorable.
first time we've had Sky in this entire
Yes.
tournament, I think, so far. And that's something interesting to see that they're the team to employ it since they're the top team, obviously. So you guys can see the highlights of that game. Very swiftly taken, the first one. The second one, a bit more closer. It almost seemed like SE Atlas were going to take that second map, actually. Now that we think of it,
Definitely
they
the case.
had, like, you know, the advantage. I think a 3-round advantage at, like, something like 8 to 10 or something.
But
the
against a
score.
team like BREN, you know, they're
Yeah.
gonna be able to take it back when they want to take the game back in their reins.
They're cool and composed, and that's exactly, you can see their veteran experience coming into play there and closing the game out, finishing the series off 2-0, the scoreline that really matters at the end of it. The Sky pick, very interesting. What do you think that was about?
You know, a team like BREN has a lot of experience competing in the Southeast Asian scene, on the international stage. You know, they scrim with a lot of the top teams from many different countries, and they're exposed to a lot of different play styles. And, you know, you can count on BREN to do something that we're not really accustomed to seeing. Like, this is probably one of the first few times we've ever seen Sky in a local tournament, and I'm pretty happy that they were able to make it work really, really well during that first game. But coming up here on the second map, we've been seeing a lot of really cool Molly lineups over there from Humi, and a lot of textbook plays here coming in from Dubstep, just really clearing, paving the way for the rest of his team, just absolutely destroying the enemy. Dubstep is just, it's sort of like a ballet when you're watching this guy just flying all over the place and you know,
But
using that Blade Storm.
I do agree. I think Dubstep is a very good. I really like what Atlas is doing here because they were able to get 11 rounds on BREN.
Yeah.
And I feel like it
Huge
was
step
a
up
matter.
from the first game.
Yes, you know, the first game was a 13-2, and the second game Atlas managed to get 11 rounds. And I feel like a big part of it was that Atlas knew how to take information and control of the majority of the map, which really came to their advantage later on because it was about overwhelming some of the players.
Right.
And they only had double duelists, I believe, on Atlas. They had the Phoenix and the Raze, but they did have that Brimstone and the Sova. For Recon, they had a Cypher as well, which really helped them out in terms of clearing certain angles, making sure their flank was safe. But I just feel like BREN, it's hard against a team like BREN. You know, they know how to read you. They control the pace of the game, which actually to me was very surprising then that the scoreline was 11-13 against BREN.
I mean, you know, that is an absolute step up from the first match. Perhaps they were able to at least get somewhat of a modicum of control against a matchup like this, but still it wasn't enough. Taking a look at the stats here, Tim with a 1.0 KDA, combat score 192 and 11 kills. Already the team MVP. And that's not saying a lot, of course. Scoreline being 2-13, just Spencer just absolutely destroying with the rest of his team with
Can I just
2.0, 4.0
point out
KD.
the fact that Borkum has a 4.0 KDA in that first match?
That's Sky.
I mean,
As
at this point in time, I mean, Borkum being right up there on the scoreboard, I mean, like, just another day in the office for...
It really is.
It's Borkum time, you know?
It's Borkum time, but you can see here 13-2. This was a far cry to what happened on the second map when we move into it. And so this was obviously a stomp, to put it simply. Atlas only getting 2 maps, and I believe 2 rounds rather, and I believe both of those rounds were off of frags. Not a single one was off of a plant and objective win.
Right.
And so as you move into map number 2 here, it was a lot closer, and Atlas did have the lead, like going into the later stages of the second half, the third act of the match. And do you think here, Trix, very briefly, do you think it was more of the fact that Atlas was able to make adjustments to what they previously saw from BREN Esports, or do you think it was more of BREN Esports not exactly expecting what was to come and getting caught off guard, really, of Atlas's play?
I definitely feel like it was the latter. Watching BREN for a while now and seeing the way they play, in the beginning it just felt like BREN wasn't really in the map. Like for a while there, I was wondering, when are they gonna start, refocusing, because I feel like they just lost their focus somewhere. What about you, Viminal?
For me, I feel like, again, perhaps some teams are just stronger in like certain maps. It's just a matter of fact that perhaps they have better set protocols defensively and both offensively as well, and perhaps that contributed a lot to how they fared in the second game compared to the first game. But one thing that really stood out to me is that we've been watching a lot of BREN also in other tournaments in recent weeks, and with their latest addition, Humi. It's really cool to see this guy just gel with the rest of the roster. Indicative of his gameplay yesterday, it just looked really, really gelled together.
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing more.
It looked quite clean.
Yeah, very, very clean.
Feels like a good addition, seems like a good addition to the roster here, replacing Ching, who obviously moved to Archangel. They're going to have to, once again, qualify in. But guys, let's look at the bracket now, how things have turned out here so far on day number 2 as we approach our first match of the day, which will be the quarterfinal. But let's look at how things did get here in the first place. Archangel obviously lost to Empire as Empire move up into the semifinal to fight off Chimera and hopefully make their way to the grand final. The winner of that will go up against the winner of BREN Esports versus whoever wins his next quarterfinal, which is going to be Affinity Esports and Dream Fyre. So that is going to be the last quarterfinal of this stage number 1. And so the winner rather of this is going to I mean to say like the hot dog. But here we go.
All right.
Dream Fyre, Affinity Esports versus BREN. I think we all have an idea who's going to win that one and who's going to go to the grand final. But let's see how we might have another upset on our hands. Wink, wink. Empire versus Chimera, though, is going to be the second best of 3 of the day. Then the third is going to be BREN versus, once again, the winner of the quarterfinal.
Right.
Yes.
So, guys, there we go. Those are the matches to be expected today. Tomorrow is going to be the grand final day, which will have a best of 5 to the teams that will go over from the semifinal. But, guys, to look at the roadmap and how things are going to pan out, let's go to Yuko, as she has some things to say about that.
Oh, boss, balita.
Uy, Denki, pwede ba ulit magtanong?
Siyempre, pwedeng-pwede. Tungo saan ba yan?
Tungkol ulit sa 2021 VALORANT Challengers.
Sige. May gusto ka pa bang maklarify? Ganito kasi, in-game ako tas kanina pa nga ako post ng post, tas binulag pa ako ng kakampi kong Phoenix. Pwede bang iba na lang sumagot ng tanong mo? Okay, perfect. Saktong-sakto kasi andito na ang aking bagong partner, co-host, at katropa na pwedeng sumagot sa mga tanong mo. Yuko?
Ewan ko ba dito? Konting tanong na nga lang, hindi pa masagot.
In-game nga eh.
Hey guys, this is Yuko. I'm your newest host for the PPGL 2021. Ako muna ang sasagot sa mga questions nyo, so magtanong ka na bago pa magbago ang isip ko.
Ma'am Yuko, recap naman kung ano ang VALORANT Challengers.
Well, basically, VALORANT Challengers is a tournament that focuses on regional competition. If you want to have a chance sa Masters and sa Champions, kailangan makasurvive ka muna both sa VALORANT Challengers and sa Masters. Also, thank you so much to PPGL for bringing VALORANT Challengers here in the Philippines.
Online tournament po ba ito?
Well, yeah, lahat ng mga splits, first split is online. If you want more updates for the next splits, like and follow lang sa PPGL page.
May prize pool po ba?
Dude, of course, it's a prize pool. Actually, ito nga. Nakakatuwa kasi yung prize pool natin, 1.5 million. Guys, 1.5 million lang naman. Well, it is divided into the 3 splits, but still, it's a lot of money.
Okay, so stream ba ang mga matches?
Well, for the qualifiers po, hindi. However, for the VALORANT Challengers, it will be streamed dito sa FB page ng PPGL. So kung ako sa inyo, like, follow, para mapanood nyo ang live streams dito.
Sino naman ang pwede mag-register?
3 things. Una, kailangan nag-reside sa Philippines. Pangalawa, at least 18 years old. And the third one is pretty important. Kailangan at least Immortal 1. Again, for emphasis lang, at least Immortal 1. And one team will have 5 players. Tapos, kailangan meron din kayong isang sub-player.
Required na meron substitute player sa team para maka-register?
Yes, required siya.
Okay. At kailangan 18 and above. Hindi pwedeng parents consent?
Yup, kailangan at least 18. And kahit may parents' consent, hindi pa rin makakapasa. Tournament's pretty strict.
Okay. May registration fee ba?
Uy, here's the good news. Wala pong registration fee. So, kung ako sa inyo, mag-register na kayo.
Nice. May team limit ba ito?
There is none, as long as makapag-register kayo within the time frame given to you. Also, pag nag-open na po ang registration, yung registration for the 3 splits, open na din. So, mag-apply or mag-register na kayo sa lahat.
Cool. Paano naman ako magre-register?
Oh, this one's easy. Nakikita nyo yung link na provide namin, and it's actually also in the caption of this video. So, una, itap nyo lang yan or click on the link. Pangalawa, read everything, especially the rules. Guys, this one's important. Basahin po lahat ng rules, fill up everything na kailangan malagyan ng information, and once the registration closes, hindi na po pwede ma-edit yung form nyo.
So, paano malalaman pagpasok kami sa registration?
We'll be sending a confirmation email sa team captain, team manager, or team representative nyo. So guys, please keep an eye on your emails kasi malay nyo, meron na palang magandang balita ang nasend sa inyo.
Pag ba napili, pwede mag-register ulit sa next open qualifier?
Actually, yeah. Kasi yung tatlong challenger split natin, yung registration niya, open yan sabay-sabay. So you guys basically have 3 chances kung ako sa inyo, i-exhaust nyo lahat ng chances na yun.
Ayos! So, kailan naman start ito?
Registration? Actually, open eh. So kung ako sa inyo, guys, after watching this video, mag-register na kayo.
So, pag may tanong pa kami, hindi na kami pwede lumapit?
May kanta para dyan eh. Huwag mahihiyang magtanong. You guys can PM this Facebook page, PPGL, and meron kaming to send the Discord link for a channel sa confirmation emails nyo para doon kayo makapag-PM or send ng inquiries. Also, for the first split, it will start at the 14th of January up until March. Uy, baba ako.
Sige, ang bahala.
Alright, so guys, do not forget to like, follow, and share this Facebook page, PPGL. Your road to Masters starts here at 2021 VALORANT Challenger.
Tara na, Immortal 5 na ako.
Sabi ko, wag mo sa radyo eh.
But as she said, guys, there's a registration open and you guys should join it up. The registration is only going to be open till 12 noon tomorrow for week number 2 if you guys want to do it, guys. So don't forget about that because, well, you have to be Diamond 2 and up and 16 above, guys. Registration is open till 12 noon tomorrow. Do not forget. But, guys, not only are the teams playing today and tomorrow going to have a chance to win, but you guys have a chance to win as well. You can win 1,500 Valorant points. That's 1,500 by simply liking and following the PPGL Facebook page, 1. Number 2, like and share this stream and add in your caption the team that you are rooting for. Remember to add the official Valorant, official PPGL Valorant hashtags as well, which are hashtag VCTPH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, and hashtag PPGL Valorant, guys. Add that in your caption. Make sure the post is public so we can even see it and reach out to you guys. And they'll, who knows, you might be one of the 5 lucky winners for today that we're going to show on screen later at the end of the stream for you guys who have won the 1,500 Valorant points, guys. So make sure to join. Make sure to get your friends to join, your mother to join. Who knows, if your mom joins and she doesn't play Valorant, she can give the points to you and you can buy a new Battle Pass too, guys. Speaking of the Battle Pass, do remember to load it up because we got some new skins coming out that actually just did come out, you know, the Glitch Pop 2.0 skin. So get the Battle Pass, get some skins, and how can you load up? Well, use some code to shop. Guys, you can do it through Globe or TM. So, guys, it's that simple. Get the Battle Pass, register if you want to join for next week. The registration is open until tomorrow, 12 noon once again. And, well, we're going to go to a short break before we get into our first match of the day. That is, once again, going to be the last quarterfinal, which in they will go up against BREN Esports for the semi-final. The teams rather, to be playing in the last quarterfinal are going to be Fyre and, of course, Affinity Esports, guys. Winner goes to the semi-final, to our top 4, which will be seeded into next week directly, not having to qualify anymore. So, guys, let's our next match. Let's take a short break, and we'll be back in the hair. Don't go anywhere.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go?
go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Hello and welcome back, guys. You are still watching here the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 2. Obviously, yesterday was Day number 1, wherein we found out who 3 of the 4 quarterfinalists are going to be. We're going to find out who the next and the last quarterfinalist is after this very next match. But guys, not only do those guys win, and not only are the guys going to be playing today going to have a chance to win, but you guys can win as well. All you have to do to be a potential winner of the 1500 VALORANT points is simply like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share this stream that you are currently watching right now, and add in your caption the team that you are rooting for. Do not forget that you also have to add our official VALORANT hashtags for PPGL here, which are PPGL, Valorant, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag VALORANT Challengers. There we go. And guys, of course, do not forget that the post has to be public, otherwise we're not going to be able to see it. So do remember that. The 4 steps that we need to be able to make it public. Add the hashtags, add the caption of which team you're rooting for, and like and share the stream, as well as like and follow the page. Guys, we have socials everywhere, so just do search out PPGL on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. You're going to find us anywhere you look. So do that, guys. And of course, the new Battle Pass is out, and you can simply, load it up and recharge your Valorant points now via Code Shop using the Globe Prepaid or TM Load options, guys. Don't forget to stay tuned and follow as well all our socials so you guys can stay updated here. Guys, who knows, you might be one of the 5 lucky winners as well, that we're going to show up on the screen after all the games are done today at the end of the evening. So guys, that is it. We're about to finally really move into our, first match of the day. We're going to have 3 best of 3s, 1 quarterfinal, then 2 semifinals. The winner of this is going to go on to the second semifinal to face BREN Esports. But let us now introduce my co-panelists here who are going to help me break down the game as we're going to be seeing Fyre versus Affinity Esports. Let me introduce once again the ever-amazing Trix and Viminal, guys. What are your thoughts coming into this match?
Well, I'm really excited to see Fyre play, and I know you guys hear me say that a lot. But I am excited.
It's a matter of fact that we're just excited.
And I feel like I just haven't seen Fyre as often, and really I don't have that much information on them. But I am excited to see Affinity again. I know that I was an analyst for them as well during First Strike. So it's always good to see teams come back, and especially come back stronger.
Yeah. As for me, the same can be said for Fyre. I've been fortunate enough to play with a couple of these guys in ranked mode, and I know for a fact that these guys have a lot of talent. These may be a bit of a dark horse in this matchup, coming up against a well-known team such as Affinity, which seems to be like they're at the top of their game. I mean, Affinity, during the qualifier stage, they went up against NXP and DFT Revitalized 13-5, 13-3, respectively. Such an impressive performance. But then again, Fyre, during the qualifiers, they were able to go up against U-Level and beat them 13-9.
So we actually have Affinity up right now. You might notice that a lot of these players are coming from other FPS
Very familiar
titles.
faces.
And yeah, it's, I'm expecting a lot, especially from Adrian. I know that he's been playing a duelist a lot, especially during the qualifiers. Affinity Esports was running the triple duelist.
Right.
I don't think they will be running it today. So I'm excited to see how the lineup might be changing, because we also see here Utahachi is going to be playing instead of, I believe it's Calamitous that is a duelist main. And Utahachi is known to be a controller, so maybe a Brimstone or an Omen might come out. Maybe he'll play the duelist, I'm not really sure.
Right.
But I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely adjustments have to be made for the side of Affinity Esports here. So will they be able to rise to the challenge? We're going to find out in just a little bit. But again, a lot of experience under the belt of this team. Adrian, this man needs basically no introduction in the scene.
Wild Oreo and Wheezy as well. I just want to point that out. So.
Yeah, basically, they're subbing in a controller player over a duelist who will not be able to play today, Calamitous. So it's going to be a question of, will Utahachi, who normally plays controllers, take that duelist role, or are they going to move somebody up else from the roster into that role? But here is Fyre now. Their opponents are going to be coming up against. It's Waytopia, Eman, Georgie, Ezra, and Vindict, rather, sorry.
Yeah.
That is a 5-man roster here for Fyre, and they definitely do have a dream. Will it come true is a question. Well, they have to beat their opponents in a best-of-3 series. Can they do it? Probably. Is it possible? Of course it is. But what are the steps that they have to take to be able to take a map and the game away from Affinity Esports?
Taking a look at the roster here, a couple of their players, they do have professional experience in esports. Some of them are content creators, streamers as well. Most of them in the Radiant ranks here. Again, very, very talented players, but playing against a well-organized team in a tournament is very much different from the latter, right?
Of course.
Just putting it out there.
Especially, especially with Affinity Esports, knowing that these the players on their roster are ones who have lots of competitive experience already in the past.
Right.
And that veteran experience is nothing that you should really shorten out when it comes to, talking about the factors of the game, because it really comes important in the closing moments of the game.
But I definitely think that with this substitution,
Right.
I feel like Affinity Esports might be a little off today.
Yeah, I mean, there are, chances for error. I mean, you change one player, and it basically changes the entire synergy or chemistry of the team. So,
More room
it's
for
debatable whether or
Dreamfire,
not it's
yeah.
better for Dreamfire that, they have to sub one out. It's just the reality of things here.
Definitely true, guys. And so, Dreamfire here, this is their player to be looking out for, Ezra. There with a KDA of 2.0, and Adrian with a 2.7 KDA there on the Reyna versus Jet. Both quite frag-heavy players, as you can see on the stat board. Damage per round is not too far apart. Kills per round is the same. Headshot percentage about there, within touch, and first blood percentage actually doubled the factor of Ezra. So him on the Jet has been finding a lot of entries here for the side of Dreamfire.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take into account that Calamitous on the Duelist as well has a lot of those opening kills as well for the side of Affinity. So that may be playing a factor as to why we're seeing a lot more first blood potential over on the side of Dreamfire here. But of course, we'll confirm that later on during the match.
On a side note, I would like to say I do like Ezra from League of Legends, but I believe this player in Dreamfire is Erza.
Yeah.
Not
Ezra. Sorry, I pronounced Ezra. Wrong game, but here we go, finally, guys. Fortunately, it is a game that we all do love, but here we are now. The map vetoes are about to come in, and we're going to be playing a 3-map rotation, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe we are going to be starting things off here with the pick coming in from the side of Affinity Esports first. They are going to be picking Split, and then Icebox, cool things down, Haven, to bring us back up into the heavens if we ever get to a 3rd map, and I think we have a decent chance of actually going for the full 3-map series. So Split, Icebox, Haven. Defensive start for Dreamfire to start things off, then Affinity Esports on Icebox, and if we ever get to Haven, it's going to be Dreamfire on the defensive side as well. So Affinity Esports, it's their pick on Split. Icebox, it's Dreamfire's pick. What do you guys think of our map rotation here?
You go ahead, Trix.
Oh, it's definitely unpopular. Like,
It's definitely unpopular. Like seeing Split and Icebox being picked
just
out.
back to back.
Like, okay, when you play rank, I mean, come on, guys. Guys in chat, it's true. You're probably gonna dodge Split or Icebox.
Yes.
Hey, but honestly, I like all the maps, and probably Icebox is probably one of my favorite maps right now. But I kid you not. But this is a really interesting map rotation. Really excited to see these pro teams duke it out in these so-called unpopular maps, right?
I think we'll definitely see the highlights of their teamwork today,
Yeah.
especially on these maps. Icebox also highlighting players' aim ability.
Yeah.
So they're very good picks, but they are hard for a reason.
Would you say it's a bit of a contrast in what we have in our first map? Because as you said, Icebox does rely on aim ability a lot, on like your gun skill, and aim duels do win rounds in Icebox quite a bit. But for the side on Split, it is actually, would you agree with me, very utility heavy when it comes into taking it.
Corners,
you really have to,
angles.
because of the fact that the map is so compact, you kind of have to like fight for every single inch that you want.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of teamwork in Split. It's about coordination on how you're going to hit the sites and knowing exactly where your teammates are clearing, where you have to be clearing. Any angle left unchecked is probably going to be an angle you die from.
And the challenge when it comes to like Icebox, for example, is that there's basically so many angles you have to check. So I feel like it's more, aim heavy or perhaps more mechanically heavy map compared to Split, wherein team synergy is, half the battle basically.
A-Site alone has like a million angles, right, when going to Icebox. So it's really going to play a factor here. Which team can be the most, strict and going to have the most, responsible type of, player holding the flanks? Who is going to be the most disciplined, especially, is what is going to really matter when it comes into our first 2 maps, guys. Haven, a bit of a different type of situation there, but guys, we are about ready to finally get into our first map here of the series, and it's going to be starting things off on Split, second on Icebox. If we ever get to Haven, we're going to find that out after the first 2 matches, but for that, it's on our casters to call the action. You guys take it away.
What do you mean? Split? paborito ko yun. Ang bilis ko matilt dun, sobra. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL. My name is Taylor. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Kami ang inyong mga casters para sa ating unang match na ito. Ito na lang, yung dalawang teams na maglalaban para malaman natin kung sino ba ang makakapasok sa ating semifinals.
You're right. And sa mga naghihintay dyan, sabi nga ni Taylor, this is it. Sa mga pinaka-hinihintay nyo, these are the two teams that still uprising sa scene natin dito sa VALORANT. And we have here Affinity Esports and Fyre. At they will be picking para sa akin, two of the most complicated map. Pero favorite ko ang split. Kung ayaw mo sa split, ako favorite ko sa split.
Paborito ko yung split, di ba? Yun nga eh. Masaya siyang laruin, no? But at the same time, kung wala ka sa tutok, masakit din siya sa ulo. Talaga. So, tama naman yung mga analysts natin, yung panelists natin on how to clear the map talaga. Kailangan every angle will be checked. Kailangan talaga clear yung site bago ka makakapag-plan. Hindi mo alam, sa backside, mayroon ng bumabaril sa'yo o whatsoever. But let's talk about right now, itong mga teams natin. Affinity Esports, andyan din ang Fyre. Affinity coach, no? So, sa inyong mga screen, nakikita nyo ngayon ang team Fyre. May mga hand heart pa.
Fyre, talagang may papuso pa sila. Alam mo, Eliza, if we are going to talk about Fyre, all I can say is that pub champs pala sila. Nahilig pala
mga
sila
Radiant players din itong mga to.
So, that means that they're really good at mga pubs na alam natin. And maybe they do a 5-man stack every day na napakasipag din, masaya-saya na, very cheerful right now, very positive towards what will be happening even if it's a split and an Icebox map.
Positive thinking, wag lang sa COVID, no? Ingat tayong lahat. Now, we're looking at our screen, Affinity Esports, Idren and friends, andyan with his pop, yun yung hilig ni Andre, no? And tamang papogi lang, para kayo Utahachi, nakita mo naman. And tamang smile lang din. Now, balikan ko lang yung sinasabi ko kanina, I had the chance to talk sa ating coach ng Affinity Esports, no? And I talked about him kung saan tinanong ko siya na sa tingin mo, itong Fyre, may ginawa ba kayong special? May pinaghahandaan ba kayong teams specifically? Lalo na pag nakita natin yung bracket natin na BREN Esports, ang posible nilang makatapat, di ba? So, tinanong ko ang kanilang coach, si Coach Pilif, no? So, sabi ko, any sort of preparations towards the matches that you have. Sabi dito ni Coach, hindi sila nagpapalit ng gameplay in any specific teams. Ibig sabihin, magsistick lang talaga sila sa kung ano ang inaral nila, kung ano ang pinractice nila, it's gonna be the same. Kung baga, consistent para sa mga match na gusto nilang gawin. Hindi lang dahil BREN Esports, iba yung gagawin natin dito. Hindi lang dahil Fyre, iba yung gagawin natin dito. But lahat ng teams, pare-parehas ang gusto nilang gawin.
So that means that they always trust the strategy that they have. And that's actually a good practice for the teams, diba? And that will be a good way for them to just go in against this and that. And they can also practice for what's fit in sa strategy na meron sila ngayon.
Yes, kung nagtataka kayo guys, bakit 5 peaks ang pangalan ng ating team dito sa Affinity Esports, yung kanilang mga pangalan? Well, marami silang ibang mga team names before, no? Andiyan nga yung 5MQ, yung Walcore, tsaka syempre yung ating 5 peaks. Now, they are called Affinity Esports. The roster change that they did is meron silang kinuhang team member from Chimera, and then si Flippy stepped down to take his board exam. So, tingnan natin kung ano bang gagawin nila for this time around. And right now, again, sa mga nanonood dyan, kung hindi nyo pa nasisilip yung ating pinned comment kung saan makikita nyo kung paano kayo makakasali sa ating giveaway, silipin nyo na yan. 1,500 Valorant points din yan.
1,500 Valorant points and makakabili na kayo ng pinakabagong glitch pop. So make sure to just like and share, follow the mechanics, and of course, cheer your favorite teams. But let's go back again to this team. Alam nyo naman sa mga viewers natin ngayon, we don't get much of the idea yet of what these teams are. And all I can say is that this will be a match that they will showcase their talents and they will prove that they're part of the top 8 ngayon.
I mean, madami naman silang pinagdaanan Nag-open qualifiers tayo para sa ating Stage 1, Week 1. At ngayon, nandito nga sila, hindi broadcasted yung ating mga qualifiers. And this time around, may chance na sila makapasok sa ating semifinals. Again, Week 1 pa lang tayo. We still have Week 2 kung saan pwede ulit sumali yung mga malalaglag na teams, yung mga nalaglag na teams ng qualifier. Pwede ulit silang lumaban para sa ating Week 2. At itong mananalo sa ating Week 1, no? Top 4 teams dito ay makakapasok o masiseed papunta sa Week 2 natin, ibig sabihin. So, move forward hanggang makarating tayo sa ating Masters kung saan napakatinding aksyon na talaga ang mararanasan ng mga teams. But right now, we are on to round number 1 para sa mapa ng split.
And looks like we are seeing very, very still ang Sage pickups ng teams natin. That means they still have the strats for the used to be split map, but since the improvements, they're still trusting the Sage that will be very useful, lalo na sa mid part ng mapa natin.
Mid control, definitely. But if I am looking at this correctly, ang ating Sage ay actually nasa may A beside A ramps. Usually, nakikita natin mid-control ang Sage with the walls and everything. But this time around, hindi natin siya nakikita doon. And ang gustong gawin dito ng Dreamfire ay mag-antay sa A-ramps. But as of the moment, Affinity Esports, they are trying to see or to look at kung makakabuelo ba sila papunta sa ating A-site dito ng Dreamfire, no? And right now, the Brimstone is doing the smoke. May smoke tayo sa Heaven. Meron din tayong smoke sa ating screens. They are now pushing towards the site. Utahachi gets one kill. Georgie gets the trade on that, and Georgie with the ghost. Inaantay na makapag-plant. The plant is not continued para sa side ng Affinity Esports. 2 versus 4 situation ang nangyayari. Isa na lang ang natitira, and Idren goes down in the hands of a Georgie with the triple kill. What a fast round.
Yeah, definitely what a fast round. But the Brimstone smokes were kind of short kasi di niya nalagyan yung screens. And that gave way for the members of Affinity for Dreamfire rather, to go inside the A side. And late, sabi ko na nga, di nalagyan ng smokes ni Brimstone na screens, and at the same time, it was too early for them to actually set up the smokes yet. Kaya sila na-open dito ng Dreamfire, and Dreamfire will be taking that route.
Now they wanna take on the mid control para sa side ng Affinity Esports. Wild Oreo spots 1 para sa ating Vents, and as of the moment, that Pain Shells is gonna hurt them real good. Andre, 100 HP pa dito, but the Brimstone has some damage on his side. 5 versus 5 pa rin naman, wala pa rin napipitas for both sides of the team, pero kailangan umatras saglit dito ng Affinity Esports at mag-regroup papunta sa ating garage.
Earlier, they kind of failed already sa mid-control. So now they're gonna be trying sa big garage and Watopia. But Watopia has a good angle here. Just one mistake after they entered. Maybe they need to use some barriers of Sage here so that they can actually utilize of getting in. But the slow orb is gonna give them a hard time going in. And now, Georgie, Watopia is in, and they'll be able to take down knives and Wildorio.
Malaking problema ang hinaharap ng Affinity Esports, pero hindi sila magpapatalo dito. Now, Utahachi is planting the bomb. 3 versus 2 situation. Very low on Raze. Gets 1 kill. Erza rather, as well gets another. 2 versus 1. Iisa na lang natitira. Wala nang heal dito ang ating Sage. Pinabasag na rin ang kanyang wall. He gets tagged, and he finally goes down in the hands of Erza here. Our killjoy from Dreamfire. At 2-0 para sa side ng Dreamfire dito. Still early on the rounds, and isang magandang advantage agad ang makukuha nila towards Affinity Esports, and now we are on to our full buy rounds for both teams.
What happened there actually, from what I've been observing, is that the perfect timing coming from the slow orb and Molly gave Affinity Esports a hard time to go to the positions that they needed so that they can expect the entry from Dreamfire. And so far, they've been having a hard time setting sa B side together with the A side from the previous round. But they have been adjusting quickly naman sa mga lapses nila so far. But now, they still need to work it together.
Definitely. And right now, they're taking again mid-control para sa side ng Affinity Esports. Napakabilis nila mag-group. Itong team ng Affinity Esports, no, kahit na merong 2 rounds na nakuha ang ating Dream Fyre, they still manage to be kind of aggressive. Hindi sila dito slow players, kumbaga. If they have to regroup, lumipat ng site, gagawin nila agad-agad. Hindi sila magsasayang ng oras. On the other hand, Wild Oreo dito ang ating Jet ay nakapitas na nga ng isa. That Lear will not blind Vindic, pero he goes down in the hands of Wild Oreo. Bumbot, nilabas na rin ni Eman. Tingnan natin kung meron spot sa Heaven. Nakababa na ang mga team members ng Affinity Esports. 5 versus 1 situation, and he goes down. That's a 2-1 score finally, giving back para sa team ng Affinity Esports dito.
And looks like the mid control is actually working, Eliza. It's really working well for Affinity. They were quite hesitant earlier at the second round that we had, but now with the good Lears coming in, with the good walls coming from Utahachi himself, is gonna give them a great advantage when it comes to controlling sa mid. But the problem is that Dreamfire will adjust to what they're doing right now.
Na pilitang lumabas yung Brimstone towards the mid, no, dahil sa Lear na yon. Hindi pwedeng mabulag siya dahil lalo siyang walang mapapatay. So that means napilitan siyang humarap sa ilang mga members ng Affinity Esports. Pero Georgie dito, security guard nga ang gustong gawin. Georgie, wala kayong ID, bawal pumasok, pero wala siyang natag kahit isa doon sa nag-o-orb. Molly out para kay Waytopia, just hoping na merong matamaan dito o kaya naman para lang ma-delay itong Affinity Esports sa pagpasok, no? They have to regroup now. This is what I'm talking about. Ang bilis nilang mag-regroup. Sabi nila dito, wala. Nandito na lahat. Nagamit na yung ilang utilities na meron sila. Let's go. Alis na tayo dito. Lipat na tayo ng A site. That's an attacker killjoy setting the lockdown para sa B site. Pero actually, 4 players ng Affinity Esports are heading towards A site already. Panggulo lang si Weezy dito.
Baited! They got baited here! Kitang-kita nyo naman. That lockdown was useful even if it's too early.
It was used talaga para ma-delay yung mga players at hindi agad mag-rotate ang Dreamfire. And that was happening right at the moment na 4 ng players ng Affinity Esports ay nagro-rotate na din. Otachi dito ay maglalagay ng wall kaso meron nang nakapasok. 2 blind ng breach ang nilabas. Utahachi, he's very low. Waytopia as well with 6 HP with the Stinger. Haharapin niya ang 2 members ng Affinity Esports dito. Knives gets a triple kill. He's going for another one. Utahachi gets the final kill on this round. 2-2 na ang ating score. Pantay ang laban para sa dalawang teams.
Definitely, pantay na pantay ang laban. And sabi nga natin, it explains here that it's gonna be a match where they will be featuring their stats. And that lockdown, that early lockdown itself, it's a big feature na bait ang mga members ng Dreamfire into thinking that maybe they're gonna be entering the B side, and they were too late once that the Affinity Esports has already planted the spike.
Using utilities efficiently, very efficiently for this team that we have right here. Now, tinatry lang din nila kung meron ba silang mapipick off o meron ba silang mapipitas dito sa ating mid-control. And on the B garage naman, Idren rather, is just waiting kung meron bang magpupush sa side ng Dreamfire.
And still, they know that they're actually working well with the mid that they've been controlling. But I'd really like to commend the Killjoy from Affinity Esports. He's really doing his part as just trying to manipulate the members of Dreamfire into thinking that they're gonna be going sa A side, and from the looks of it, most of the members coming from Dreamfire, nasa A sila. They're just waiting for them to come in. But that was a good call, actually, coming from Weezy. He knows that I can be confident in making it this good entry, but Vindic kinds of know already. Yes, speaking of, he actually knows that Weezy will be coming from the ramps.
The blind is in para kay Breach dito. Waytopia, that smoke definitely helped his team. But right now, mawawala na rin ang smoke ng Jet. He gets one. He's gonna go for another one. Alam niyang meron pang isang natitira sa side A natin. Iisa na lang ang nandito sa A side. And right now, Idren is gonna have a hard time trying to see kung nasan yung mga kalaban. He gets a double kill. Meron pang isang nasa elbow. Killjoy dito. Hinahabol ni Andre.
10 seconds
He's
left.
overhealed right now. And as you can see, nahuli siya dito ni Eman sa ating A main. That was still a good shot or a good try coming in from Affinity Esports. Idren, he was able to kaya kumbaga, no? But it's just a matter of having the good retake position ng Dreamfire dito, or a good trade rather from Dreamfire.
At the same time, he's actually pressured by the minutes coming in. He only has 12 seconds left, and he still has to do for a 1v2 clutch, and he doesn't have much time left, so that became a hard part for him to just go and clutch that.
Affinity Esports. Naiwan si Idren doon dahil nandito siya sa garage kanina. And tinatry lang din niyang i-manipulate yung mga team members ng Dreamfire na wag makapag-rotate agad-agad onto A side. Now the orb is secured para sa side ng Affinity Esports. They're still waiting and looking at garage right now. Idren ready for the trade, or ready for the trade rather. Nakita na nga dito with the jiggle peek. Magkakaroon ba ng trade? He gets the trade. VC gets the kill. Pero ang katapat niyan is syempre nawala si Idren. Nabawasan ng isang duelist ang Team Affinity Esports dito. Walang nagamit na Lear, walang blinds na merong natira. And the only thing that Affinity Esports has right now is the smoke, orbital strike, and syempre for the Sage, meron pa siyang heal na natitira. Wild Oro dito, may ultimate na rin, online na rin, isa pang Cloud Burst para sa Ali, and the slow para kay Eman dito. They know na merong mga team members ng Dreamfire sa ating Ali. Nilabas na rin ang Molly ni Waitopia. Now, this is a retake para sa Dreamfire. 2 more blinds para sa Breach. Tignan natin kung anong kayang gawin ng blinds na yan. Pero Eman, nakapitas. Dalawa pa nga. Isa pa siya. Nilabas na rin ang showstopper natin. Sees no one. Hindi nag-connect sa kahit sino. He's looking for the last player remaining. Very low on HP. Eman dito nakalahati na rin. And finally, Utahachi gets the 4K, securing the round.
Utahachi was actually smart, and I think the lack of information as to where Utahachi is ang nagbigay pugay sa Affinity Esports to actually take that round. Imagine, nasayang yung showstopper niya. She still have actually lots of seconds left on where she can still find si Utahachi. Pero that was too late for sa parte ni Eman to clutch that, and that gave Affinity Esports an equal score against Dreamfire. It was pretty late, pero sayang lang sa part ni Eman. Yung showstopper niya, hindi naging definitely a showstopper.
A dash coming in from Wild Oreo, pero naharangan ng turret, but still manages to get a kill para kay Eman dito. 2 kill mula sa ating Satchel. Idren nakakatanggap ng slow orb from the Sage on Heaven. Dreamfire versus Affinity Esports. Napakabilis ng pangyayari. The spike is now being planted. 3 versus 3 situation. Parehong team, may 2 ultimate na online dito. Blade Storm at syempre para kay Killjoy, may lockdown na rin para sa Affinity Esports. 2 lockdown na nga ang nilapad ng 2 teams na meron tayo dito. That Pocky will not kill anyone. Pero right now, Affinity Esports, 2 versus 1 situation. Nahuli ng lockdown dito ang isang player. And right now, it's just a 1 versus 1. Eman versus Idren. Sino nga ba ang mas lalamang with that gun, with the Vandal that he has right now? He has the advantage. Eman still looking for a player right now. Nasaan nga ba si Andre? Nakita na ni Idren si Eman, and he finally goes down. 4-3 ang ating score. Just 1 point in favor of Affinity Esports.
He was actually thinking that maybe they're at elbow. The last member coming from Affinity Esports is at elbow, just waiting for him to come in. Pero actually, ang nag-pressure sa parehas na teams to become more quicker on what they will be doing is the lockdown.
For sure, the double lockdown na nakita natin doon, no choice kumbaga para sa mga teams natin na talagang lumabas. And minsan, sa sobrang dami nang nangyayari, syempre, hindi mo na napapansin kung kaninong lockdown ba yung natitira o yung naiiwan para sa inyong team, no? Although, that was a good thing na si Idren ay na-secure niya na hindi siya malalockdown o makukuha o matatrap nung ating ultimate ng Killjoy. Easy dito. Nilapag lang yung turret just to secure yung ating orb for the ultimate.
But then, kaparatik silang the bait with the one waiting at the side pillars coming from the angle going towards the B garage. Pero ang magandang pinapakita dito throughout the scores that we've been seeing, their strats are probably really working rather sa split map. The fact na 3 to 4 exchange lang ng scores dito gives the advantage to the both of the teams that they're pretty smart in this map.
Urza nakakuha ng isa but he's very low on HP. The heal of the Sage comes in. A Rolling Thunder, pinasok na rin pero hindi natamaan dito ang ibang mga team members. Pero right now, Affinity Esports is having the lead 2 versus 1 or rather 1 versus 3 ang natira and he finally secures the round Wheezy with that kill. Amazing, amazing play coming in from Affinity Esports but knowing na ang ganda ng ginawa nila doon eh. Actually, Wheezy was the first one to go in before mag-wall yung Sage natin. Para lang makuha niya yung spot behind the brown boxes that we have na 2-stack. Para lang makuha niya yung spot na yon, marinig niya kung merong tao behind the wall. Just making sure na walang nag-aabang sa likod ng wall. Because usually on that kind of play, kapag winol na ng Sage, ang ginagawa ng mga defending side natin, dumidikit sila sa wall.
Yeah, you're actually right. And in addition to that, that Rolling Thunder was actually pretty bad. It's not in its perfect timing. We all know that no one really wanted na mag-bridge sa mapa to. But it's gonna be terrible if you're a terrible setter, and that Rolling Thunder itself was actually terrible.
It can be, but at times you have to realize that it is possible na merong tao sa alley, na meron ding tao sa backside. And what if meron ngang tao doon? Talagang nasaktuhan lang talaga na walang nahuli. The wall comes in mula sa side ng Affinity Esports dito. Idren looking at heaven right now. The smoke of the brim also para sa ating B garage. Eman with that sheriff trying to pinpoint someone. Nakita niya si Wild Oro. He goes down and that an eco round para sa side ng Dream Fyre dito. They were able to get just one player towards Affinity Esports.
And that means na they kind of just gave it all around. They don't have that particular strat na kaya nilang, okay, let's see if we can still win this with a thrifty one. Seems like they just, okay, let's just give it right now. We're gonna be saving. Pero right now, we've seen earlier, palitan lang sila ng scores dito, but then Affinity Esports gets the upper hand to a 6-3.
Georgie, pinapakinggan niya lang kung meron bang mga tao sa ramen natin. He secures the wall para sa ating heaven and now is rotating papunta sa ating A side. But Affinity Esports, mukhang they are heading or setting up towards B side. 4 na players nga dito, nasa garage. Molly in para kay Waytopia. Marami siyang nakita or actually 2 lang ang nakita niya doon with the Sage. Hindi mahuhuli itong mga players ng ating detain. And right now, the orbital strike is also out. The breach set up the... Oh my God! Sobrang messy! Sobrang messy nung ating mga clashes from the teams. Trades coming in para sa dalawang side ng teams na ito. Dream Fyre with 4 players remaining. Affinity Esports, 2 pa. Pero isa na lang right now with Utahachi remaining and he is now in garage. Let's go back later on maya-maya sa nangyayari doon sa ating trades na naganap papasok sa ating B-side. Maya-maya lang, but right now, let's focus on Utahachi. 4 players remaining. He gets 1. 76 HP gets the heal. And as of the moment, merong nakaabang sa ating left corner towards B. Meron ding papunta sa side niya dito. And Utahachi goes down in the hands of Georgie. And a revive comes in just to secure the economy or economic advantage of Dream Fyre dito. Now, can you tell me what happened during that trade or clashes that we had a while ago?
That set of lockdown was actually good, but then But then what's funny about it is that nagkaroon ng cluster strike sa A-Tower. Then wala namang members ng Affinity Esports. Lahat sila nakastuck sa garage. But then, what's really particular about that round is that what happened to Bridge. Even if he was the only one member from, one member from Dreamfire dying, he actually had a good flash in which Affinity Esports got stuck and became an opener for Dreamfire to just, kill everyone from Affinity Esports. That was a good flash.
Dahil sa dalawang flash na yon, kaya hindi nakapasok o nakapush forward itong ating Affinity. Nasilip na rin Georgie na meron tao pero counter wall coming in from Utahachi. The molly is out na rin para sa Heaven pero walang magkoconnect o walang makokonectan yan. Wild Oreo Utahachi gets a kill and now they are securing our B site as of the moment. The spike is being planted. That was a nice mid control coming in from Affinity Esports that we have right here. Idren, nakakuha na rin siya ng isang player. Raze na lang ang natitira. Eman na lang ang natitira para sa side ng Dreamfire. The thing is, with Emma, nakita natin kung gaano siya ka-talented gumamit ng kanyang mga utilities. He gets satchel kills, no problem. Look at this. Look at this player. He's trying to get another one, but manages to whiff that shot. And finally, he goes down in the hands of Affinity Esports. Whew. Ang bilis ng mga rounds natin mula sa dalawang teams na ito. Dreamfire and Affinity Esports. We're like watching, parang tayong nanonood ng F1. Alam mo yun? Parang nagre-racing yung dalawang teams. And this is the last round before the switch para sa defenders at attackers.
Is it me? Pero nafe-feel ko talaga yung eagerness between these two teams. Parang gigil na gigil sila right now.
Balong-balo, mga kaibigan. Balong-balo.
Usually sa split kasi you have to be just slowly but surely. But these teams are pretty confident with what they're doing right now, especially with Affinity Esports.
Actually, difficult sa split ang slow push Yung slow but surely, it's really difficult dahil nga maraming angles na pwedeng may bigla na lang sisilip. And especially kapag may operator, lalo na we have the Jet on the team of Affinity Esports. Once na mag-defending yan, mahirap mag-slow push dito. But now they are taking mid-control. Idren gets one, a trade from Georgie, and Idren gets another one dito sa Heaven. Right now, the revive comes in, kumpleto na ulit ang Affinity Esports. May Blade Storm na rin dito ang ating Jet. Ginamit niya na rin. And Wheezy, as of the moment, nasa screens, nag-aabang ng mga players na mag-rotate. Which is ito na nga, nakalabas ang knife. And right now, the trade coming in from Waytopia, nasa taas na siya, nasa Evan na siya dito. A-Tower, Molly coming in, pero nahuli or caught off guard siya dito ni Wild Oreo. Erza na lang ang natitira, and he gets down by the Blade Storm from Wild Oreo right there. Affinity Esports, 8-4 ang ating score. Wow.
Fun fact, or maybe from the viewers that hasn't seen on the first part before we started casting it, Affinity Esports actually picked this map. So that means that they're also at the attacking side. They know what they will be doing. They know the goal that they will be presenting at this map.
Probably their best map, obviously. Kapag pipiliin mo ang mapa na yan, for sure, dapat magaling ka sa mapa na yan o paborito nyo yung team na yan for the map of Split. But the thing is, you're not gonna join a tournament na hindi mo alam lahat ng mga mapa natin. Pero meron talaga mga special maps for some teams. Like kagaya ng BREN Esports, Haven talaga. Grabe yung chemistry ng team na yun. But as of the moment, we are looking at an orthodox pick of a map para sa team ng Affinity Esports with a Split.
But now that they're at the defending side, Taylor, is this gonna be workable for them? Knowing that Dreamfire can have a good reset being at the attacker's side.
It can be. Waytopia gets Utahachi doon sa ating Heaven. Although nakatag si Utahachi ng maraming players doon at nabawasan niya na rin yung iba.
But still, Dreamfire was able to go into the site, but both of
sila
them are actually
makapag-plan.
low, and while Oreo gets Vindic, while Adrian gets veto.
Even though na nakuha doon si Sage or si Georgie towards heaven, nakakuha siya ng ilang damage mula sa team members ng Dreamfire dito. And the thing is, well, with that, nahirapan sila eh. Hindi sila makapag-plant. They have to really secure the site. Ito nga yung problema sa split, no? Kapag hindi mo talaga sinecure yung buong site, di mo malalaman na meron talagang mga tao na nasa corner lang kasi sobrang daming angles na pwede mong taguan on this map. Now, we are looking at the buy round of our players. Nakikita natin yung mga Stingers and Spectre coming in from both teams dito. Half armors lang ang binili ng side ng Dreamfire, and now they are pushing towards A-ramps. Utahachi gets down in the hands of Urza. Molly not coming in pero hindi magkoconnect para kay Wild Oreo. That Ghost is the only gun that he has right now. Slow Orb as well, pero Weezy doing the job. He gets the kill or he gets another one, and Weezy, napatay na rin siya dito. Knives siya. Kaya niya pa ba to? A 3 versus 1 situation with the Stinger. Very low on HP dito ang Killjoy, pero yung crossfire na magaganap, matitindi para sa side niya. And Georgie finally securing the kill. 5-9 ang ating score in favor of Affinity Esports.
Still in favor of Affinity Esports, but what Dreamfire did there was pretty incredible. They actually risked that second round after ng second half. They actually bought their Stingers, their Spectres. They wanted to be confident in getting that, and that gave them a great advantage. Looking at that, they were able to buy Phantoms, and kanina may Vandal that he switched to Stingers, and that means ang mga members na Affinity Esports, they will just be going for a half buy. They don't have money at all.
Mid-control ang gustong gawin dito ng side ng Dreamfire. Nasa heaven na nga sila on towards the B. And right now, di sila mapakali. Saan ba ako titingin? Tignan niyo yung flank natin dito. Tutuloy ba natin to? Wag na natin ito ituloy. Madaming smoke. Ang dami nating hindi makikita. And prepared ang Affinity Esports with 2 lurkers para sa trades na meron tayo dito. But Knives goes down. Hindi chinek yung likod na corner. Yun nga ang problema. Georgie goes down and Wild Oreo goes down as well. Dreamfire securing or getting that round despite na meron tayong hindi nila in-expect eh. Despite na meron tayong lurker doon, walang ka-trade si Waytopia or rather yung Brimstone ng Affinity Esports, walang ka-trade doon sa nangyari sa ating B Garage. And although nakuha nila yung kills dahil nga sa corner na late na check, no? Still, sayang yung trade. Sayang.
Sayang siguro if they had 3 members coming from Affinity Esports going in with the probability na doon din nila in-expect yung flank coming from Dreamfire. I think they could have gotten that.
They want to take mid-control again. Lumabas si Hydran! Nakatatlong kill agad! Orbital strike coming in! They are gonna go back! Kailangan nilang bumalik dito! He's trying to get another one. Lear coming out para kay Hydran. He's looking for another player to kill. Naghahanap ng blood dito si Hydran para sa team ng Dreamfire. Oh my God, what a kill! Hindi in-expect o walang nakatingin sa ating sewers or rather yung ating vents kanina. Finally securing the last kill. Hydran, mga kaibigan. 4K on that round. 6-10 ang ating score in favor of Affinity Esports.
That was a good one-way smoke coming from Knives. Actually, didn't expect ng Dreamfire that Adrian will be picking from that certain angle. Kitang-kita mo naman doon, Eliza, that smoke itself gave him that 3K.
Nakita mo yung yung mukha ng mga agent? Parang, oh my God! Para tayong bowling dito. Tinuloy-tuloy. Ito na yung sinasabi ko kanina, Ray. Once na mag-change na, once na makakuha na ng operator yung jet ng Affinity Esports, lalo na on the defending side, sobrang mahihirapan dito ang Dreamfire. Especially kapag gusto nilang mag-slow push.
And speaking of the slow pushes, coming from Dreamfire against Affinity. It's not working at all. It's definitely not working so far since Affinity Esports got the upper hand already while the Oreo kamunti ka na matamaan with this very, very lovable operator that he's been using.
6-10 ang ating score. In favor pa rin ng Affinity Esports. Wala na silang Sage dito ang Dreamfire. And right now, they wanna push Garage. Kaso, ito yung sinasabi ko, Ray. Slow push ka, pero yung operator, nakaabang. Look at that kill. An easy kill for Wild Oreo. And syempre, may trade coming in from Knife kung meron mang lalabas. As Sage gets a kill also. This is a 5 versus 2 situation. Mahihirapan ang Dreamfire dito makapag-regroup, kumbaga, no? 2v5. Tapos meron tayong dalawang ulti coming in from Wild Oreo and yung ating Killjoy para sa side ng Affinity Esports. At the same time, may operator pa. Saang angle? Saan pupunta yung jet natin? Saan tayo papasok? Yun ang kailangan pagdesisyonan ng Dreamfire. But right now, it looks like they are gonna save this round. Isi-save na lang nila itong mga barrel na meron sila. They're both looking at the same angle for a crossfire. And maybe they can get a kill, which they do. Weezy goes down.
And that's pretty smart naman coming from Dreamfire. But they're actually going in with that riskiness. Looking at the scores already, 11-6, 2 rounds to go, and Affinity Esports will be taking the first match against them. That's a pretty wild risk for Dreamfire to do that. But the stacks and the slow...
Hindi umakyat yung turret. Okay lang, Weezy. Walang nakakita.
Wala akong nakita. Di ko na minahin. Pero nakita mo.
Wala akong nakita. Nakasara yung tenga ko. Weezy. But looking at the buy-in right now, there's an operator still on the side of Affinity Esports. Walang naghihirap currently. Kung matalo man sila sa round na to, meron pa rin silang makukuha. Ito na yung ating replay kanina. Tignan mo naman, para lang nag-bowling si Idren kanina. Tapos sabayan mo parang orbital strike. Wala kang choice kundi umatras. And Idren getting that 4K. What an amazing play. What an amazing highlight para sa ating tournament.
And Adrian, I can definitely see that he's really into his arena agent. He's practically confident with this agent that he picked. Imagine getting that good frags for his team. Really commended. But at the same time, I just really want to highlight earlier that I've been talking about yung slow push parate ng Dreamfire na nakukuha sila every time. And now, Wild Oreo at easy. Oh, he actually risked that shot! Get it, Georgie!
The timing! Weezy dito. Nilabas na yung mga nano swarm niya. Activated. Idren getting a kill. Urza getting a double kill naman para sa side ng Dreamfire. 3 versus 3 ang sitwasyon natin. The plant is coming in. And finally, yung ating attacker, Killjoy, naglapag na rin ng lockdown. Molly coming in from Knives para hindi makalabas o ma-check kung meron mang tao sa ating elbow. 1 more second para matapos ang ating lockdown. And finally, a retake is gonna be able to process para sa side ng Affinity Esports. They still have a lot of time, pero that flash is gonna be difficult para sa team na ito. Meron tayong nano swarm na inactivate na rin towards elbow. Meron tayong operator in the hands of Waitopia, but he goes down. Urza na lang ang naghahanap, pati ang Brimstone. 1 is the 1. Wala na tayong time para ma-defuse ang spike dahil sa nano swarm na yan. Urza is gonna be able to find it. Knives, but he goes down in the hands of Affinity Esports. But still, hindi nila na-defuse yung spike na yan. Heart-heart na lang tayo. Puso lang.
Puso lang para sa Affinity Esports. But that's an incredible round for Dreamfire. I mean, we've seen them, medyo nagigindehado na sila when it comes to that. And actually, they were pretty smart. Kasi I was thinking that maybe they will be using their ults to buy time for them. But it seems like they didn't. Now, I'm pretty excited with the ults that their agents have right now. What will they be doing when it comes to that? Maybe go for a good Rolling Thunder?
Molly, just to delay mga papasok dito sa ating B-main. 16 beacon, binaba na rin ng Brimstone, pero Eman inside the site already, wala. Hindi siya magpapatinag sa molly na nilabas. And nilabas na rin ang showstopper sa mukha ni Idren, sumabog. He goes down as well. 5 versus 3 ang ganap na sitwasyon. Dalawang ulti na ang nagamit dito sa side ng Dreamfire. Meron pa tayong revive ng Sage at meron pa tayong orbital strike, which I assume gagamitin nila once na last or final moments na of the round. If sakali man na hindi nila makita, pero Wild Oreo misses that shot and Eman gets the kill, securing the round. 8-11 ang ating score. In favor pa rin niya ng Affinity Esports, but Dreamfire is finally getting the momentum back on their side. Economy-wise, if you take a look at Affinity Esports, ano yung mabibili nila ngayon? Bucky. Security guard mode muna ang team Affinity Esports dito and a Frenzy as well, just to make sure na yung economy natin okay pa for the next round. Kasi once na magdikit yung score na meron tong mga teams natin, mahihirapan na sila, especially kapag nakakuha sila ng 2 talo sa isang round. Sa 2 talo sa mga rounds natin na susunod pa.
And that's a good delay naman coming from Affinity Esports, but up until now, every time that Sage was able to get the good
many slow orbs. Ang daming slow orbs na nilapag dito ni Otahachi.
Hindi pa rin naging
Sobrang dikit-dikit na naman ang Dreamfire dito, but Georgie getting a double kill dyan makakatulong ng higit para sa Dreamfire now. The spike is being planted and officially planted right now. That wall, kapag nasira, kailangan nilang tignan yung spot na hinahanap nila dito. Nasa BRE lang, 2 players, and finally, knives na lang ang naiiwan. 3 versus 1 situation, very low on HP. That molly is not gonna help him push. And right now, Georgie securing that kill, 9-11. Ito yung sinasabi ko na once na magkaroon sila ng sunod-sunod na loss, especially na ganyan yung score, 11-9, tapos isipin mo matalo pa yung Affinity Esports ng 2 rounds, maghihirap talaga sila. The Jet, Wild Oreo needs that operator just to delay or talagang mabigyan ng matinding depensa yung mga site natin dito sa split. Napakasakit sa ulo kapag may operator sa defender side.
And I think natuto na din si Dreamfire sa mga previous mistakes nila all throughout the rounds that Affinity Esports has been winning. Kasi kanina pa natin nakikita yung slow push nila. They were just making sure sana let's wait for the perfect timing. Let's just wait. Pero right now, instead of just going with the slow pushes, they want to be snappy with some good sets coming from their Sage, the barriers, and of course the slow orbs coming in, the Leers coming from the Reyna. And that itself actually it's gonna be coming from Eman, the good boombots rather. That's gonna be the good information that Dreamfire needs in order to secure the rounds that they need to take. But then Vindic, look at his assist. I just like to highlight Vindic kasi he's actually been trying his best to be a good bridge, and we all know that a lot of players don't want to play bridge at this map, and I've been seeing him really incredible with the sets he's been doing for his teammates. Then that fact itself, with that 13 assists that he has, is definitely, I can say, a good way to save his team from those rounds.
It's not about the kills. It's about the assist. Yan ang sinasabi ko sa mga kampi ko kapag naglalaro ako. Wala yan sa frags, guys. Tingnan nyo, ang dami kong assist. Wild Oreo right now, naka-pick lang. And yung ibang mga member nga dito ng Affinity Esports ready for trade. And the orbital strike nila pag na, they're going for a heaven push and actually regroups papunta sa ating vents and heading towards A. Now, the thing is, naipit sila. Hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta. Wheezy right now! Nakakita ng isa. Georgie goes down and a trade coming in from Eman. Secures that kill. 4-4 ang labanan. Nakaabang na rin dito ang Affinity Esports kung saan mang angle na pwede nilang makita o maharap itong team ng Dreamfire. I don't know kung anong tactic o kung anong strategy ang gustong gawin ng Dreamfire dito. Pabalik-balik sila dyan sa ating vents. Nakakita sila ng heaven kanina. Atras tayo. Balik tayo sa vents. Punta tayo sa mga ropes. Rinig na rinig. Balik ulit tayo. Dito na ulit tayo sa heaven. Headshot! He's going for another God! Idren is just doing his job as of the moment. 11-9 ang ating score. 3 versus 1 ang sitwasyon. Nag-aabang pa rin kung sino ang susunod na papasok sa napakaliit na angle na yan. And Erza nga doon dumaan.
Match point.
Whew!
And that led Affinity Esports into getting that match point. That was a pretty bad call actually. They wanted ata to go from mid to vents. But the Molly once again, the Knives, ang nagbigay that bought time for Dreamfire to just be confused as to where they will be going or not. Pero I mean, it could have been better if they went from the mid to B tower kasi may open naman. We only have one member from Affinity Esports.
That hurts! Heal agad ang ginawa dito ni Georgie. Dahil sa dink na yan. Now, ito na naman ginagawa nila. Nagdidikit-dikit na naman sila sa ating mid. They're taking the mid control. But the thing is, meron bang tumitingin sa vents? Baka mamaya, ma-boss Idren na naman kayo. Georgie gets a kill dito sa ating lurker, which is si Wheezy. Utahachi, nakaabang na rin sa ating heaven. Alam niyang meron ang papasok. He goes down in the hands of Erza. A trade coming in from Wild Oro. Georgie nakapag-revive na rin. Orbital strike. Nilapag na rin dito sa ating heaven. Gets a kill para kay Knives. Knives, matatamaan! Oh no, the plant is coming in. May molly dyan sa ating heaven. He has to wait it out. I think wala na tayong molly dyan. So 4 versus 1. Waiting for the smoke. Nakakita siya ng isa, but Georgie gets the final kill on this round. Sayang yung kanina, no, na-dink na dito yung Sage natin. Kumbaga, isang bullet na lang na sanang tumama towards him, mababawasan na. Walang mare-revive na first place. So, at that point, mas madali or possible na mas kaya nilang i-retake.
Yeah, you're actually right na mas kaya nga talaga nilang ma-retake sana yon. But, I don't know, sobrang unorthodox si Dreamfire. Sometimes it works yung stack nila. Sometimes it won't work. And ang maganda naman doon, they're actually expecting that there will be one from Affinity Esports lurking in. Diba? Yun naman ang maganda sa nila.
Georgie, alam niyang merong nag-orb. Umabante siya ng kaunti. Nakita niya. He gets the kill onto Knives. Utahachi. The trade is coming in. Nakakuha lang siya ng ilang mga heal or rather ilang mga damage papunta sa side ng Dreamfire dito. But Dreamfire, with a low HP on the breach, nandoon yung bomba sa kanya or nandoon yung ating spike, he has to wait out kung may makakapag-heal sa kanya. But a 5 versus 2 situation with that Bucky, what can Wheezy do?
Spike planted.
Meron pa siyang lockdown dito.
Nakapulis lang.
Once na makapitas ng siguro mga dalawang members from Dreamfire, it is possible na magamit dito ni Wheezy yung kanyang lockdown. And if they still wanna continue to retake or kung magdesisyon man sila na exit frags na lang ang gagawin nila para sa round na ito.
But it's gonna take a toll to Affinity Esports if they just keep on being, I don't know, they became so lax. Kaya sila nahabol ng Dreamfire. But this is, again, gonna be going to Dreamfire. And speaking of Waitopia, will be finishing Adrian out and 12-11. Kapag Dreamfire nakakuha nito, Taylor, it's gonna be so upsetting sa Affinity Esports.
Or maybe, we're probably gonna see an overtime, mga kaibigan. But it's a full buy round for both teams as of the moment. It's just a moment na kung sino ba ang unang makakapitas. And if Dreamfire, hindi sila mahirapan mag-regroup. The thing is, with split, kung magdedesisyon ka na wag tayo dito, sa A tayo, o kaya lumipat tayo sa B, bilisan nyo magdesisyon. Make sure, para lang yung nagmamaneho eh. Huwag kang magsistay sa gitna or sa gitna ng dalawang lane. Kung gusto mong lumipat ng lane, ilipat mo na agad.
Wow, that's some incredible driving lessons.
Nasa stress ako mag-drive eh, alam niyo yun? Breach, with the flash, pero wala siyang mapa-flash dito, mabablind. Rather, Urza nakapasok na rin ng side nila pag turret. Wild Oreo nakakuha ng isang kill. Dalawang trade mula sa side ng Dreamfire. 3 versus 3 ang meron tayo dito. May showstopper ang Dreamfire. May lockdown ng Affinity Esports. Now, aantayin nilang mag-plant ito and plan for a retake. Ito na nga, yung ating lockdown nilapag na. Dalawang players. Eman, nasa elbow. Nakita si Wheezy.
Ay, wala siya nakuha!
Sad moment. Utahachi on the other hand. Isa na lang bigla ang natira para sa side ng Dreamfire. Now, he just needs to secure half of the defuse. Hanapin kung nasan yung natitirang kalaban. Nasa heaven dito si Georgie. It's just a matter of time kung sino ba mananalo. OT! OT!
That was a good clutch coming from Georgie! Pero konting-konti na lang at makukuha pa ng Affinity Esports yun!
Overtime.
Oh my God! Overtime! Overtime, mga kaibigan. That was the moment na kung saan lahat ng nangyari sa buhay mo ay magpa-flash right before your eyes. Wow. Okay, we are on to our first OT of the day. Best of 3 series to, mga kaibigan. So sa lahat ng nanonood dyan, sa lahat ng ating mga viewers, kung ano man ang resulta nito, is syempre magkakaroon ng 1 point na agad on a best of 3 series itong team natin. Dito magkakaalaman, sino nga ba ang aakyat sa semifinal? Sino ang tatapat against BREN Esports?
And I'm getting goosebumps right now. 12 all. This is the first time they're gonna be casting overtime for a long while. But then, kita natin how effective Affinity Esports was when they were at the attacking side.
Knives? Sobrang, kung papansinin mo, biglang naging sobrang careful ng mga teams natin dito. Yung kaninang fast pace na nakikita natin, hindi na muna. Relax lang muna tayo. Aftershock, walang kinonektan. The smoke coming in. Nano Swarm. Sinubukan niyang barilin, pero Waytopia getting a kill onto Wheezy. Pinasok niyang mag-isa.
What?
Pinasok niyang mag-isa yung ating garage. I don't know what was the decision on that play kung bakit nangyari yon. Supposedly, the usual na ginagawa dito ng Affinity Esports ay merong naiiwan and Knives. Isa-isa silang pumapasok. Nag-o-audition ang Affinity Esports dito towards A side. What a play coming in from Dreamfire. What a play. The thing is, Ray, what happened in that round?
Wheezy could have been the key player for Affinity Esports to go into the A side. Yun yung kailangan. That's his job. But I don't know, maybe he got thirsty na he went to B side to just, alam mo, maybe he can just get a good info to his teammates. Pero that was pretty bad. Nabawasan na siya. And at the same time, his teammates didn't actually had a good set. No good set coming from their jet. No smokes coming in. It was a dry push for Affinity Esports. And that angle coming from Eman and other members of Dreamfire got that frags. So that gave them the first point from the overtime.
Aydren, eto na naman ba? Magbo-bowling na naman ba si Andre, mga kaibigan? Yan ang dapat natin tunghayan at tutukan dito sa VCT PH. Coming right up, papunta na dito sa ating heaven ang ating team Dreamfire. The thing is, with Dreamfire, mahilig silang umatras once na inakit na nila itong heaven natin. Wild Oreo, nakaabang lang sa ating rafters. Sana merong chumek ng rafters natin. Ayun na nga ang nangyari. Trade towards trade. Ang kaganapan, Dreamfire versus Affinity Esports. 2 versus 3 situation. 1 versus 3 situation. But we know, Eman, a very talented players. May dalawang satchels pa na iiwan dito. Alam na kung saan siya nakapwesto. Alam na ang kanyang location dahil sa pagbaril niya. 6 bullets remaining. Kakasya ba sa ulo ng 3 players na natitira? 2 bullets na lang and hindi niya na nakita Utahachi securing that kill for Affinity Esports. Isa pa!
Isa pang overtime na naman. And we have Dreamfire against Affinity Esports, but they will be switching sides once again. And earlier, that flash coming from Vindic actually gave a huge toll to his teammates. Pati teammates niya na flashan. So that gave an opener for Wild Oreo to take down Vindic together with Urza and Waytopia.
Battle Sage, mga kaibigan, top fragger para sa side dito ng Dreamfire. Battle Sage. It's just a matter of time na makikita natin kung sino sa dalawang teams na ito ang mananalo. But we are on to 13-13 score para sa dalawang teams. This is our second OT para sa laban na ito. Best of 3 match. Ito pa lang yung unang game or unang round. The Lear coming in, walang pumush. Affinity Esports is now being careful sa mga desisyon na gagawin nila. Hindi na sila mag-o-audition. Isa-isa papasok. Sama-sama na tayo.
And I thought they gonna be doing great during their attacking side sa once na nasa overtime na, pero they didn't do well. Bumawi na lang sila no, nag-exchange sila ng sides once again, and now they will be contesting here sa mid.
Smoke or cloudburst coming in para dito sa side ng Affinity Esports. Inakyat na nga nila yung ating heaven. Nandyan na rin yung wall, pero dalawang blind ang breach ang magaganap. Vindic getting a double kill para sa side ng Dreamfire. Georgie on the other hand, our Battle Sage securing a kill, and Waytopia finishing that round. 40-13 ang ating score. What a flash coming in from Vindic.
Vindic, he will always be getting or he will always die from the hands of Affinity Esports. Pero ang kapalit naman yon ay actually ang buong team ng Affinity Esports. And take a look at that. Dreamfire secures again their first round and the second overtime.
Ito na ang magsasabi kung magtatatlong overtime ba tayo or tatapusin na ng Dreamfire ito. Alam natin kung gaano sila kahirap sa attacking side. Medyo dehado sila kumbaga sa side ng Affinity Esports dahil nga sa mga decision making na ginagawa nila, delayed decision making. So yun ang kailangan nilang baguhin para sa mga rounds na darating o sa mga OT rounds. Aftershock para lang mapalabas kung sino man ang tao na nasa vents. Eman dito, ang isa sa mga star player ng Dreamfire, nag-aabang kung meron bang sisilip sa heaven natin. Utahachi on the other hand, playing it safe, nag-aantay lang siya na masira o mabasag yung kanyang wall towards heaven. Knives on the other hand, waiting din. Waiting game para sa lahat ng Affinity Esports dito. They're being very careful. Basag na nga yung Sage wall natin sa heaven. And they know na papasok na sila. Rinig na ang mga tao sa heaven. Georgie, he will probably set up the wall para sa side dito. But he didn't! He actually didn't set up the wall. Alam mo, wag na. Pasukin na lang natin to. Anong smoke? Smoke. Wag na natin antangin yung smoke. Pasok lang ng pasok. Affinity Esports now on to 3 versus 5. The spike is now planted. Paano i-retake nito ng Affinity Esports? May paakyat sa heaven. Idren secures the kill on that one. A heal coming in from Utahachi. 3 versus 3 or 4 situation rather. 3 versus 4 situation. This is a winnable round para sa side dito ng Affinity Esports with 2 kills on their pocket. 2 versus 2. Hanapan na lang ng mga members ng team Dreamfire. Alam nila na nandito, pero Georgie getting a kill on Andre. And as of the moment, Utahachi 12 HP and he goes down in the hands of Georgie. What an amazing play coming in from Dreamfire. Wow!
Super intense, Taylor, ng first matchup today. Imagine we had 2 overtimes, and that's gonna be coming from the 2 uprising teams. It's Affinity Esports together with Dreamfire. And look at Dreamfire with the hearts all over, Taylor. They are actually really happy. Mukha naman si Vindic mukhang happy. I'm sure naman happy naman si Vindic with this game face on. And yes, they're actually pumped up with what happened to them. Very good plays coming from Dreamfire. Imagine from a 7-11 match kanina and having that match point from the 12-10. could have been already for Affinity Esports, but a great upset sa kanila.
Kaya lang guys, pagod ako doon Andre, pinagod nyo kami doon 2 OTs para sa mga players natin, para sa mga teams natin. What happened? Let's talk about a quick talk lang tungkol sa mga kaganapan doon. Una sa lahat, nung nakapag-adjust ng mabilis. Or actually, medyo late na nakapag-adjust yung Dreamfire kasi inabot na ng OT bago nila nakuha o nabasa kung ano ang ginagawa dito ng Affinity Esports. Napag-desisyon na nila na, hindi nag-workout yung delay tayo, masyado nagpo-push, na pag nag-decide tayo, ang tagal-tagal, bilisan natin mag-decide. Nung ginawa nila yon, it secures the round.
Totoo. And in just addition to what you're saying, I'd love, they're quick to just adjust to their lapses. And that fact itself gave them a big upper hand. Pero at the same time, I really like to highlight both of their Sage agents sa Dreamfire and Affinity Esports. But I'd like to commend Georgie because he's been flanking for his teammates. Imagine,
Battle Sage.
Battle Sage, in-expect natin he would be having the barriers for his teammates to go inside the B side. Pero Georgie, he really likes to flank. Diba?
Grabe tong laban na to That's just the first game dito sa Best of 3 series natin. 1 puntos na nga ang nakuha dito ng Dreamfire. Malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang makakapag-uwi papunta sa semifinals o magkakaroon pa ba tayo ng game number 3. But right now, we are your casters, Taylor and Ray Ray. We'll be right back.
Up for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Welcome back mga kaibigan sa 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. Kami ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor at kasama ko si Ray Ray ngayon. Na-witness natin ang laban between Fyre and Affinity Esports. 2 OT rounds ang nakita natin at nasubaybayan natin. Amazing players, amazing teams, sobrang close fight ng laban na nakita natin. Ang saya ang saya mag Valorant, no? Ang saya mag-cast ng mga OT. Balong-balo tayong lahat. But still, best of 3 to. So, meron pa tayong isa o posibleng 2 maps na makikita para sa araw na ito.
And from the looks of it, kanina pa natin sinasabi na itong 2 teams na to, they're still uprising. But the fact that they had 2 overtime and amazing sets and angles coming from the split map, all I can say is they're really incredible and interesting.
Parang mga streamers tong mga tropa pips natin, no? Gaganda ng mga gaming chair, di ba? Ang gaganda pa ng mga mic nila, mga condenser mic pa. So, as of the moment, you can see dun sa faces ng Affinity Esports kung gaano sila naging disappointed sa kinalabasan ng match-up na yon. And with that, mukhang babawi ang naapi. Mabawi ang naapi. Although, si Georgie dito, grabe yung pinakita niya, the battle sage on that, sa mga hindi nakanood. Huwag kayong maglala, pwede nyo namang i-rewind kung gusto nyo, but grabe, Georgie dito, isang mabilis na kung ano lang yung mga kaganapan, no? Georgie, top fragger natin, getting the kills, securing the trades, especially, and aside from that, isa pa sa mga commendable dito is, although he doesn't get a lot of frags, si Vindic, yung mga flashes niya is on point. 2, 3 na bubulag niya na bumupush towards sa mga sites natin. Ibig sabihin nun, yung Affinity Esports, bad trip sa flash. Bad trip sa flash.
Luging-lugi sila
In
sa
short.
mga flash ni Bridge. And at the same time, I'd really like to highlight if on point parati ang flashes ni Vindic, that means they have a good
comms. That's a good way to put it basically, no, para sa mga teams natin dito. Importante ang ating communication. Kagaya na lang nung isang round ng Affinity Esports na kung saan isa-isa silang pumasok. Nagkulang tayo sa communication, napunta sa ating Fyre ang round na iyon because of that, dahil isa-isa nga silang pumasok, wala silang mga utilities na ginamit and dry peaks ang mga kaganapan doon. But this time around, kailangan natin mag-reset. The teams have to reset. And the momentum is on Fyre's side.
And moving on sa nangyari kanina, we have here already Icebox. And actually, ang pumili ng Icebox, it came from Fyre. So, Fyre picked this map and sobrang kanina unorthodox na nga yung split. Mas unorthodox yung Icebox. Please wag nyo na i-dodge. Kahit hindi ako fan ng Icebox talaga minsan. Natitilt ako sa Icebox. Pero the fact that Fyre picked this, it means maybe they're quite confident when it comes to this map.
I don't think that you would pick a map if you're not confident enough para sa mapa na yan. And Icebox rather, of course, if you know, mga verticals dyan. And actually, maganda yung pagkakagawa ng, para sa akin, yung mid ng Icebox. It's a nice setup. Labanan ng tutok to eh. Itong Icebox natin, labanan ng tutok and mechanical skills of the players. Now, hindi questionable yon for both teams. Nakita naman natin, napanood natin kanina, Fyre and Affinity Esports, grabe, yung mechanical skills, talent talaga ang meron ang mga players na ito.
And at the same time, I'm still quite shocked that Affinity picked defending side. Usually kasi in the Southeast Asian teams, we can see here, Eliza, that they're more of picking attacking side rather than defending side. But maybe Affinity Esports wants to pick defending side so that they can catch up with the attacking, which is gonna be Fyre, diba? Mas okay na mas maging safe. We'll just be waiting for attackers to come in kesa sa kami magiging attackers.
For sure, for sure. We are now on to our first round for the map of Icebox. Attacking side, Dreamfire, and defending side is on Affinity Esports. They wanna go into A side para sa ating unang round na ito. Recon Bolt in and wala siyang naspotan dito. Nandyan pa rin yung ating turret mula sa Killjoy. Georgie, ang ating Battle Sage kanina, now on the Reyna. And Waytopia securing 1 kill para sa side ng Dreamfire. Nakapag-plant na rin sila ng spike dito. May butas yung wall natin at nakaabang si Urza doon sa butas na yon. He knows na meron talaga. And 5 picks, or rather, Affinity Esports Knives nakakuha ng ilang kills. But Waytopia with a triple kill on this round, finally getting that round para sa side ng Dreamfire. Now, yung mga sorry Ray to cut you, no? Yung mga players natin, kung nagtataka kayo kung bakit yan yung mga pangalan nila currently, no? They have gone into a lot of names towards their competitive scene. Meron tayong 5MQ, Walkere, tsaka 5 Peaks, no? And now, they are Affinity Esports. Baka lang nagtataka yung mga viewers natin.
And baka nagtataka din sila kung bakit wala pang parang team tag yung Dreamfire. Maybe they'll be having their team tag soon. But then, going on along, we have Dreamfire. Sabi na they got that very first round with them. And this is the map that they actually picked. And they're at the attacking side, so they're pretty quite confident. And we've seen Sova planting at default.
Georgie, nakakuha na nga, napitas na nga niya dito si Andre. And right now, nag-aabang na lang din siya kung may darating. Rinig na kung sino ba to mga players na ito. Weezy securing the kill, hindi na nakalabas o hindi na nakadevour itong ating Reyna. Wild Oreo on the other hand, tagging some players. 4 versus 3 situation. Affinity Esports, dalawang player nila dito. Very low on HP. Eman getting the kill on Weezy. And last one remaining. Malaki pa ang health dito ng ating Jet, but with the classic, anything is possible, Ray. But it's gonna be hard. Sasabog na rin yung ating Spike. He needs to die on this round for the money, for the mula.
For the mula and Dreamfire getting that second round, and it's a good start for Dreamfire. I mean, what happened earlier, may maganda silang momentum. Very confident yung nangyari sa kanila. I mean, started from kamunti ka na silang pwedeng matalo doon, but they actually turned the tables upside down and they got that. And so far, for the 2-0 that they've been doing, great sets coming from them. They go for the early plant, and they're quite I can say smart with what they're doing against Affinity.
Deploying drone.
The drone is in para kay Vindic dito sa side ng B. And as of the moment, Idren is just waiting and seeing kung meron bang dadaan ng mid. Kung may magpupush ba ng mid natin with the Vandal that he has and a full armor, mataas ang chance na makakakuha dito ng maraming frags si Andre.
Georgie with the Reyna, so most likely nagpaka-duelist na siya dito. Anina, duelist Sage, but now he switched on to his Reyna, and so far it's been effective sa Dreamfire. And earlier they wanted to go to B site, but quite became hesitant, pero they will be going naman sa A site right now. But Georgie gets that first frag instead, but now Hachi goes with a good wallbang, gets Georgie in.
Grabe yung tutok na meron dito si Georgie, no? Eman, dalawang satchel na nga ang pinasok para sa side ng A, pero natagalan siya makapag-reset ng kanyang baril doon. Waytopia getting another kill para sa kanya and looking for 2 more players para sa ating side ng Affinity Esports. Hindi pa napaplant ang ating Spike. May revive dito ang Affinity Esports. Tatakbo ka man, pero babalik ka din.
And Affinity Esports gets that first round. And sabi ko, kanina pa sinasabi that they wanted to play it just safe. They're gonna be just responding to what Dreamfire has been showing them. And from the looks of it, ang ganda na naging response ng Affinity Esports against Dreamfire. Pero nag-buy pa kasi yung time na pag-ikot nila coming from B main, heading on towards A side.
Now, looking at our buy round dito, Stinger for Georgie still just to save it out para makapag-save at makabili siya ng tamang leer niya at yung kanyang dismiss at the devour. At Vindic with the drone papunta sa ating side. They want to take this. They want to get this. Eman getting 1 kill already. Nakapulot na rin dito si Georgie. Delikado na ang labanan. Wala ng stinger. Phantom na ang meron si Georgie. And with that Empress, instant heal para sa kanya. Idren goes down in the hands of Georgie. Now, it's just a matter of time before isa-isa na pumasok itong Affinity Esports as the spike is ticking. Time is ticking. Erza getting a double kill onto Affinity Esports, securing that round 3-1 in favor of Dreamfire. They're just showing that this is our map. Sa amin tong mapa na to, kami ang pumili.
Kami ang pumili and highlighting Waytopia together with Georgie. It just makes sure na they need to get that smokes, and at the same time with Georgie going in for his teammates, getting that first frag is actually giving that step up of the game for Dreamfire. Although they're quite hesitant when it comes to just switching, responding when it comes to switching ng sides. They're still doing it much better than before.
Recon Bolt para sa A site natin. Drone na rin kasabay ng ating Lear. Pain Shield, binato na rin dito. Right now, as of the moment, the smoke of the Brimstone is out para sa side ng Dreamfire, or Dreamfire rather. And as of the moment, grabe! They are aware of the lurk. Yun ang isa sa pinaka-importante dito sa mapa na to ng Icebox natin, no? The spike is planted already. Georgie just on point with his shots. Idren getting a trade for that. And he is spotted by the Recon Bolt. What is he gonna do? Saan nga ba siya pupwesto dito? Knowing na siya kailangan mag-defuse. Tatlong players yan. Firing squad ang katapat ni Idren dito para sa side ng Affinity Esports. 1-4 ang ating score, 4 in favor of Dreamfire.
And Waytopia, what is smart play coming from him? He actually knows na itong mga members ng, or rather, agents coming from Affinity Esports will be lurking themselves, or maybe not, they will be trying to go sandwich against Dreamfire, pero di na naging posible yun. They're just waiting again against them and just going in.
Weezy just right in the corner, setting up some traps sa ating side A, and Knives just in the middle. Nakakuha na nga ng isa-isa. Sa pinaka-importanteng makuha o mapitas nila dito ay si Georgie, at yun nga ang ginawa nila. 2 duelists is now out para sa side ng Dreamfire dito. Meron pang Hunter's Fury na ginagamit ang Dreamfire, and as of the moment, the revive is also coming in for Georgie. Weezy wasn't able to secure yung spot niya. Waytopia on the other hand, umaatras muna saglit para sa kanyang mga team members. Regroup ang mangyayari dito. Toxic Screen is also up para sa side ng Affinity Esports, blocking the vision ng Dreamfire as they rotate towards B side.
And just some good lineups maybe for Affinity Esports so that they can take over Dreamfire. Pero with what Dreamfire has been showing, it seems like they just can't get over with what they've been doing. And speaking of, Waytopia, Georgie, they're actually expecting already that merong manggagaling sa mid. And that itself again, nakuha nila ang mga members sa Affinity Esports and Adrian.
Reyna to Dreyna ang nangyari. Idren securing the kill against Georgie dito. That's a big issue right now, is my orbital strike itong Dreamfire. But again, very low na rin ang Brimstone dito. They have to figure it out. Kung nasan ba sila, naka-line up na rin yung molly natin. Idren, muntik pa siya mapatay, pero the takedown on Utahachi, securing that kill. Ibig sabihin nun, napakagandang pasok dahil merong trade. May crossfire na naganap. And with that, they secured around 2-4 ang ating score. Dreamfire still on the lead, but with just 2 rounds on their pocket.
Yeah, with just 2 rounds on their packet, that means itself that Affinity Esports is already, you know, kanina medyo parang kinakabahan pa sila or maybe medyo tense about what will be their decisions, especially they're at the defender side. But now, they're quite confident to go for a maybe try natin pitasin pa isa-isa mga miyembro ng Dreamfire and actually work itself, especially when it started sa A side going into the B side.
Toxic screen mula sa side dito ng Affinity Esports. Meron siyang natag but he needs to go back for the heal of the Sage. And nilabas na rin dito ni Knives ang kanyang ultimate. Now, naghahanap-hanapan. Orbital Strike is also out. Knives dito, may malaking advantage towards Dreamfire. That ulti will help him secure 2 players, but that's not enough para sa kanya. Waytopia sees him and he got pinned down. Wild Oreo, on the other hand, inaantay lang dito yung smoke. Alam niya, tinitignan niya kung merong tao behind yellow. Idren, on the other hand, nasa ilalim lang ng ating heaven, no? Eman, alam ng players ng Affinity Esports na nandun si Eman. He's just waiting. They're just waiting kung lalabas o meron siyang gagawing kakaiba dito. Wala na siyang ibang utilities na magagawa or magagamit rather. And Idren ay nasa likod niya lang. Nakabaril siya. Kinabahan ng kaunti si Eman. Narinig na ni Idren na nandito lang siya sa may taas. And what is Idren gonna do with that information?
Actually,
wala na yung informasyon na yun dahil matagal ang hindi na niya narinig eh. Hindi niya na narinig ulit, but Idren securing the kill on Waytopia. Eman on the other hand, nandito pa rin sa taas. Hindi nila alam na nandito si Eman. Eman securing 3 kills on this round. Georgie with the plant of the spike. 2 versus 1 situation. Blade Storm online para sa side ng Affinity Esports. Gagamitin ba ni Waytopia or rather, gagamitin ba ni Wild Oreo yung kanyang ultimate? Hindi na maaari magamit pa dahil Georgie with the trade, securing the round 5-2 in favor of Dreamfire.
Tika ng Affinity Esports. You know, it was actually a pretty bad call for Eman kasi di niya alam at all that there's someone under him just waiting. And that's Adrian just waiting for them to come in. And instead of planting pa, instead of being open for Dreamfire, ay pinabalik pa niya ng B-side. So mas naging crucial pa yung mga nangyari with the trades off happening. But still, at least they were able to secure that round sa parte ng Dreamfire. But could have been for Affinity Esports. Very, very sayang lang with the trade happening.
Now, looking at the buy or the economy of Affinity Esports as of the moment, they are going to have a broken buy dito sa ating next round, no? Sa ating 8th round of the match. We also have the tactical pause. But right now, let's just take a look kung ano bang nangyari dito sa replay kanina with Eman securing kills doon sa mga players na nakatalikod mula sa side ng Affinity Esports. That's the thing. Akala siguro ni Adrian, yun na, yung napatay niya, si Waytopia, yun yung player na narinig niya kanina. But that wasn't it. Si Eman yung narinig niya. It's a different player. And now, we are on to our 8th round with a broken buy coming in mula sa defender side natin, which is Affinity Esports. The drone is out also. Knives has the information. He's telling his teammates right now, narinig ko na, yung drone nasa B. Papasok sila sa B. Rotations coming in mula sa players ng Affinity Esports. And as of the moment, nasa likuran na yung ating Jet at yung ating Killjoy. Waytopia, hindi nakatingin. Hindi sila nakatingin sa kanilang likuran. Maliban na lang kay Urza dito. And right, as of the moment, as we speak right now, Weezy ay nasa likod na nila. But it's too late already. Too little, too late para sa side ng Affinity Esports as other team members have gone down already. Ibig sabihin, nagkaroon na ng time para maging secure yung ating side at para merong magbantay kung saan man sila dadaan.
And that was a pretty incredible coming from Waytopia. Napaka-useful talaga ng Brimstone niya dito when it comes to setting at the B-side, imagine, hinarangan nila lahat ng angles of where the members of Affinity Esports will be coming from. And that itself, they wiped out 4 out of 5. And nag-lurk na lang si Wheezy, but then it wasn't successful.
They're securing B side dito. But, lahat ng players ng Dreamfire ay pasok na sa A side. They are planning to retake this. Kailangan nilang mag-recruit. Kailangan nilang mag-desisyon ng maayos dahil kailangan nilang magsama-sama. Now, the spike is planted. With that wall, si Georgie na-stuck lang sa labas. So, kailangan nyo magantay. Wala siyang choice dito. But he can hear players na binabasag na. Nakita niya na rin yung jiggle pick dito ni Wild Oreo. Georgie gets a kill on that one. The slow orb. Making sure lang, grabe. On point yung tutok ni Georgie. What a play coming in from Affinity Esports. Securing yet, or rather Dreamfire, securing yet another round for their team.
And as I've said, the smokes coming in from Dreamfire with Waitopia setting for his teammates gives them a good upper hand. I mean, sa Affinity naman, they still have Viper as their controller, but the smokes are really important. Imagine those 3 smokes staying longer than the usual. And that itself will be giving the upper hand for Dreamfire to just plant the spike and just take it off, go to their positions, and wait for Affinity Esports.
That's Team Beacon will definitely be big help para sa side dito ng Dreamfire. But Idren is just going to get another kill on towards Affinity Esports with that friendly recon goal. Pasok na pero napatay na din. Georgie gets another kill. Labanan po ng ating mga duelists ang nangyayari dito sa ating map. Number 2, Georgie looking for another player. Alam nilang may tao dito sa yellow. Very low on HP na lang dito ang Jet at ang Viper. Pero kabilat kanan, kaliwat kanan ang nangyayari. He secures the kill. Affinity Esports, Wild Oreo with 20 HP left. Securing the round para sa kanila.
That was
crazy.
Good.
That was crazy.
Oh, crazy fight sa yellow. Ikot-ikutan silang dalawa doon. But then, hindi nga lang nakapag-reload ng maayos si Vindic, and that could also been for them. But then, I'd like really to commend the good thrifty round from Affinity Esports and the Wild Oreo. That he's pretty much aggressive sa ginawa na kanina. That risk actually became a upper hand for Affinity Esports to get that round. Imagine with just Frenzy, took out 3 members of Dreamfire.
I think with this Team Beacon, sinasabi ko kanina, it was supposed to be a big help, especially na isipin mo, 15 ano din yun eh, ilang percent na rate of fire advantage para sa team nila and para sa Reyna nila, especially para kang naka-half Empress nun. Speaking of Empress, Empress is in, and also the showstopper sa full sa mukha. Eman getting another kill, double kill para sa kanya, very low on HP. The spike is not yet being planted, and right now, that's what Waitopia is doing. 2 versus 2 situation. Very low on HP na dito si Eman. Paano nila papaganahin ito? They don't have any information where the other team is. Affinity Esports getting a kill on the toxic. Oh my god! And Wild Oreo securing the round finally. What a retake play coming in from Affinity Esports. Ang ganda, wala akong masabi. Perfect.
I can see that Affinity Esports is already coping in. But then, this is already the last round. Ang kailangan ng Affinity Esports siguro dito is to get this round so that they won't be having the hard time once na nag-switch ng sides. Pero ang funny thing about this is that Dreamfire, they're at the attacking side, but then Affinity Esports got that good pick into being defending kasi nakakapag-adjust sila sa ginagawa ng Dreamfire against them.
Adjustments talaga ang kailangan gawin ng mga teams dito. So, toxic screen is out dito. Nakuha na rin kung nasan ang location ng ating Jet, no? Wild Oreo. Tamang sidestep lang para maibawasan o maiwasan rather yung Hunter's Fury natin. Wild Oreo with that operator, it's gotta be dangerous. Pero nauna siyang nakita dito ng Waytopia dahil nakaboost na nga siya towards the green. And as of the moment, Georgie just on point with a headshot. Getting 2 kills right off the bat. 8-4 ang ating score in favor of Dreamfire.
And with the help of Vendic, just getting that good info as to whether nasaan ang mga miyembro ng Affinity Esports sa B-side, that gave them into taking down 3 members of Affinity Esports in. But here's the catch. Nag-switch na tayo ng sides and it's 8-4 with only 4 rounds that Affinity Esports needs to take against Dreamfire. But then, what will be their gameplay? They have Killjoys, 2 duelists set up, and Viper. I mean, it's really unusual para sa akin kasi na may Viper's Icebox. But so far naman, with the Viper's pit that happened earlier that took out 2 members of Dreamfire, was pretty well naman sa Affinity Esports.
As of the moment, we are looking into the swap of both sides, no? Attacking na dito yung ating Affinity Esports at Dreamfire naman on the other hand is on the defensive side of the map. This is the first round of the second half and nagre-ready na nga si Knives na magbato dito. Is it gonna connect to someone? Just making or securing lang yung smoke na yan. Ligtas ang mga players, hindi nila makikita. Georgie, the counter wall from Erza para lang makuha yung spot na yan, makakuha ng peak advantage para sa mga players. But other team members know already na nakaboost siya. Kailangan niya nang bumaba dito. Steam Beacon down, the fake defuse para sa mga team members. Hindi nila alam na umiikot na sa yellow. But Eman securing the kill on the side of the yellow, making sure na nakuha niya yung mga players na yan. Defenders, they were able to secure the round because of the defuse. Sayang para sa side ng Affinity Esports. It was just too much to handle para sa kanila. The smoke from the Brimstone.
Yeah, the smoke from the Brimstone, Taylor, it really gave a big impact.
And then yung pag-ikot ni Wild Oreo doon sa ating yellow na na-pick off siya ni Eman. And they were just able to secure the round dahil hindi na makapasok yung mga members ng Affinity Esports dahil ang daming bumabaril talaga.
And at the same time, daming smoke yung blindside nila. Hindi na nila alam na ano na pala, dinedefuse na pala yung spike. And they don't have much time left kasi nakapick na sa kanila. Hinihintay na lang sila ng Dreamfire to come in.
Although nakuha naman nila yung plant, no? But Georgie goes down in the hands of Wheezy. Hindi niya napansin na meron ng tao sa kanyang left side. Waytopia getting tagged but still with a great amount of HP. Vindic naman, wala pa siyang recon. Recon will be up in just a second and it's now up. Waiting to see kung meron pa tao sa ating mid. And right now, nakuha na ng ating Affinity Esports itong ating B-side, but an easy kill coming as well on a crossfire para sa kanilang team. Affinity Esports versus Dreamfire, 3 versus 2 situation. Waytopia with that Molly Nanoswarm will help them out para hindi ma-defuse. Eman gets down in the hands of Adrian and syempre Devour is in. Adrian, he gets pinned down. The defuse coming in from Dreamfire is now up and running. What a round! What a play! Dreamfire is just doing it, my friends.
And I've been observing what Vindic together with Waytopia has been doing all throughout sa mapang to with Dreamfire going in, and all I can say is what they've been doing is a big step up to their teams, just giving the exact information and blinding the pickable angles that 5 picks can actually pick on.
Whew. Just the perfect retakes mula sa side dito ng Dreamfire. And they would be able to win this match actually. Because we are on to the 10th, 4th, just a few more rounds and they will be able to secure this a 2-0 on the series and move on to the semifinals. But let's not assume na doon matatapos ang lahat. But just look at Eman. One of the duelists. Isama mo pa si Georgie. both players are just on point, on game dito sa ating mga matches para sa araw na ito. Para silang gumising, para magano talaga. Para silang pinanganak para mag-Valorant, mga kaibigan.
Baka masarap din talaga yung ulam nila ngayon, Taylor.
Masarap yung tulog, masarap yung ulam. Lahat na ng pwede mong maranasan. Naranasan na ni Eman tsaka ni Georgie.
Even with the overtime that stressed them out earlier, hindi sila nagpatanig doon. Ngayon, palong-palo rin sila sa Icebox. Even if they pick this map, all I can say is that they're really good at this map and with their current agent lineup.
The wall of the Viper, wala na dito. Vintex sees one. Waytopia, another kill para sa side ng Dreamfire. Just one remaining player from Affinity Esports. Easy Vandal para kay Vintex dito. Diretso pulot na lang.
And there are only 2 rounds left before they can take the clean 2-0 against Affinity Esports.
Santo, ang ganda naman ng pwesto na yan sa Icebox. San kaya yan, no? So, as of the moment, Affinity Esports has no choice but to buy those rifles that they have right now. Wala nang armor itong ating mga players from Affinity Esports, but they have to be really careful, especially with Georgie and all those headshots. Look at that!
But then, what a good kaltas-kaltas lang, no? We already have Vindic being eliminated here, so they don't have Sova to get some good information as to whether they have. Sophia expects ADN from that angle.
Smoke's down.
Toxic Scream is up again. Molly in para kay Waytopia dito. And Weezy gets down on the knees by Waytopia. Ano nangyari? He has the advantage on that angle. Siya ang unang nakakita. Siya ang unang nakaspot. But this decay is gonna hurt Dreamfire. But Georgie, baka Georgie yan!
Baka Georgie yan! And this will earn Dreamfire into getting that match point already. Nahulog sa sariling patibong ang Affinity Esports with that Viper's Pit. Could have been for them. But then, sabi ko nga, it's the 2 sides of the coin whenever it's gonna be Viper's Pit.
What a crazy round coming in dito sa side ng Dreamfire, no? It just goes to show that they are really comfortable in taking on this map. They just have perfect retakes after perfect retakes on every single round that they do. Ano ang gagawin ngayon ng Affinity Esports with the economy that they have? This is gonna be difficult, but they will try to make it work. Overheal na naman dito si Georgie. Isa-isa na lalabas with a Hunter's Fury from Vindic. Sinalo ni Knives. Vindic, the showstopper, coming in just to finish off the show. What a play coming in from Dreamfire. An amazing round. An amazing match. Crazy! Parang mga naka-steroids. Gumising para mag-Valorant ang Dreamfire, mga kaibigan.
And all I can say is that I'm getting goosebumps right now. I didn't expect that Dreamfire will be getting that clean 2-0 against Affinity Esports. Shows to us that these two are pretty incredible, but then Dreamfire will be dominating against Affinity Esports right now. Talagang tingnan mo, ang saya-saya nila.
Ang saya-saya. O, diba? Yan yung mga mukha ng pinanganak para mag-Valorant.
Kumain ng masarap.
Si Eman, masarap ang ulam. Si Erza, masarap ang tulog. Si Georgie, pinanganak para mang-headshot. Si Vindic naman, Hunter's Fury ang ginusto sa buhay. Yan ang pangarap ng mga players natin dito. At hindi biro ang VCT, PH o ang VALORANT Challengers Tour Philippines. And wow, 2-0, Dreamfire against Affinity Esports. Imagine that. Itong Dreamfire, as far as we know, this team is just playing in competitive matches, rank matches. Radiant ang mga rank na mga to. And hindi pa sila super immersed into the competition or the esports Valorant scene. But this time around, they're just proving na kaya nila. Kaya ng Dreamfire. And right now, tatapat sila sa ating bracket, tatapat sila sa BREN Esports. It's gonna be a very interesting match.
Gonna be an interesting match. Imagine they're just from the pub champs gonna be going against Affinity Esports, mainly mas growing team talaga. And now they're coming into this. They're gonna be going up against BREN Esports.
I don't know. Basta ako gagawin ko, i-message ko agad yung coach ng Dreamfire. Coach, ano bang pinapakain mo sa mga players mo? Bakit ganyan si Georgie? Gusto ko din maging ganyan. Imagine the Battle Sage, the Reyna, i-swap roles mo, walang problema para sa kanya, no? Amazing team fights. We've seen a lot of action. Grabe yung action na nakita natin para sa araw na ito. Pero hindi pa tapos ang araw, ha? Meron pa tayong mga matches dahil semifinals na. Pasok na sa semifinals itong ating Dreamfire. As I take a look into the brackets that we have, Chimera versus yung ating brackets dito. Silipin lang natin mabilis, no? Ray, no? Sisilipin natin yung ating bracket. So a lot of matches. 3 matches tayo para sa araw na to, di ba? So 3 matches ang meron tayo para sa araw na ito. Hindi pa nagtatapos ang lahat ng aksyon. Kaya naman, bago ang lahat, mag-short break lang muna tayo. My name is Eliza Taylor or Taylor. You can call me Taylor. At ito naman, si Ray. Kami ang mga casters nyo para sa first series. And we're gonna see you again later on.
Virtual hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Hello and welcome back, guys. You are still watching the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 2. That was the last quarterfinal that we just saw with Fyre beating their Affinity Esports, and I think most of us expected Affinity to do a bit better than that, but the 2-0 win after the double overtime win on the first map was something to behold. What a spectacle we just saw. And playing on Icebox, the Viper pick coming out for Affinity, we had high hopes, but well, it didn't turn out for them. We're going to talk about that later though as well. As you saw those guys win, you guys have a chance to still win too. 1,500 Valorant points is on the line. That's 1,500, and all you guys have to do to be one of the 5 lucky winners is simply like and share the stream, like and follow the PPGL page, and when you do share the stream, add in your caption the team that you are rooting for. Of course, do include the official hashtags here, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag hashtag PPGL Valorant, guys. Excuse me for that. Of course, guys, the Battle Pass just came out, and, well, you can all avail with that through Coda Shop. Do not forget as well, guys, to make your post public. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to see it. And who knows, you might just be one of the 5 lucky winners to be thrown up your name here at the end of the stream. As I was saying, the Battle Pass just came out. Glitch Pop 2.0 skins are out, and well, you can recharge your Valorant points with Coda Shop now using Globe and Prepaid or TM Load, guys. Don't forget as well to stay tuned to our social media channels by following us on Facebook, on Twitter, YouTube, everything, any social media platform you think of, Twitch. We're on it, guys, so please do check us out, PPGL. That is the name. Here is the game. Now, we're going to talk about it. What an amazing game we just saw with Fyre taking that W over Affinity Esports. One that we might not have expected to come as quickly. But for that, let's open the desk for the initial reactions. Trix and Viminal, what are your guys' thoughts on what just happened?
First of all, on Split, after seeing that Breach pick, I was pretty confident with Fyre.
You love the Breach pick,
I
don't
mean,
you?
I've been saying this. Breach is an underrated underrated agent in the Philippines, and I think that with the aim capabilities that a lot of players have, he is just an amazing pick to overwhelm the sites. Viper, also a very nice pick, but unfortunately did not work out for Affinity, and I really think it's because they switched out. You know, Liquid and G2 also did that lineup with a Viper, but instead of having a Reyna, they had a Raze for the clearing of corners, but instead they had the Reyna on Affinity, and I feel like they should have just picked up a Sova instead of a Killjoy so that they can do the hit scan and the Reyna can pop off. But without that hit scan, it's really hard for Reyna to do anything in that map.
Were you talking about like Icebox or?
Yeah. Well, Icebox for me was
Yeah,
really
I mean,
the Viper one. But
yeah, right. But I mean, like for a map like Split, arguably you don't usually see a Sova pick, like because of the map geometry
definitely
and
not
corners.
Split, yes.
But I get what you're saying.
I think in Split they had a good pick, and it's just that they kind of lost confidence near the end of it.
They were doing so well at the beginning.
Yes, they had these really great proactive plays, and they were doing these aggressive pushes. They were getting the early picks, and then all of a sudden they started to take these one-on-one duels rather than the crossfires.
Yeah, a lot of us agree here that we were discussing backstage that it seemed as if they were too overconfident. In some cases, perhaps challenged the mano-y-mano. And when, of course, Fyre, a very capable team mechanically as well. And you got to outsmart the opponent and not go 50-50 trades when you're against a mechanically adept opponent as well.
Of course, the 50-50 trades, that's what it is. It's a coin first.
Yes.
You want to guarantee yourselves the defender side by having those crossfires, communicating with your teammates, and coordinating. So it was a surprise for me because I'm not as I'm not as well informed about Fyre, but they belong to be in the top 8. They deserve to be in the top 8.
They proved it. They showed up.
Yes.
Stepped up to the plate and proved to everybody why they're here in PPGL today. But again, just like you, Trix, I didn't know a lot about them, and I was expecting Affinity, to basically the opposite side of the story to come true, but it didn't. So and it's just so interesting when this happens.
It is interesting.
We live for these kinds of moments. I mean, we're fans of both teams, but instant fan of Fyre right now. Taking a look at the map 1 stats.
My God, 19.1K with 22.4% headshot rate. Fyre just they really took it back. I know that they lost their footing in that game, but they just pulled it right back, saying they weren't going to give up. They started really utilizing the breach, and I loved seeing that. I felt early on in the game, the breach wasn't doing the proactive plays with the pushes, but then later on, they really started to push as a 5-man, overwhelming the sites and playing for the post plants, and that's exactly what I wanted to see, and that's exactly what they did. So I'm so happy about that.
It just showed that they were able to get a read on their opponent and adapt accordingly.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they weren't familiar with the Affinity to begin with, and that's why they were having trouble at the start. But then, of course, they were able to make solutions for those problems. Taking a look at this, a far cry from the first map.
Yes, a far
I mean,
cry.
holy cow.
12.8 thousand damage on Dreamfire. And again, I want to stress this for the viewers.
Yeah.
Viper is a good pick.
Okay.
Viper is a viable character.
I wanted to ask you about that, actually. Harping back to the
Let's talk about the Viper pick.
Yeah, the composition about the Icebox on Icebox Affinity. The Viper pick was actually quite almost redeeming of what happened during the first map, where we were like, we're excited to see how the Viper is going to be played in, because I know all of us agree that Viper is probably one of the best and most underutilized agents here in the roster. But what do you think about the fact that they supported that with a Reyna and a Killjoy?
I think if you're going with the way Liquid did it, they had a Viper Jet, Sage, Killjoy, and a Raze. And I think the reason for the Raze is because of the Boombot reaction to clear certain farther corners and the paint shells to clear angles that your Boombot couldn't. And if you want to go G2's way, which also played Viper on Icebox, they had the Reyna, Viper, Sova, Jet, and Sage. So they removed the Killjoy. And I think that the reason for this is Arena really pops off with a Sova. And I know I've mentioned this to you guys, that Sova's great for making individual plays, but you really, you need to have him if you have a character like Reyna that needs to pop off on her own.
Absolutely. Now, taking a look at the match MVP, Georgie, on that Reyna average combat score of 300.3, KDA 2.0, averaging 1.1 kill per round, incredible headshot percentage, and first blood percentage of 20.4. Incredible performance from this man. You know, as I was saying back before during the intro, I was expecting a lot of things from this man, and this guy delivered today, my friends.
I believe he might even be their in-game captain. I was listening to their comms a while ago during Icebox, both of the teams, and I think it was Georgie who was making most of the calls. And the reason why they won the second round after the second pistol, where they came back in the 3v5 on the clutch on their own eco during the defensive B site retake, was because of the calls of Georgie. He had very, very perfect, impeccable timing on the calls, and perfect, just synergy of the team.
Yeah.
One diffusing, two holding off. The smokes of the Brimstone actually helped block off yellow and block off towards the attacker spawn. And so great job there from their IGL and from their shot caller on Georgie. So guys, let's look at the tournament brackets now, how things have been panning out as we finally have our top four. The top four now that you guys see are Empire, Chimera, BREN Esports, and Dreamfire. These four teams are already directly seeded into the next week. So these guys don't have to qualify for week number 2 as they already get seeded directly into it. Now, what does this mean, though? We are going to be playing 2 semifinals today, both of which are going to be a best of 3. The first one, Empire versus Chimera. The second, BREN Esports versus Dreamfire. Bre versus Dre. That's that's our second match of the day. EMP versus Chai. That's what we got first off, though. So Empire versus Chimera is what we're going to be starting off with. Grand finals will be played tomorrow from the winners of these 2 semifinals, which will be a best of 5. The winner of that, well, pretty much what we're playing for today is tournament seeding for week number 2. And week number 2, what they're going to be playing for is a slot for the Masters Championship Tournament. Guys, we're finally ready to move in. I've said finally twice. To move in.
Finally.
If we still aren't finally there, then we are certainly now, guys. We're going in now to our second match of the day. It is going to be, once again, Chimera versus Empire, and that is a match that I am really looking forward to. I think this might be the closest battle that we're going to have today. So let's talk about the teams a bit. Team Empire, let's look at them. These guys are former AG Nefarious, and they have shown so much potential in the local scene, and coming in here now to the VCT, they look like they are out with a vengeance.
I'm really excited to see Silver perform today alongside Nexi's stronghold that we saw last night. So I'm just wondering, though, how that's going to pan out with their opponents.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Empire Esports up against Chimera, a familiar opponent. They've done their homework against each other without a shadow of a doubt. So, okay, does this does the versatility of Empire Esports come into play here? They always like to flex their picks. Sometimes they swap roles around here and there. Are we going to see something unexpected here? Perhaps something up their sleeves in order to combat a familiar opponent such as Chimera?
I think that might actually be the right call there because Empire are by far the most versatile in terms of like their compositions and who flexes, who plays what plays who. In any case, I think that might just be the perfect answer towards what Chimera does, where for sure that the entire playstyle of the team is going to try and support what Godot is going to try and do. He's going to have to be the leading man, and that's exactly what Chimera here. That's pretty much their bread and butter, and that's what's gotten them this far. You got Worship, Gadores, Ripper, Beats, and Brain Freeze. And so looking at Empire, how their playstyle is, it might just be the perfect answer to Chimera, but we know that Chimera is a beast. You can see it in their faces, and these guys will not let anything easy pass. So what can we expect from Chimera going to this, knowing that they are perennially the top 3-4 team in the Philippines?
Well, Gadores, the confidence that he has when he plays, and when he builds on that confidence and his team is just right behind him supporting him, it's almost unstoppable.
It's a beautiful
amazing
thing to see, right?
Yeah, it is.
When I think of Chimera as a well-oiled machine, and when it works flawlessly. But
really
a machine sometimes breaks down, and sometimes there's an error in the system. And once you can shut down one of their top frags, like Godot or Ripper, or you shut down one of them, then it becomes a problem for them to try and adapt midway.
And it's a matter of them being able to keep that mentality intact, even if you kind of lose your footing in a game.
Yeah,
and I know that's very difficult for a lot of teams right now because they're just, some of them are veterans, but some of them are also new to this highly competitive scene where it's a lot of pressure.
There's a lot of young guns, a lot of experience, veterans out there as well. And it really goes without saying, but I think it's still important to talk about that the whole mental game is an entirely different beast, especially here in the biggest stages of the mall. This is PPGL. VCT.
So basically, game plan here for Empire is to try and shut down the top fraggers, Ghidorahs and Ripper. Of course, that will not come easy because these guys are two heckin' players who can certainly frag out the entire server if they have to. And so Ghidorahs and Ripper, what do you think makes this tandem so well for Chimera that they pretty much, of course, they don't just rely on them, but a lot of, the fragging responsibility is placed on their shoulders, and they step up to the plate for pretty much every single time. What do you think is the biggest factor of why they play with each other as a full 5-man stack so well in that case?
I would say it's a lot of communication and trusting your teammates. I think that you can't always rely on a player to constantly be top performing all the time. You have to have a fallback situation, and I feel that Chimera actually does. That's why they have very good crossfires. Their retakes are usually on point, and I feel like a big part of that is trusting each other. On the other hand, though, I would say going up against Empire Esports, I would be careful of my corners. Because Empire Esports has, similarly as Chimera has the crossfires, Empire Esports has a bait setup. So it's like they want someone to start chasing them because the other person is waiting in a corner, and they're going to be the one to actually, take the duel rather than the person they're actually following.
They also have very itchy lurks, I've noticed, from the side of Empire. And so it's like a worm coming up your sock.
Come out of nowhere.
Trying to ignore it, but coming out of nowhere. But here we go, exactly. Silver versus Ripper. Double R's. Guys, who do you think really is the player to stand out for here as well? This is a head-to-head for them, but who do you think is going to shine? One person obviously has to be the MVP at the end of the series. Who's your pick?
Okay, go ahead, Trix. You first.
I think Silver has a lot of potential to truly shine, but I also feel like this will all depend on how his Sentinels are going to play, how Nexi is going to play and be able to hold down the site to give way for Silver to really make the plays happen.
How about you, Vim? Who do you think is going to pop off?
It's such a tough call, man, because both of these teams very interesting contrasts. Over on the side of Empire, you can have Silver fragging out. You could have Stiletto fragging out. Over the side of Chimera, you could have Godot fragging out. You could have Ripper frag out. Even Brain Freeze, Beats, or whoever. It's just literally no weak links on either of these teams.
Yes, this is exactly why we all think here that this is probably going to be the most exciting, fight of this entire weekend. And so
But
here we go.
Feel free to prove us wrong.
Feel free to prove us wrong. Dude, if Dreamfire and BREN end up being even closer, then that would be amazing. But here are now the map veto, the map selections. Ascent is going to bring us up, Bind to keep us together, and Icebox to cool us down once again here for our third map, if we ever get to it. And I'm actually hoping we really get to a third map because I'd love to see it between these two teams.
Especially Icebox.
Map number 1, picked by Chimera. Map number 2, picked by Empire. And on the defense, Empire is going to be starting off there on Icebox. So Chimera is going to be defending first on Bind, and Empire is going to be defending first on Ascent. What do you think that means, guys? It was selected by Chimera, Ascent, but it is Empire that chooses to start on the defense.
Okay. Just one little side comment, my friends, and my friends in chat. This is also a question for you guys. When is the last time Chimera has lost a map on Ascent? I can't remember the last time they lost an Ascent map.
Yeah, that's their map.
This is they have a very, I'm pretty sure they lost Ascent before, but like this, fact of the matter is they have a very high win rate on Ascent.
But I also know that Empire Esports showed, true mastery of Bind also last time they played against Archangel. So that's not to say that Empire Esports has a hand down there too.
Fair point.
So what do you guys say are our predictions? Would it be safe to say it's going to go 1-for-1 for each team's pick?
I think so. I think we're going to game 3, folks.
I think so as well. I think Affinity, they picked Chimera, they picked the first map, which is Ascent. I think they're going to take that. And then for the side of Empire, who picked the second map on Bind, I think they're going to take that too. And I really do feel we're going to go to a 3-map series. How about you, Trix?
I'm optimist for a 1-to-1.
Yes, stay optimistic, everybody, and for you guys as well, as we're going to be moving over now to our our first semi-final of the day, which is going to be, once again, Team Empire versus Chimera, guys. Two beastly teams going to battle it out together. I think we're going to get a match to behold, really, when you move on forward to it. But, guys, let's get to it. Finally, our casters, you guys get this match. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the game of course, Empire Esports versus Chimera. This is going to be so hot for sure because this is the semifinals. The winner of this will head on to the grand finals tomorrow. But before that, welcome to the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL, of course. We are your guys for the day. My name is Vil. Alongside with me is Eliza Taylor right here. And Eliza, what do you think? Ano kaya mangyayari ngayong araw na to? To be honest, it's really hard for us to know kung sino ba ang mananalo dito. Apparently, this is a 50-50 match. Tinanong natin lahat yung mga casters dito. Okay, bro, sa tingin mo, sino kaya mananalo dito? Empire, Chimera? They're like, I have no idea, bro.
Ito lang yung sabi nila.
No, coin toss.
Coin toss daw.
Indeed.
50-50 daw talaga. Pero big word yung sinabi ni Viminal doon,
Yeah.
na doon sa panelists natin, na hindi niya na nakikita na natatalo ang Chimera sa ating Ascent na map. And ang unang mapa nga na matutunghayan nating lahat dito ay ang Ascent. And tapos, kinounter naman ni Trix. Sabi niya naman, grabe din naman yung control na meron ang Empire Esports sa Bind. So ano na lang, 1-1 na rin ang score para sa predictions ng panelists natin. And as we predict kung ano nga ba ang magiging score, kung ganon kalala, na flip lang talaga tayo ng coin toss ang ganap, 2-1 talaga sa tingin ko.
Actually, yun nga talaga yung pinag-usapan natin kanina. Laging naglalaban ang Chimera at ang Empire Esports. As in, all of the time. Pwede natin sabihin na this is like the biggest rivalry in the VALORANT scene today, which is Chimera and Empire Esports. Minsan na nalalaro ang Chimera. Minsan na nalalaro ang Empire Esports. Then, they're like, ito na naman, kayo na naman ulit. Kayo na naman ulit kalaban namin. Ito ulit ang makikita niyo, mga kaibigan. And to be honest, if you're gonna ask us as well, most likely this is gonna be a 2-1 in favor of. We have no idea kung sino. We have no idea.
Pero kung magbibigay tayo, siguro for me, I'll take on Chimera with the addition of Young Port on the team. They are showing great promise. I think that they've stepped up from what Chimera is before.
Well, sige, Chimera ka. I'll go with Empire Esports.
Para pantay.
2-1.
Para 50-50 pa din.
Para pantay. Actually, this is a 50-50 match. It's gonna be so hard for us. Para malaman talaga kung sinong panalo dito. Okay, let's talk about the teams naman. Chimera and Empire Esports. For Empire Esports man, we've seen them yesterday. What a big upset, to be honest. Archangel, yan ang laging kalaban ng BREN Esports sa finals. Pero,
sabi nga nila, di ba? Yung Archangel yung pangalawang team sa
Indeed,
Pilipinas.
yeah.
But, with the results na nakita natin yesterday, it looks like parang ready na tanggalin sa second spot itong team na ito, no?
Pangalan pa lang Empire.
Oo,
diba?
gustong bumuo ng Empire talaga. And with that, I just wanna reiterate sa ating mga viewers dyan, no? With week 1, sinasabi natin paulit-ulit na yung top 4 teams natin for this week makakakuha o masiseed directly sa ating week 2. So, ibig sabihin yan, bakit pa tayo naglalaban-laban sa semifinals? Bakit pa tayo nagkakaroon ng grand finals ngayon? Diba? Kasi parang walang sense naman. Guys, sa ating week 1, meron tayong prize pool na kailangan paglabanan. Because our first place will get 20,000 pesos. Sa second place naman natin, makakakuha sila ng 10,000 pesos. At para naman sa ating third at fourth, makakakuha sila ng 2,500 pesos. It may sound small, but imagine yung slot ng Masters ang pinaglalabanan natin dito.
First week pa lang yan, pero isipin naman kung gaano kalaki yung prize pool sa week 2 partner. Diba? Pero I would like to talk about, of course, the picks of our teams ngayon. Nakita naman natin si Gadowers with that explosive Reyna for Chimera. We've seen him play that Reyna dito, actually sa bind yon yesterday. It's for me, hands down, sobrang solid talaga. Actually, ito pag-usapan din namin yung mga iba't ibang casters, maapektuhan yung buong Chimera sa performance ni Gadowers. If sobrang taas ng score ni Gadowers, most likely mabubuhayan ng ang Chimera. But pag nasa pinakababa siya, it's gonna be so hard for Chimera para makaangat. Parang pwede nating sabihin na they're just feeding off the energy of each other.
Basically, ganun nga ang nangyayari, no? So, kung ano ang energy level ni Gadowers sa kanyang mga frags, kung siya man ang top frag, malaki ang tsansa na sila ang makakakuha ng puntos natin. Now, on the other hand, narinig nyo rin naman sa ating mga panelists kung paano nga ba masya-shutdown, no? Itong team na ito. And the thing is, sinabi nila dito is kailangan yung i-shutdown, syempre, yung mga top fraggers natin. Si Gadowers nga at si Ripper. Narinig na ang pangalan ni Ripper, especially on yesterday's matches that we had. Grabe tong mga players na ito. And we are on to our first map of the match. And this is a best of 3 match, mga kaibigan, sa lahat ng nanonood. Tignan nyo na ang pin comment natin. Silipin nyo kung paano kayo makakasali sa ating giveaway. Round 1, let's go.
And of course, if you want to watch the English broadcast, we're live din kami sa YouTube and Twitch, ladies and gentlemen. So please head on to those channels para makita nyo. But look at that, worship. Siya na ang first blood sa game natin ngayon, mga kaibigan. But look at that, Bat goes with the very fast 2K. They're taking down the 2 players of Chimera, though, and the bomb and the spike has been planted already. Here in a silver here in heaven, though, makikita ba niya yung mga taon dito sa baba? There's one here in hell, which is Gadowers, and dito lang siya sa baba, together with Sova. But look at that, for sure, Omen, naghahanap lang siya ng mga flanks or anything, but they have no idea as well that there are 3 players there in heaven. This is gonna be so hard for them to do this retake, though. Mahirap talaga ang tatlong nasa heaven kasi nasa isang spot ka lang tumitingin. But look at that. That is Young Pork, ladies and gentlemen. Gadowers goes on with the frenzy, going to 2K as well. But this is gonna be a 3K. Let's see if makikita ba ni Gadowers si Silver again. Pushing this to a 2v1 situation right now. That is Young Pork with the assist na mga kaibigan dito kay Gadowers, and 1-0 na in favor of Chimera. Tulad nga sinabi ko, partner, it's gonna be so hard for you na tatlo kayo sa heaven na mag-retake. Pwede natin sabihin na, no choice na rin naman kasi nakaplant na yung spike. Pwede naman kayo sa short or anything, pero yun nga lang nakasarado. Pero if binuksan mo yun, pero if sinira mo yung gate doon, yung door dun sa short, wala eh. Your position will be compromised already.
Maganda sana yung trade na ginawa doon ni Bat Ghost, no, with a double kill on trees. But also, on the other hand din, yung Nano Swarm, nahirapan na makasilip yung nasa A-long or A-main rather, no? But the thing is, masyado nang late. Hindi na kinaya, kumbaga, na nakarating na sa point na 2 versus 1 situation na ang ganap and wala nang, kumbaga, sobrang hirap na nun eh. And
Yeah, for sure.
the thing is, kaliwat kanan pa. So mechanical wise, mahirap talaga yung gagawin niya.
That stiletto
Hindi
there.
umabot.
And Cubby rin siya. Nakita agad ni Rapper stiletto dun sa may Cubby, pero starting off with a curveball and might flash someone here in short, pero hindi na idea. Wala silang idea at all na nandun si Brimstone, andun lang sa may gilid.
A kill coming in dito para kay Worship, and now the spike is being planted. A 4 versus 2 situation agad ang naabutan dito ng Killjoy at ng Jet. Now they take on A site as they secure and then as they retake on the map. Empire Esports.
Player
Oy.
standing.
Beats right now taking down Silver out of the bat for V1 now. Pero actually, it's gonna be easy for Chimera naman na manalo dito because Nexi, for sure, exit frags na ang kinukuha niya. Not gonna engage that turret kasi malalaman agad ng Chimera kung nasan ba. Gusto lang ni Nexi is just to
mag-antay. Basically, mag-antay. But at the same time, kailangan niya mamatay dito dahil nga ito ay second round pa lang natin. And of course, economy-wise or economic-wise, kailangan niya yung pera na makukuha niya.
Nexi is just waiting for exit frags for sure because he just want to mess with the economy of Chimera dito. Ang gusto lang ni Nexi dito is gusto niya na mag-spend ang Chimera dito para dumating sa isang point na talagang sobrang kulang na sila sa pera. But apparently, this is gonna be the game na inaantay natin. The gun round. Lahat naman tayo na full buy, but look at that. Silver instead with half armor only. Ang problema dito, partner, kung napapansin mo, kung sino pa ang main fragger ng Empire Esports, sila pa ang naka-half armor dito. Well, it's fine with Reyna though kasi because of his her devour anyway, so it's okay. But Stiletto there with the spray! It connected on to Worship with a wall bang too. Stiletto, however, hindi niya nag-devour ba siya? Hindi, di ba?
No, ewan ko lang ha, pero that recon bot will allow them to spot 4 players onto B main. Nano swarm out para kay Nexi dito. And right now, nag-aabang na lang siya kung meron pang papasok. Bat goes. Ginamit na rin ang drone, looking for players onto B main. Alam niya na nandun pa. He spots one on the left side. Balik muna, atras muna, regroup muna tayo.
Silver, sobrang ganda ng lineup dito sa B. There's gonna be a hard to push out. This is a 2v5 situation. Yes, you have the smoke for Omen, you have the recon bolt for Sova, but in this kind of situation, it's gonna be so hard for you to do this and go inside the side already. Kailangan nyong isa-isahin yung mga players ng Empire Esports. It's gonna be so hard for you if ever pagsasabay-sabay sila. Silver, however, nandito lang. So, nagpipeak lang dito sa may city side, mga kaibigan. And that is a recon bot starting off for Sova, though most likely isa pupunta sa market, I guess. Or most likely log lang dito. Pero Youngport with the wall bang won't gonna catch Silver dito. Pero he sees Nexi though. But there's someone right there on the corner. But Youngport with that flick, taking Sova down. Pero nasan yung last player ng Empire Esports, which is Brimstone. Brimstone has no idea at all kung nasan.
Oh no!
Kung nasan yung isang player dito. Ang Molly there sa boathouse, mga kaibigan. Let's see if Draxi can do something about this though. But sobrang sayang. Masyadong tight yung peak ni Brimstone doon. And just Omen catching him off guard with a kill as well. Empire Esports needs to rethink, needs to adjust sa playstyle na ginagawa ng Chimera for sure.
Definitely adjustment period muna para sa mga players natin dito. Empire Esports, on the other hand, having problems with the cash or the mula on their side. Kaya naman, tamang sheriff lang muna tayo dito and some half armors. But do not discount how these players play dahil isang headshot lang. Talagang isang malupit na headshot, isang pitas, maaari nang lumamang dito ang Empire Esports. Stiletto goes down in the hands of Youngport along A main. Kinukuha na rin ni Omen yung orb and Draxi with the smoke. Try niya na ma-delay ng kaunti itong mga players. But the thing is, with that run it back, nabawasan na that headshot kills off 2 people!
Oh my God!
What
that goes!
Is he gonna go for another one? Is he gonna take this?
Oh,
no.
Player standing.
Beat says no. 1 versus 1 situation right now. This is gonna be Sova versus Jet. Let's see who's gonna win this. Oh, it's gonna be so hard. One there in short, one in heaven. Tama kung saan papunta si Sova ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero magkakakitaan ba sila dito? And I think naghahanap lang sila dito. Actually, where is the bomb? Hindi nila ma-plant or anything. But so this is gonna be hard as well. Because this is a Vandal versus a Bucky. Jet, ang kailangan lang niya, wag siyang lumayo kay Sova. Kailangan niyang lapitan ng matindi. Well, actually, pwede. Okay lang eh. Kasi meron namang ulti si Jet, so maybe gamitin niya yung ulti niya or anything para at least meron siyang advantage sa ganitong range. Pero Sova, however, will get that spike. And wala na siyang time. He needs to plant that bomb already here in A. Narinig ni Jet yung footsteps ni Sova dito, mga kaibigan. 6 seconds on the clock right now. The spike has been planted already. Nilabas ang Vandal. But Sova winning that team fight with the patience of him as well. Tamang hanapan lang pero hindi sila nagkakakitaan. Jet, however, kahit nakakuha siya ng Vandal, medyo hindi umayon sa kanya yung lahat ng aim gods.
That was 50-50 yon actually para sa part ng Chimera with Sova. Kasi ang tagal niya bago nakuha yung spike. And knowing na yung information na alam natin, malayo naman talaga sa isa't isa, napaaga sana so hindi siya nagmamadali. But at the same time, yung tutok ang nagdala para sa side dito ng Chimera. Securing the round, killing off the Jet, and finally getting the round.
Pwede natin sabihin na mahaba pa naman yung oras.
Silver nakakuha o nakapitas dito para sa side ng Chimera. Finally, Empire Esports gains an advantage towards this team. That one-way smoke, Gadowers nakaabang lang dito with the molly coming in. The headshot from Stiletto kills off Gadowers. What will happen with Team Chimera right now? Wala na yung dalawang duelist nila dito, but they still have that Phoenix. How is it gonna work? Silver goes down. Our operator is out of his hands already. Young Pork is doing the job.
The thing for Chimera right now, they need to be that aggressive because of their triple duel setup. But the Hunter's Fury coming in for Chimera right now. Let's see if he can shut down anyone though. But Nexi with his defensive thing taking Phoenix down as well. And now the smoke of Brimzone is right there. Young Pork, however, with 1 HP left, using that ultimate. And just gonna settle here it is. Ano lang to? Pera.
30 seconds.
Para sa pera na lang. Yep. 300. It's all good. No worries.
Was it worth it to use the ultimate?
1 HP? Mahirap to. Actually, it's fine. 4-0 naman. He just did it for the money, I guess.
Was it worth it? Anyway, on to that, we have the spike planted. But of course, obviously, madedefuse na rin to agad ng Empire Esports. Aside from that, they also get the operator from Silver. Ang laki, ang mahal ng round na ito para sa Chimera.
Sobra.
Nagamit ang ultimate dito ng ating Omen. Nawala yung operator. Look at that economy.
Actually, yeah. They actually did it for the money. Kailangan ng pera ni Worship dito. If ever hindi na plant ni Young Pork to, hindi makakakuha ng Phantom si Worship for sure. Pera na lang talaga ang dahilan kung ba't talaga nila pinant yung spike. They really pushed that ultimate of Omen para lang talaga magkaroon ng pera. Pero look at that, this is what happened to Stiletto? Diretso siya doon na hindi nakatingin.
Silver still manages to buy the operator. A very expensive investment mula dito sa ating Empire. Or rather, I'm sorry, I was wrong, no? Silver was in Empire Esports pala. I was assuming na Chimera dito si Silver. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry guys. Pero ito na nga, on the side of Chimera, 4-1 in favor pa rin para sa kanila, but they're having a hard time. Nabawasan na sila dito ng isang player. And right now, plano nila na pumunta o pumasok dito. Showstopper out. Andyan yung Nanoswarm, hindi makagalaw. Yung Killjoy dito, hindi na nila na-check. And wala siya makita.
Boom! Kung bahala na lang na mabato niya yung Showstopper, but it's okay. Push it to 2v3 situation. Silver, however, with that Blaze Storm, we're not gonna see someone there sa B main, mga kaibigan, but Worship, however, will get spotted by that Recon Bolt and right-click on that Blaze Storm, trying to go on the left clicks, but Draxi is right there on It's a speedway just to take down that guy 4-2. Okay? Tulad na sinabi ko, medyo, that is a really expensive round for Chimera. If ever lang na ginawa nila yon, kailangan nilang manalo. Nag-all out sila ng pera doon. They bought everything that they need. Half armor, phantoms and everything. Pero at least magkakaroon pa naman silang konti pero ngayon, so it's okay. Pero economy-wise, talagang mabigat lang talaga for Chimera.
Kumbaga all-in nga
economy-wise
para sa mga players.
Usapang economy na to eh. So if ever na matalo pa ang Chimera dito, look at their money. Dalawa sa kanila ang walang pera.
And they are on the attacker's side, so they do not have that much of a choice. But look at this, Silver just aiming on that pixel wide angle. Umatras na rin siya agad with that drone from Zova. And as of the moment, if we take a look online na dito, ang ultimate ng Killjoy or lockdown ng Killjoy, andyan din yung orbital strike ng Empire Esports. Although, bawas na sila ng isang player. Chimera, on the other hand, slowly regrouping. Papunta na rin sina Sova at Phoenix on their side. Bat goes using the drone right now to spot on some players and to aim in. Hindi na siya tumingin sa wine, which is nandoon si Gadors.
I have no idea there's someone there in wine though, but now the smoke coming in for Omen to block out this view, pero Draxi with the aim on that head, and that goes with a follow-up kill there. But Gadores, again and again, you need to check wine every time.
3 versus 2 situation. The spike is now planted in favor of Chimera, pero that lockdown might be a problem kapag hindi nila nahanap. The curveball coming in mula dito.
Look at that
sa ating
lineup.
Phoenix. Oh my God!
Crazy lineup coming in.
Seriously? What?
That is crazy.
Sayang.
Man.
Pero ito pa, isa pa, hindi pa tapos.
Patay si Gadores dito.
Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban natin dito, no? The Recon Bolt comes in para kay Beats dito. The trying na ma-delay
ang ganda.
pa yung ating spike. Look at this, Bill. 1-1, pero Sova goes down. Is he gonna be able to defuse it? I think he has enough time to defuse the spike. What a play coming in from Nexi. Unbelievable nano swarm lineup coming in dito sa team na to.
Actually, ito ang solid. Nexi and Draxi connection doon sa wine, mga kaibigan. Why? Nexi on the nano swarm grenade, pinalabas, nabawasan, plus Draxi with the follow-up molly para sure talagang patay. Kasi isipin mo, nasa wine ka, nanano-storm grenade ka, anong gagawin mo? Maglalakad ka pa diretso, di ba? Pero pag may molly pa sa harapan mo, bye.
God. Gusto kong maging ganon, man.
Oh, bakit hindi natin magawa yan sa pa naglalaro tayo?
Magawa yan?
Pero of course, look at that. Ray is just, tamang peak lang, pero medyo wide ata yung ginawa ni Worship dito, mga kaibigan. Trying to be that aggressive though. Silver will gonna flee out of battle. But as well, nabukasin na yung armor ni Silver, but it's okay. But it's not enough for him to kill that guy. But look at that. Draxi and Stiletto doing their jobs dito just to mess up the strategy of Chimera there. Silver with a kill again onto Ripper, but Beast is the only one remaining here. He tried to kill 2 people, but Draxi, mga kaibigan, siya lang ang napatay na dito. Stiletto with a 3K now. Empire Esports from the depths of hell going up again para tapatan ang Chimera. The game is now tied up by 4.
Once na nagkaroon dito ng operator si Silver, very difficult na para sa side dito ng Chimera. Hindi sila, agad-agad sila napipick off dito ni Silver. At the same time, hindi sila makapush ng slow push. Kailangan pag magpipick sila wide angles para lang mawala yung tutok dito ni Silver ng kaunti. But a shock dart going in on that place. Run it back mula sa ating Phoenix. Makakakuha o makakapatay ba siya? Curveball coming in also. Meron sa mga nagulag. Nasa kaliwa mo lang, hindi mo pa nakita. Sayang naman. Gadores on the other hand sees 3 people nakagamit na rin dito with the Empress online on
Gadores!
him. Silver gets the kill, gets the trade with the operator, but this is gonna be tough. Wala pang ulti dito, wala pang Blade of Storm. Tatlong players ang nag-aabang towards a long. And what a play coming in dito mula sa ating Chimera. This is CT rather para sa ating or defender side spawn. And with this,
For Reyna, sa totoo lang ang ginawa niya, amazing micromanagement skills mga kaibigan. Nung nakita niya na mapapatay niya ng isa, quickly dismiss. Dismiss lang talaga para ma-dodge niya yung incoming damages pa talaga na pwede na makita dito. But look at that. That is a game again for Chimera because of that train doing her job done here in City. It's just... Gador is really explosive right now. Pero tutulad nga nung napag-usapan natin kanina at saka nung panel, actually, they're just feeding off energy with each other. Gadorers needs to step up more para lang magkaroon ng mas malaking lead dito. They need to shut down Silver real quick. And the problem for Chimera right now, ito kasi yung thing sa kanila, they're actually doing a triple duelist setup na nasa baba ng leaderboards ngayon. So, ang gagawin ng Empire dito is just to defend and not gonna overpush most likely. And the perfect thing to do that is Jet using that operator.
well, on the other hand naman, Hunter's Fury dito coming in mula kay Chimera and also the Paranoia doing some damage sa ilang members dito ng Empire Esports. But that's not enough para makakuha o makapitas. Dalawang shock dart na rin ang ginawa nila, but it doesn't connect to anybody as well as the Recon Bolt. But look at the angle that Bad Ghost is holding rather. Bad Ghost getting a double kill. Silver on the other hand, nakakuha na rin ng isa. Chimera, beats na lang ang natitira mga kaibigan, and he doesn't have a choice but to peek.
The problem here for Chimera Esports, they know how deadly Silver is with that operator. It's gonna be so hard for you to shut down that guy because of his mobility skills, because of that updraft, because of the tailwind. Paano nyo mahuhuli si Silver? That is the huge question now for Empire Esports. With that kind of lineup, triple duel setup, mahirap hulihin si Silver dito. In order for you to kill Silver, you need to contain Silver. You need smokes. You need to know kung nasan siya. Ang tanong dyan, kailangan nyong unahan si Silver. And look at dito sa A-main. You need to start off with the Leer. And apparently, that is the Leer now. Leer is now up, but Silver is really that evasive dito mga kaibigan with the tailwind and the smoke as well. Pero to, tamang jiggle pick ng mga kaibigan with that Paranoia. Let's see if they're gonna take down Silver out of the bat. But ooh, look at that through that smoke, man. 3 HP left kay Silver mga kaibigan. And I think they're just gonna back off, and that is the rotation now for Chimera.
Hindi niya ata alam na nabawasan niya si Silver.
Oo, wala siyang idea at all. Pero ang problema dito, partner, medyo marami na rin na-commit ang Chimera dun sa A. So medyo mababawasan sila ng mga pwedeng gamitin dito sa B. At least he got that 2 Leers for Gadorers right now, but the turret spots the players here in B main. Now taking down Worship right off the bat. Pero let's see, Gadorers, ladies and gentlemen, you need to use that Leer. There is the Leer coming in, but
Fury! It's just a mess para dito sa Chimera with a lot of players dying left and right. Young Pork na lang ang natitira, pati na rin si Beats dito with that. Recon Bolt is in. Nakita na rin ang location. Sobrang sakit sa ulo ng Recon Bolt dito ng Sova. Grabe. Agad-agad na detection ang nakita nila. And finally, Empire Esports securing the round and still managing to get the operator of Silver. What?
The problem on that round is this. Nag-Leer si Gadowers dito, pero hindi pa talaga na-activate yung full blind, nag-peak na siya. Pero malaking problema din yun kasi na-reveal na rin yung location niya. Kaya wala na rin siyang choice at all na kailangan talaga niyang lumaban. Pero yun nga lang, medyo hindi nila nagamit, hindi nila fully utilize yung Lear.
That was an almost round para sa Chimera dito, no? Knowing na yung natirang HP para kay Silver dito is very, very low. 3 HP, if I'm not mistaken.
3 HP.
And the ones
Buhay
na,
pa, kuya mo,
nung
no?
maraming, ganong karaming skills na ang kinomit nila para sa A site, if kung sakali lang talagang napatay na nila si Silver, maaari na silang, there's a big possibility, kumbaga, na makuha na nila yung round na yun or yung A site.
Yes, indeed. Alright. I just want to talk about Ripper right now. Ripper, however, sa game nila kahapon, Ripper is really that explosive. But hold that thought, we're now seeing Gadovers with the 2K now taking down Stiletto and Daxi, but the problem is Silver is still alive. Here in Evan, just activating that Blade Storm, but Ripper finally taking down Silver out of the bat. 2 versus 2 situation, ladies and gentlemen. The lockdown is online. Gadovers, however, he sees one here, but the spray almost didn't connect. But Gadovers taking Sova down right now. But Young Pork, let's see, dito sa Hell, next he's the only one remaining, has the grenade, but Young Pork with the aim, with the position, with the angle, Chimera is still back into the game. Andito pa sila, tying this match with the 6-6. Ito lang naman ang kailangan nila. Kailangan talaga sila hindi magpa-iwan sa Empire Esports.
Alam mo, dapat natin gawin dito. Sabi ko naman sa inyo, guys, toss coin na lang ang gagawin natin. Wag na lang kaya kayo maglaro. Joke lang.
Mahirap malaman kung sino bang mananalo dito kasi lagi silang naglalaban talaga. Empire minsan, Chimera minsan, paikot-ikot lang. Kaya kung kasi mag-toss coin na lang kayo.
But look at this, Vil, no? With the switch of the players of the teams mula sa attackers at defenders side. The triple duelist setup
on a defense, medyo mahirap yan.
And then, yung smoke ng Brimstone, recon ng Sova.
Tignan mo. Look at Worship and Godovers right now. Being that aggressive. Dalawa sila dito sa A main. Stiletto, however, with a head!
Seriously?
But Godovers with a refrag, with a trade there. Yan ang kailangan gawin ng Chimera, mga kaibigan. You need to be that aggressive with that kind of setup. But Tripper again with head taken down next down and a heal. 2 versus 3. Empire Esports with an advantage here. Mahirap to.
2 versus 3 situation nga para sa dalawang teams na ito.
Walang molly.
Spike,
Walang molly to si Phoenix.
yung spike na plant na natin dito, yung drone natin, nakita na yung dalawang players kung nasan sila nakapwesto. Now, the smoke coming in mula dito sa Brimstone. Ito ang kulang pa right now para sa Chimera. May paranoia na ba? Yes, paranoia going in. Recon Bolt destroyed, nakababa na. Nasa baba lang si Silver. Youngport getting the headshot at nakita niya na rin ang huling player, but Bat goes with the better aim right now. Look at that. Eto na naman, makikita na naman natin yung mga lineup na malulupit mula sa mga teams natin dito sa Ascent map, especially with the Brimstone. Alam ko, yan yung pinili nila. And wala ang Chimera niyan. Walang ganyang lineup. Even a Killjoy, wala. So what can you do to delay aside from the shock dart?
Line up,
the Phoenix pwede. Yung Phoenix.
Yun nga, yung sinasabi ko. It's gonna be so hard for sure. Pero, yun nga, pinag-usapan natin kanina, Empire Esports need to check always yung mga likod niya. Yung mga flanks agad, dapat ng Empire Esports yung kailangan nilang tignan because of that Brimstone with this lineup. It's gonna be so hard for Chimera now to do something about this for sure. But hold that thought, we have Chi Beats here in middle. Wala na siyang recon bolt, 18 seconds on that. Oh, he sees the head of Silver but
grabe, pixel lang yun, man.
Yeah.
Sobrang pixel peak lang para kay Beats dito, but we still managed to see the Jet pushing forward. Pero hindi niya nakuha yun. Young Pork, on the other hand naman, prepared to battle
Shorty.
dito sa ating B main. The Bucky and the Shorty connection. Let's see if it's gonna get one kill on the Bucky. The trade comes in mula kay Young Pork, Silver, or Beats rather. On the other hand, nakakuha rin naman ng ilang mga kills pero hindi makakatapat ang sheriff niya para sa barrel dito ni Bat Goes. Gadores on the other hand with the Bucky as well pushing forward slowly but surely. Pero merong tao sa B main that Bucky hindi aabot yan doon. Napakalayo. Worship na lang ang natitira. Chimera, what are they gonna do with that drone? Smoke? Look at the setup of Empire Esports. Kung ano ang kaya nilang gawin with the lineup that they have, the agents na meron sila. With that setup, the smoke of the brim, the recon, o kaya naman the drone of the Sova, it's just easy to secure sites para sa kanila.
Lalo na pag hawak-hawak mo ang Bucky, ang kalaban mo dyan is distance. You need na talagang maging sobrang aggressive dito. You have two choices apparently if you're using a Bucky. Number 1, exit frags. Number 2, be aggressive at dumire-diretso ko lang kung saan mapapunta yung mga kalaban mo. Pero if you're up against a Phantom or a Spectre, lalo na if you're up against an operator, it's gonna be impossible for you to win that team fight now. But apparently this is a gun round now for Chimera. Makakakita pa tayo ng comeback dito. You need to look out for Draxi. Si Draxi, ang gagawin lang niyan is just to save that Molotov. If nakita ng Chimera na nilabas na ni Draxi yung Molotov niya, pwede nating sabihin, okay, nagboli na yung Brim, safe na tayo.
Beats kasabay dito ng ating drone. Wala silang nakita onto the attacker side spawn. On the other hand, Worship and also Reyna from Empire Esports Gadowers onto the crossfire dito sa ating garden o sa trees kung meron mang papasok. Now, ang tanong, makikita ba siya? Yun nga ang hindi nangyari. Silver, on the other hand, waiting for that peek, wide angle peek. Gadowers sees Silver. Silver goes and kills off Gadowers with that Spectre. May isa pang Cloudburst, nakakita pa siya ng isa, but Young Pork with the trade mula sa likod. Empire Esports versus Chimera. 3 versus 4 situation. Sova, Brimstone, and Killjoy. Ano ang kaya nilang i-set up dito?
Yung tatlong taong merong line-up sa pag-plant, mga kaibigan. Let's see if kaya ba nilang matapos. Pero there's somewhere right there sa market, no, but they're now really pushing in. Dito sa B-side, the Ripper is right there on the corner again and again. However, Draxi is now down. Ang problema dito, buhay pa yung dalawang magkailan. Pero Young Pork, however, taking down Nexi because of that recon bolt by Sova. That is the connection of Young Pork and Beats here in this map right now.
That's crazy. Iba talaga ang isang team kapag merong Sova. Especially on this map, Ascent, it's a must. It's definitely a must. Grabing intel, grabing information ang nakukuha ng isang Sova sa isang Ascent na mapa. Mapa-attackers man yan, mapa-defenders man yan. It's just amazing to watch, amazing to see, and inspiring actually.
In terms of information and intel actually, pinaka number 1 dyan is communication. It's all about communication. Pwedeng sabihin, sige, magre-recon ako dito. Ano yun? Parang call-outs yun eh. Recon ka, if ever meron makita, wallbang ko na lang, bahala na kung ano mangyayari. And that is the main thing talagang ginagawa ng mga players natin. It's all about communication dito. But the problem is, Bat Goes, ladies and gentlemen, taking huge damage because of that pain shells of Raze though. But apparently Silver all the way from A main. Worship is right there. Medyo nililihan ata. Pero uy! Dash there with an updraft though, but Gador is taking down Silver. But Draxi following up, taking Gador's down as well. But Ripper there from heaven! Ripper sees one only, but Young Pork dito sa may 3 mga kaibigan. Is he gonna spot one though? Ripper is buhay pa, but Nexi with that one tap taking Ripper down. 3 versus 1 situation right now because of that turret! Yung nakakainis na turret na yun, na iba yung focus ni Ripper. It could have been that Killjoy, but
Kaso
that
kasi,
turret, man.
yung pag-spray niya rin sa turret, hindi din tumama agad-agad, no? So, natagalan siya. And this is just a quick replay of what happened. The Silver getting a Blade Storm kill towards the raise of our team Chimera, which is Worship, no? Nahihirapan dito si Worship actually with the 4 kills and 14 deaths on his pocket right now para sa ating leaderboards o sa ating scoreboard.
We're always seeing a 3 duel setup here in this map, but the problem is if ikaw ang defenders, it's gonna be so hard for you to recover sa ganitong klaseng score. Sana na-catch off guard na lang yung Empire Esports dito, which is yun ang dinadasal ng Chimera, mga kaibigan. You need to pick off someone agad. But look at that! The goers taking Silver down with that Bucky, Stiletto, and Bat goes with a kill there. Beats with that Frenzy. It's fine. I mean, that is a really standard pick. Well, apparently, ano lang naman eco round, save round. Nag-eco lang naman ng Chimera dito and just gonna go all out sa next round. But the problem, you need to win the next round after this. Or malay mo, there's gonna be some mercy or anything, pero wala Kala ko himala na mangyayari na mananalo si Phoenix dun Pero isip mo, nakakatakot actually. Nakakatakot na maiwan sa isang post-plant si Killjoy, Brim at saka si Sova. Kasi yung tatlong yan, meron na siyang line-up just to stop the possible diffuse of Chimera. Kaya kailangan talaga ng constant communication. Ang tanong, naubos na ba yung dalawang nanoswarm grenades? Naubos na ba yung molly? Ubos na ba yung shock dart? Kung hindi pa, you need to look out of these players. I mean, i-bait mo siguro. Pero kahit i-bait mo, malalaman din yan
No, Worship. Napitas na nga dito ng Team Empire Esports. Gadowers on the other hand, nandito lang sa ating top mid. Draxi pushing in na rin. Nagsasmoke na sila dito sa A side. Closing in the doors. And right now, pasok na ang Empire Esports. 4 versus 2 situation na lang agad ang nangyari. Sobrang daming casualties towards the middle. And Stiletto right now, cleaning up the mess. Ang natitira na lang ay si Beats with that operator. Maybe he can take some exit frags from the people going into mid.
Kompleto pa ang utilities ni Beats dito. You got the recon bolt just to check out the person there in top mid. Killjoy.
Ito na.
Umiikot ata. Alaman ni Beats, most likely na iniikot sa ni Killjoy. You need to check out your 6 because Killjoy is right there, mga kaibigan. And look at, apparently Killjoy is on the hunt. Sova as well. This is a really good sandwich for all these teams right now. Sayang, ayaw ng Empire na pahawakan ng Chimera.
Hindi pwede yan.
Ng operator.
Para
Ayaw
kay
nila.
Silver yan. Para kay Silver ang operator. Hindi mo pwedeng makuha. Now, our score is 11-7. Pabor nga ito sa Empire Esports as of the moment. And I really think talaga ang rason kung bakit ganito ang nangyayari is because of the agent picks. Malaking factor.
Takot ang Empire Esports na makakuha ng operator ang Chimera. Fight range with range. Yun ang gagawin nila kay Jet, mga kaibigan. If ever hindi na mahanap, push that with an operator. Pero ang problema sa Chimera is hindi sila makakuha ng operator kasi kailangan nilang mag-buy round lag. Kailangan nilang bumili lagi ng mga equipment nila. Kailangan nila mag-all out every time. Because at this point of the game, hindi na sila pwedeng mag-eco Hindi na talaga sila pwedeng mag-eco. 11-7. Kailangan all out na lagi ang Chimera dito, mga kaibigan. But the Hunter Spear coming in from Beast right now. Might spot out! Stiletto! -1 for the 2K! Sayang!
No, it's not gonna be possible. Ripper nga, napatay na rin. But Draxi, on the other hand, very low na sa ating HP. He still has some smokes. At nagsiset up na rin sila. Meron din siya ditong orbital strike, no? So, 3 versus 4 situation. Mababa na kanyang HP. Someone needs to plant para makapag-line up pa, magamit pa yung lineup ng kanyang Molly dito.
Gadowers.
On the other hand naman, Gadowers ay nasa wine at they are now checking Hell. Silver goes down. Dito kay Longport, Gadowers with a trade coming in. Dito sa ating A side, securing the round. Finally, Chimera. They are able to get some rounds along dito sa ating kalaban, ang Empire Esports.
Ang ginawa ng Chimera dito is hindi nila masyadong tinapatan ang Empire Esports. Kasi alam na nila, pag nag-head-to-head sila, malaki ang lamang ng Empire Esports dito. So ang ginawa ng Chimera is ginulat na lang nila. There's someone there in Wine, there's someone there in Hell as well. So, at least, yun talaga ang nag-work sa kanila. Pero, mag-work pa ba sa kanila yon sa mga susunod na round? And we can see now, Worship with that operator.
May plano to si Batghost.
Oo nga, mukhang nilabas na ni Batghost ang Odin niya, mga kaibigan.
May masamang balak, mga kaibigan.
Nilabas na ang Odin dito, but the leer of that Reyna just blocking the view of Worship here. Ito ang mahirap. Mahirap sa Odin eh.
Isang mabilis na push para dito sa Empire Esports. Baba na ang lockdown. Hindi sila makapasok ngayon with the smoke coming in dito sa Omen. Beats getting 1 kill. Hindi pa tumama ang mga stray bullets ng ibang mga members. And now Orbital Strike. Nilabag na rin. Detain dito si Youngport. Gets the gun. Is he gonna get 1 kill? Yes, he gets 1 kill. Pero bat goes para sa ating trade. That showstopper is just perfect. Worship on the other hand.
1v1.
Operator 1 versus 1 na. Reyna! Sa Reyna! Amazing aim from Gadowers. What a round. Action pack. Sobra.
Pero sa
Sulit.
totoo lang, kahit naka-Empress si Stiletto doon, meron pa rin talagang advantage si Gadowers. Kasi alam ni Gadowers kung nasan si Stiletto, mga kaibigan. And Stiletto, of course, you need to check out yung B-site doon. So apparently, Gadowers just used and utilized that advantage para at least lang makakuha ulit ng 1 round coming in for Chimera. And sa totoo lang, pasok pa rin ang op. Meron pa rin op ang Chimera dito. Worship needs to utilize this really good. But look at that. Empire Esports, we're just gonna settle here in A na lang, mga kaibigan. And Bat Ghost just checking wine. Which is yan ang sinasabi namin kanina pa. Always check wine. Kasi baka nandyan na naman si Gado, mga kaibigan. And recon ball coming in from that Sova just to get some intel and information here, ladies and gentlemen. Silver, however, just waiting for that.
Hunter's Fury, nilabas na rin dito ni Batghost. Nagko-connect yung iba. And gets
Nilamon.
another kill. Si Reaper, sinalo sa mukha ang Hunter's Fury. The paranoia will help them. Youngport
Hindi
dito,
natamaan ang
nasa
Molly.
hell. Hindi makalabas. Hindi tumatama yung Molly. But, stuck na siya.
See though.
What?
Napatay ng Molly.
What?
2v2.
What? A crazy round coming in from Empire Esports. Alam mo kung ano ang meron Empire Esports? Maaaring hindi na nila pinipilit na maging aggressive towards Chimera, pero ang meron dito ang Empire Esports, trade.
And crowd control.
Trade, crowd control, at the same time, the information o yung communication ng teams. Na parang, andito na sa generator, kailangan ko ng ka-trade, nandun na agad yung ka-trade.
Sobrang solid ng gameplay ng Empire Esports ngayon in terms of trade-offs, in terms of crowd control. Dito nag-excel ang Empire Esports dito sa game na to. Chimera needs to step up on this game right now. You need to push this on an overtime, most likely, para at least makabawi kayo sa overtime, of course. But going back in this game right now, Gadowers, however, without that Empress online, it's gonna be so hard for you. Tulad ng kasabi ko nga, harap-harapan. It's just Stiletto using that smoke for his advantage as well, taking down the main fragger of Chimera. Ulitin ko, this is the match point already for Empire Esports. Ripper, however, here in B, not gonna use a curveball, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that pick coming in from Nexi. Won't gonna be possible for you to kill Ripper, but Draxi, again, tulad nga na pinag-uusapan din kanina, that trade-offs of Empire Esports is really that intense. Worship will be dead as well. 1 versus 4. It's all up to Young Pork Tocino na lang, mga kaibigan. Siya na lang ang pag-asa ng Empire Esports to push this one overtime.
And it's now finally done. Empire Esports takes game number 1 na para sa ating best of 3 series against Chimera. What a game! And like I said, ang ganda. Sobrang ganda lang talaga ng ginawa dito ng Empire Esports. Everything just seems so perfect para sa kanila. Yung mga rounds na nakuha ng Chimera, it was because of the eco rounds. Yung mga eco, yung mga handicap situations talaga na nangyari. But on the other side of things, na wala yung handicap na yan, perfect.
Pwede nating sabihin na it's actually a comeback for Empire Esports. They're down to 0-4, pushing this to a 12-9, something like that. I mean 13-9, something like that. So, pwede nating sabihin na it's gonna be so hard for you talaga if hindi nag-work yung triple duel setup nyo. Number 1, you need to be really aggressive if you're doing that kind of setup.
The crowd control.
The crowd control na talaga. Yun ang problema. Yun ang number 1 na pwede sabihin na weakest thing para sa isang triple duel setup, crowd control abilities.
Tapos isipin mo, napaka-talented ng Sova natin. Bawat recon bolt niya, nakikita kung nasan ba nakapwesto yung Chimera. But still, again and again, these two teams, toss coin lang tong mga to eh. Toss coin lang tong mga to. Lagi silang nagkikita, lagi silang naghaharap sa mga tournaments, and it's just that parang nakadepende na lang sa araw ng mga players. Maganda ba araw mo, Gadors? Maganda ba araw mo, Ripper? The thing is, Ripper was having a hard time. Really having a hard time. At the same time naman doon, si Ripper, doon sa B-main, very aggressive position. Isipin mo, inaabangan na agad niya yung paglabas ng corner na yun. And alam natin kung gaano kagaling mag-trade ang Empire Esports. Anyways,
yes, that is true, ladies and gentlemen. There's the game 1 of Empire Esports versus Chimera, and after the break, it's going to be game number 2. Once again, this is 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL. We are guys for today. My name is Vil. Alongside with me is Eliza Taylor right here. See you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, magbabalik na tayo dito sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. My name is Tayor at kasama ko ngayon si Vil. Kami ang inyong mga casters.
I really like that. Everything in between. Everything under the sun. I love it. Apparently, this is going to be the game number 2 of Empire Esports versus Chimera. And next map is Bind.
Interesting. Now, the thing is, Ascent ang pumili nung mapa natin kanina. Ay, Ascent yung pumili nung mapa natin. Hindi kasi nagdodoble yung audio ko eh. Sorry. Direct.
Nagdodoble yung audio.
Yung Ascent, pinili ng Chimera. Okay?
Yeah, that's true.
And then this time around, Bind naman ang mapa natin, which is the pick of Empire Esports. Tama na. Yung sinabi ko, di ba?
Yes,
Tama.
indeed. So, we're gonna expect now Empire Esports na mag-step up dito because they actually picked this map. So, it's really up to Chimera to adjust sa gagawin ng Empire Esports dito. And, ito yung isa. Chimera picked the map na natalo sila. Am I right? Which is Ascent, yes? Are we gonna see na Empire picked the map pero natalo rin sila? It is possible,
It is possible. Kasi nga, again, these two guys, these two teams, no? Si Reaper, tamang fries lang muna.
Reaper, kain ka muna because...
Kain ka muna. Kailangan
actually,
ng energy.
Ito ano pag-usapan natin kanina pa, kahapon, is Reaper needs to perform ng sobra-sobra. The performance of Reaper, if you're gonna compare that performance yesterday, ngayon, sobrang layo, napakalayo mga kaibigan, nung performance ng ngayon at saka kahapon. Sana bumalik ulit yung Reaper kahapon ngayon.
May mga bagay talaga na pag nawala na, tsaka mo hinahanap, no, mga kaibigan. And as of the moment,
may problema ka ba, partner?
Hindi pa natin nababalikan yung pinag-uusapan natin, which is yung sa sobrang 50-50 nila, it is possible, really possible, like a 90% chance na Empire picks itong next map natin, but they're gonna lose on it. Kasi nga, ganon kadikit ang labanan ng dalawang teams na to. But then again,
we're not actually saying na manatalo sila. It's still a chance.
It just goes down or it all boils down kung ano ba magiging performance, especially ng mga duelists natin.
Tamang food trip lang ang Chimera dito, mga kaibigan. Tamang food trip lang. Si Reaper just eating some foodies together with young pork.
Sabay hawak sa mouse.
Sabay hawak sa mouse. Hindi, kaliwa. Kaliwa naman yung hawak. Kaliwa naman. So,
WASD. So sa WASD mapupunta po yung mga kaibigan.
Oo nga eh. So we're now seeing where she open bracket. Kidding. I mean, this is really interesting for me. VALORANT Challengers Philippines, stage 1, week 1, day number 1. And every game is really that interesting. Once again, these teams, pasok na sila next week.
Yep, sa ating week 2 basically. Pasok na sila sa ating week 2. But, ang pinaglalabanan natin dito, kaya tayo may semifinals at grand finals, is yung cash prize natin for week 1. Because, yung first place natin makakakuha ng 20,000 pesos. Yung second place natin ay makakakuha ng 10,000 pesos. At para naman sa third and fourth, sila ay makakakuha o makakauwi, makakapag-uwi ng 2,500 pesos. It may seem a little, but imagine, palaki na palaki yan as we go sa ating VALORANT Masters.
Week 2, partner. 100K, yes? 100K ang mapapalanunan ng first, yeah? Ay, basta 6 digits ang mapapalanunan nila, mga kaibigan. So, it's gonna be big for sure na makukuha sa week 2. And apparently, if I'm gonna ask you, partner, isipin mo kung ikaw ba,
anong gagawin ko sa pera?
Kung alam mong, hindi yung pera.
Akala ko yun yung itatanong mo eh.
If ever na 5 kayong team, if ever kayo management, gusto mo ba na maglaro all the way sa championship? Kasi more games is mas makikita yung kung paano kayo maglaro, yung mga strategies mo. Or magpapalaglag na kayo ngayon. Then babawi kayo sa week number 2. Indeed.
Para sa akin, isang matinding practice na rin kasi itong nakikita or nakakasama nila at nakakalaban nila yung mga teams. Especially, imaginein mo yung Dream Fire na laging usapan nga natin is mostly seen on pub games na Radiant sila. Imagine this is the chance na kakalaban na rin nila yung BREN Esports. Just to weigh kung nasan ba sila ngayon sa mga skills ng mga players at ng mga teams natin. And then...
Coronia!
Oh, eto na, finally. Uy, we're gonna see a Sky pick on Bind
Coronia.
with Chimera. Worship. Balak niya atang mag-Sky dito. Let's see kung ilalak niya. And Chimera,
This is
the
actually
thing is,
interesting.
with them, I
Ripper.
can't seem to... the picks, you know.
Yeah.
Agents.
I think they're gonna settle with a 3 duelist setup again for Chimera here in this map right now. And knowing that defenders pa sila, it's gonna be so hard for you, man. 3 duelist setup na knowing na defenders kayo with a Sky. At least meron kayong controller, yes, with brain freeze as well. But you need a more crowd control dito. Sobrang cool sa crowd control pa to. Which is, yun ang meron na naman ang Empire.
Layo mo.
Hindi kasi mo nag-explain kasi ako naglalakad ako eh.
Layo nang nararating ni Bill.
Naglalakad kasi ako. Look at Empire Esports. Andito sa kabila.
Okay.
Look at Empire Esports, mga kaibigan. They have a lot of crowd control. Number 1, they have Sky. Coronia. They have smokes of Brim. They have the cyber cage of Cypher.
Tripwires pa.
Tripwires pa. And they have, of course, pain shells and
ano yun? Curveball?
Bumbot. Curveball ni Phoenix. So
hot hands din.
Yeah, I mean, mahirap. This is gonna be a hard team fight as well for Chimera. Kailangan nyo na namang maging aggressive. Ito yung thing eh. Medyo nagkaroon na kayo ng problema sa triple duelist setup last map. Why do it again? What do you think?
Well, it's possible it was just a bad game coming in from Chimera, but still, they managed to get ilang rounds. Hindi sila super tambak mula dito sa Empire Esports. It's just that maybe, this time around, they have a different strategy for this game. Malay natin, yung kaninang nakita natin na playstyle nila, which sometimes they're aggressive, sometimes they're not. Maybe they're gonna change it up this time around. At on to our next map nga, which is Bind. Now, buy round na tayo. 3 frenzy para sa Chimera. Ilang
Game
frenzy din para sa
number
ating
2
Empire Esports.
Here in Bind. And look at that silver there with the curveball. Pero ang problema dito, medyo masakit. Aray ko po, ang sakit nun, mga kaibigan. Nasabugan ng pinchels ni Raze dito. But at least napatay naman nila si Brimstone. A really nice trade-off there coming in for Chimera. And at least, well, ang problema naman dito sa Chimera, kailangan talaga nilang mag-defend ng sobra dito, mga kaibigan. And Jet and Sky, well, just gonna settle there in B. Most likely, hindi naman sila magkakaroon ng matinding bakbakan dito.
Jumping
But ang ginagawa ng Chimera dito is just parang tinatakot lang nila ang Empire Esports na meron tao dito. You need to back off or anything. But Nexi, however, and Stiletto pushing there in hook and just gonna check that Cubby though and won't see anyone or not gonna deal damage at all. But hindi na.
Satchel pabalik.
I really thought he's gonna go in.
Satchel pa atras para dito sa Empire Esports. Wala na sila. Kulang na sila ng isang player. And right now, pasok na rin ang ating Phoenix para sa site. Silver goes down in the hands of Ripper. Phoenix versus Phoenix ang labanan. And now, pinaplanta ang bomba na wala ng bala dito si Nexi. Naubos pa nga. Triple full kills
Look at
for Ripper. Ito yung inaantay natin. Kanina pa. Finally, Chimera's Ripper is online.
Ripper is online indeed. Ripper is activated already. Apparently, partner, kahapon, dito nag-stand out si Ripper dito sa Bind.
Maybe it's his favorite map.
Most likely, pwede nating sabihin, kahapon, mga kaibigan, dito nagwala si Ripper. He literally ripped the heads out of his enemies. And nakikita naman natin ulit ngayon si Ripper na nagwawala dito sa bind. Kalaban naman ang Empire Esports. Finally, after one game, he is now online. But the thing is, hanggang kailan to?
Masaya ang run it back para sa bind eh. You know?
Actually,
pwede ka mag-TP, pwede mo ma-check kung nasaan yung mga tao na papuntang B, di ba? Kung meron magdadaan. And as we look into the matchups or into the players, nilabas na nga, na-blind na nga, dire-diretsong pasok para sa Empire Esports. Silver! Naabutan ni Gadors, and right now with the Bucky and that Molly na mag-connect kay Patos and the headshot from Stiletto, naubos ang kanyang buhay dahil sa Molly na yan. Natapakan. 2-0 na ang ating score. Chimera takes the ground.
In terms of crowd control, mga kaibigan, ang Chimera, meron din ganyan. Hot hands, of course, Raze, meron din silang Brimstone, kompletos recados din sila. Pero in terms of control naman, partner, kamusta ang Chimera?
Well, just the smoke, control, and from the sky as well. And sort of 50-50. I can say
actually,
na
pareho lang din eh.
Parehas lang naman halos. But with Empire Esports, Cypher on the team.
That Cypher is actually a big thing for Empire Esports, lalo na dun sa Trip War. And now, Draxi, just checking out these corners. Ito ang kailangang bantayan ng Empire Esports.
Annoying.
Ripper being settling on that corners dito sa bind. Napanood ko na yan kahapon eh. Ganito ang ginagawa lagi ni Reaper. Laging corners lang talaga siya. Just trying to catch someone off guard. But the one-way smoke of that Brimstone here in A, we're just gonna give a hard time for Empire Esports to push in. But look at that. Gadowers there in the corner as well. Here in mid.
No, the wrong swing para kay Draxi. Stiletto getting the trade. That was still a good kill mula sa kanila. Silver trying to find one person. The curveball is in. Malayo ang kanyang binabarel. Ripper takes the kill. Bat goes on the other hand. Bumabalik ng ating B side. And finally planting the spike. Meron na ring nag-TP towards hookah or sa ating going to hookah. And Stiletto, ginagawa niya. Inaabangan niya na lang. Iisa pa ng teleport. Mali ang daan. Lasma sa Dasma.
Lasma sa Dasma, nag-audition.
Nag-audition. Ako naman, pasok na ako, men. Ito na.
Sobrang sayang lang. Stiletto just utilizing that teleporter para lang at least makakuha ng slight advantage dito sa may hookah. Tamang jiggle pick lang. He sees one plus the other one completes the round, completes the kill here. Pero ang problema dito, Gadowers, medyo lang call out siya dun sa round na yun. Wala siyang guns, but at least he got the Blazestorm though, so it's okay. He can use that, and he can use the mobility of that jet with that up gas, with that tail window. But the run it back of Silver is online already. There's someone run it back versus run it back.
Curveball! And right now,
sinabagsabayan ng run it back dito eh.
Silver, sinasabayan din yung kanyang mga flashes by the sky. He's having a hard time. Empire Esports right now, 5 versus 3 situation. Nexi, nakita niya na yung jet na nasa long or nasa garden. Umaatras lang pa konti-konti. They want to go and take B. The thing is,
alam ni Silver na nandun si Phoenix.
Ang kailangan nilang patayin dito, isang nasa elbow na naka-blade storm.
He doesn't has the wall, wala siyang wall. Pero at least may KG next lead, so it's okay. But Silver sees one, they're gonna is now down 4. But Tripper, however, has all the utility that they need for them to take down these players. But the curveball is now online. Silver, however, taking down Ripper with a head. Silver, isang curveball na lang ang meron siya, pero yung nga tamang jiggle pick lang, but the sky is now down to Brimstone na lang ang sagot dito. Nakapatay pa ng isa. 2 versus 2 situation. That goes
the Molly!
Fire burning on the dance or indeed 1v1. That molly is huge actually for all these teams. Nakita ni Nexi si Beats taking him down. Actually, ito, gusto ko sana sabihin na napaka-smart move ng ginawa ni Ripper doon. Narinig na nag-run it back dito, lumabas sa teleporter, nilabas yung curveball, nakapatay pa ng isa sa mid. And in order for you to deal with that, actually, run it back versus run it back. Wala namang mawawala sa inyo eh.
Pagalingan na lang tumutok.
Oo, if ever magkakapatayan kayo dalawang run it back, it's okay.
Pagalingan na lang tumutok, but at the same time, yung utilities na magagamit mo habang naka-run it back ka.
Oo.
Diba? So, with this, Boombot, stiletto para sa ating going towards Hookah. Holding the spike right now. Mukhang gusto nilang sumilip, pero umatras saglit
Back
ng
daw.
naramdaman nila.
Back, pre. May tao dito.
Pahil.
Papahil muna, Sky. Pero going back here in this game right now, Nexi there with a spray. Won't gonna catch someone. There's Sky, very, very low on HP. Walang kaya makapag-heal sa kanya dito mga kaibigan. Pero Nexi! Taking Gadowers now with a neural theft as well. Every position is now compromised and we're just gonna settle here in B. But that ultimate coming in from Brimstone. We're not gonna catch here. Silver, however, gonna kill someone from Chimera. 5 versus 2. Phoenix and that Brimstone is the only man remaining here for Chimera. Both here sa may CT side. Mahirap, partner.
Imagine yung post-plant capabilities dito ng Empire Esports. Lalo na kapag buhay si Cypher. Camera in. Sige. Trip war dito, trip war dyan. Alam mo na agad kung nasan yung kalaban.
For sure. And in terms of post-plant na thing na ginagawa ng Empire Esports dito, tulad ng sinabi ko, that Cypher.
Kailangan si Draxi, abutan siya.
That Cypher with that neural theft, mga kaibigan. Yan ang sinasabi natin sa'yo. Malalaman agad, makakompromise agad yung mga posisyon ng Chimera dito. And knowing in that kind of lineup, Beats, wala pa siyang nagagawa dito with the 0-4-2 KDA. Ripper again, yes, nagper-perform na siya. Yes, bumabalik na yung Ripper kahapon. Pero ang problema dito, it's not enough for you to deal with this kind of agents na meron ng Empire Esports. Draxi, however, 0-4, pero sobrang solid ng smokes na binibigay ni Draxi dito eh.
Hindi to 1 versus 5 mga kaibigan. 5v5 ang labanan dito. Kaya naman kailangan mag-step up talaga lahat ng mga teams, lahat ng mga players. Run it back mula dito. Brain freeze, caught off guard by Draxi para sa trade doon sa run it back. Beats on the other hand, pati na rin dito sa ating short A, pati na rin ang Phoenix ay nakaabang lang onto a crossfire. At checking na rin si Batghost with the drone. Walang nakita sa short A. Kaso nga lang, busy magbato ng hot ants. The trade comes in from Beats.
Scouting. Napatay na mga kaibigan. They know already there's someone there in heaven. And we're just gonna pull out that hawk at least to check out some information here. Silver, they're taking down someone. It's now down for 1 versus 4 situation. It's all up to Sky para patayin itong mga taong to. It's gonna be so hard though, but Silver getting that advantage, getting that high ground, but Bat Ghost using that shock dart just to completely shut down that Sky. 4-2. Wala pang ganong pera ang Chimera dito. Worship, yes, meron siyang ultimate, pero ang kailangan talagang makapag-ulti dito is number 1, Brain Freeze with that huge crowd control and together with Beats as well. But this match is really going for Empire Esports right now. Nawala yung 50-50 natin actually, partner.
So far pa lang. Partner. Draxi. Hunter's Fury agad. Parang kay Batghost dito. Is he gonna be able to kill one? No, but he decides to tag 2. Alam niya nang mababa ang buhay ng dalawang players dito from Chimera. And with that heal from Sky, babalik lang din. Yeah. Never mind. Na-hype ko pa, no? May heal naman pala yung Sky. Never mind. Fine. Stiletto on the other hand, checking corners! The perfect headshot mula sa kanya. Hot hands mula sa Phoenix and sunog na Stiletto. Hindi niya makita kung saan siya dumadaan. But the recon bolt comes in mula kay Batghost. The plant is also being initiated.
Retake is here.
Retake time para sa Chimera with 3 players remaining. The control, grabe.
Isa lang ang nakita. Oh, grabe ang control. Grabe.
Tignan mo naman.
Ang pag-sustain nila. Brain Free sees one with that Bucky though, pero won't gonna be alive that longer because of Bad Ghost just lurking here sa elbow. 5-2. Beats ang sagot niya doon. Sige. We're gonna use that operator. Unahan namin kayo. If we're just gonna go inside, go all out, might as well use the operator, yes. Most likely hookah? Or not? Or not?
It can be short A.
Oh, it can be short A, okay.
Diba?
Okay,
O kaya naman sa long.
Sa long, yeah.
B. Anyway, ang iniisip ko lang is the performance right now of Team Chimera. Although, sure naman na, napasok sila para sa ating week 2, no?
Yeah, that's true. And Nexi, however, we're gonna be able to take down Gadowers here. And look at Gadowers being that aggressive. We're gonna take down Nexi as well. Ito na yung sinasabi ko. Kailangan nila maging aggressive dito with this kind of lineup.
Kaso lahat nasa A.
Oo, yun nga ang pagiging problema dito. Unfortunately, masaya.
Hindi pa
Pero
lumabas!
Hindi pa sumala yung yung molly ni Brimstone dito, and now the spike has been planted already. But look at that, smoke's coming in for all these teams right now. Brain freeze! Hindi nakalam! Diyos ko!
Pa sa pagyuyugi!
Yung pagyuyugi, mga kaibigan, wala dyan si Yugi boy. Pero going back here, buhay pa ang dalawang duelist ng kanya dito, mga kaibigan. Showstopper not connect. 3 versus 2. Nexi sees 1 here. Bat goes. 10 seconds on that recon ball. Pinabas ang curveball, taking down Nexi as well. 1 versus 2 situation. Merong shock dart si Bat goes dito. And for sure, kaya sana na ma-clutch yun. Pero ang problema, ang gagawin lang ni Bat Ghost dito is distance and just gonna use that shock dart just to kill on that lineup, just to kill that guy na nagde-defuse.
Medyo nahihirapan pa nga si Beats sa pagkuha ng kanyang momentum, no? Tinuloy niya bang bilhin yung operator kanina?
Yeah. Binili niya.
That's a huge investment.
Yeah.
With no ROI para sa team nila.
Oo nga eh.
Businessman,
walang ROI no?
Walang ROI eh.
Pero ang problema, kailangan mo mag-invest, partner no?
Kailangan talaga, no? Para malaki yung risk, pero malaki
high risk,
yung
high
reward.
Yeah.
Diba?
High risk, high reward, ladies and gentlemen. But hindi lang talaga nag-work dito sa Chimera right now. The score is 6-2 in favor of Empire Esports. What will Chimera do for them to take down or just to tie this game up? And the Ripper has to run it back. The problem is wala siyang utilities at all. Walang hot hands or
Hindi
wall.
sulit, kumbaga, para gamitin to ngayon. But it's the
Here.
6th, 7th, 8th round. It's the 8th round right now.
Ninth actually.
Ninth round rather.
Yeah, 9th actually. But Draxi taking Brain Freeze down and just gonna push this part of the map right now. And that is the thing na gagawin lang ni Draxi ngayon, mga kaibigan. Just gonna smoke out Heaven. Just gonna smoke out Triple as well. Pop the
Ako dito, bahala kayo sa buhay nyo. Wala akong pake. Empire Esports.
Neural theft.
Online dito, Orbital Strike. At isama mo na rin yung run it back. Pero Nexi or Empire Esports, Nexi just finishes the job. Di na kailangan gamitin yung ulti. Di na kailangan gamitin yung run it back. Ito na yung time, partner. Ito na yung time, Vil, na makapag full buy ang mga players ng ating Chimera.
Alright. For Chimera, mga kaibigan, they need to win this.
Wala silang
Kasi
choice.
wala silang pera na naman next round. Iisipin mo, si Ripper wala siyang pera for sure if ever natalo siya dito. Lalo na si Worship, mga kaibigan. Parehong 0 ang credits ng dalawang to. So they need to go all out. But Brain Freeze is now down for Silver Draxi. With that peak. Taking Gadowers down. 5 versus 3. Ang dalawang tao nag-full buy sa kanila, kailangan maging worth ito for sure. Stiletto, however, Madadodge. Uy, muntik na siya mamatay.
Matatamaan
Muntik
pa
na.
to. Promise!
Muntik pa atang
Ripper
matikay.
gets the kill mula sa run it back niya. And orbital strike, nilabas na din ni Draxi para kay Ripper. That is a kill para naman kay Worship on that operator. Now, it's time to hunt.
Worship, wala siyang pera. 0 credits dito. Nag-all out siya dito. Kailangan niyang masave yung operator na yan o manalo tong round na to para at least sobrang worth ito. Kasi
No! Beats didn't check the corner!
Sayang.
Hindi niya chinek yung corner! Sobrang sayang nang nangyari. 3 versus 1 situation.
Wala siyang
Worship
pera.
right now. He needs to kill this person. Cypher, nasilip na nga. He gets the kill. He needs to go back or else he's gonna lose everything that he has invested. Para dito. Sisilipin niya. Matapang. Grabe. Oh no.
Matapang si Worship. Kung ako, wala, I mean, sobrang lugi ko next round. Hindi na ako mag-pick, man.
Kung ako, nasa ano na
Mag-out
ako
na ako.
Nasa B-site na ako. Nandun na ako sa... Pero siya, he just wants the exit frag. Baka sakali. Alam mo naman.
They just want to mess up with the economy of their opponents as well. And at least na-save ni Worship yung operator. And really nice investment coming in from Worship right now.
It's a broken buy para sa kanila.
0 ulit. Ang binili lang ni Worship dito is of course armor, din utilities, wala na naman siyang pera dito.
It's just bad.
Hindi, tulad ng sinabi ko rin sa iba, wala silang pera at all. Kailangan talaga nilang manalo doon because sobrang putol, parang ano ba yung term na yun? Parang bali, something. Broken economy. Yeah. For Chimera right now, sobrang broken economy sila dito.
Look at that. Very sloppy ang galaw ngayon dito ng Chimera. Pero the hot hands will help Ripper definitely to get some damage done. But look at this. Tignan mo itong ginagawa ng Empire Esports. Grabe yung pagka-aggressive nila. Kung aggressive sila, Chimera is also aggressive, but on a sloppy side, partner.
Indeed, Brain Freeze taking Stiletto down next. He taking down Brain Freeze with a trade here. And again, the operator is still alive for Chimera right now. Pero Draxi just denying that operator, which is Worship ngayon, mga kaibigan. At least, meron pa sila ng konting pera dito. Nag-save sila para dito sa last round ng first half. Yes, full buy lahat. It's okay. Pero ang problema dito, si Worship pala. Hindi makakapag-Vandal, hindi makakapag-Phantom dito. But at least, full armor, full utilities, yun ang importante dito, mga kaibigan. And for Empire Esports, everything is going well for them. Lahat umaayon sa kanila.
Isipin mo, Vil, Empire Esports on the defender side. Although merong yung trip war, nandyan naman yung Raze, nandyan din yung Jet to cancel it out. But the thing is, may Sova, Recon Bolt niya, yung mga shock dart niya.
Yes, for sure. We already talked about this. Cypher is a huge thing for Empire Esports right now. And tama nga tayo doon, he is leading the leaderboards in terms of frags. Sobrang grabe talaga yung information na pwedeng mangyari dito sa Empire Esports. They have the Sova. They have that Cypher. Kitang-kita agad. And of course, boombot pa. Boombot pa ni Raze. How will Chimera deal with this
The
though?
lurk is coming in. Wala silang idea. A double headshot para kay Kadowers dito. Chimera finally getting the hang of it. If aggressive kayo nung time na kayo ang defenders, kami din magiging aggressive. And Ripper doing the job, finishing the job. Tagalinis, kumbaga. It's now a 9-3 score. There's still a huge chance na makakahabol dito ang Chimera if they continue to be like that.
Yes, because ito naman talaga yung kailangan nilang gawin with this kind of triple double setup. You need to be aggressive, but it's really hard for you to be aggressive with this kind of of composition. Here. So it's really up to Chimera right now kung paano nila maipapanalo to. This is gonna be a long day for them though. 6 rounds? Yeah, 6 rounds ang kailangan habulin ng Chimera dito. Winnable, yes.
Ako,
Winnable.
sa mga laro ko nga sa pub game, 12 na kami. Nakahabol pa yung kalaban.
Tapos natalo pa kami.
Diba? Natalo pa.
Oo.
Kala mo kami yung kakambak,
Winnable.
pero hindi.
Tama yun, partner. Winnable.
pero kakayanin.
Kakayanin, of
Puso
course.
lang para sa ating mga players dito.
Oh my God,
Empire
that molly.
Esports, the setup is real para sa kanila. The trap, the molly, connection.
The connection indeed. But the tripwire pa, mahirap na mahirap. Pero Silver, however, we're now seeing a worship right now, just trying to look at this point of the map.
Hello!
He sees Draxi with a head. The bomb is just right in front of him. Silver, he sees Silver, but tamang taps lang, taking worship down 10-3. Partner, isipin mo, this is the semifinals already. The winner of this will gonna face off BREN Esports or Fyre tomorrow.
Para sa chance na kalabanin itong mga teams na ito at manalo ng 20,000 pesos para sa kanilang
For sure, yes.
team as the prize pool. I can't breathe.
The two teams actually, BREN Esports and Fyre is actually watching this right now, for sure. Kailangan nilang makita kung sino ba yung mga kalaban nila. Pero yun nga lang, nasunog yung bubong mga kaibigan. Arson ng
kaso.
ang kaso, pero Stiletto, however, needs to flee. Silver taking the doors now. Ripper with a follow-up there with a trade too. Stiletto really cheeky position right there. But at least nakatingin agad sa likod. Bat goes here. Nasa bilong where? Saan ka galing? Bat goes, ba't ka nandyan? And let's see, mga kapatay pa sa...
Busy lang sumakdar.
Oo, tamang shock dart lang, but worship taking Bat goes down. 2 versus 2 situation though. Draxi has one smoke, has the molly.
Molly coming in. And now the curveball, walang na blind. Nag-iisa na lang dito. Draxi finishes off Ripper and finally getting the kill, getting the round. 11-3 ang magiging score natin dito. So many mistakes, so many sloppy moves. Imagine the hot hand, sayang!
Mahirap talaga. It's gonna be so hard for you to deal with this kind of composition. Sova and Cypher. The information na kayang ibigay ng dalawang agent na yan sa isang team is really, really intense. Knowing na you're gonna be up against a triple duelist setup na talaga maglo-lurk and stuff. Pero it's not yet over till it's over, mga kaibigan. Hanggat hindi pa 30 ng Empire Esports, kayang-kaya pa rin ng Chimera yan. Pupusuan talaga nila yan, mga kaibigan. And sana makakita tayo ng isang explosive na moves coming in from Chimera para mahabol nilang Empire Esports right now. Next, he's just setting up his traps here in Showers. Just, at least, okay na yung Showers. Sa akin na yung bahala nun. If ever meron lang man mag-lurk, alam na natin. And yung
firing squad, yung makakatapat, napakadami. Draxi, okay ka lang ba? But that Molly is gonna help him. Hot hands coming in. Kung nakapag-dash in na nga dito sa Gadowers, pero nag-iisa lang siya, hindi makapasok yung iba. Audition na naman, mga kaibigan. Smoke coming in. My God. I don't know what's happening right now.
4 versus 2 now. Sky, however, alam na agad ni Cypher na merong tao doon sa Showers kanina pa. Because of that trip, kanina pa niya alam to. So nakapaghanda na agad siya dito, mga kaibigan. But it's not yet over though. We still have 3 versus 1 here. Sky is the only one remaining here, mga kaibigan. Pero nasan si Sky? Worship sees 1. Next is now down 4. Pero meron pa tao dito. 1v1 situation here dito sa A. But Sova, unti-unti nang papunta dito. Worship, kailangan na makakuha dito ng magandang opening just to take down one person here. And the rotation is now up for Empire Esports. Sova is right there, makikita. Uy, muntik nang hindi pa magkakitaan dito. Pero the fake is there. Worship there with a spray. Taking back goes now. 8 HP, 12 seconds on the clock. 1v1 situation. The clock is ticking though. Vandal versus Phantom. 100 HP versus 8 HP. One here sa elbow. Paano nila to gagawin? Wala na sila parehong utilities dito. Tutok na lang ang sagot, mga kaibigan. Paunahang maka-headshot na lang to for sure.
Sinong nakatalikod, yon ang matatalo.
tama.
Now defusing the bomb! Is he gonna be... Oh my God.
Wow!
Okay. Bros don't fake,
Bros
man.
don't fake.
Bros don't fake.
Bros don't fake.
God, what a disappointment.
That confidence.
I'm so... Oh my God. Okay.
Okay.
Sige.
That confidence na pinakita ng Empire Esports, well, it's okay. Okay lang naman eh. Ang score natin?
12-3.
I mean, kanina, 11-3, 12-3. So, marami kayong room na maging confident tulad ng ginagawa nyo ngayon. And, all out Chimera again with that Bulldogs, with that Frenzies and Phantoms too. Walang pera yung iba. Hopefully, makahanap ng Chimera ng opening ngayon para at least mabalik pa nito. 12-3, partner, winnable.
Definitely. Kayang-kaya pero sobrang hirap. Ripper right now with a run it back, being aggressive. Napatay na rin siya dito pero nakalahati niya na ang HP ng ating race. But the heel of the sky ay nandyan lang, ready. Beats goes down in the hands of Bat goes Worship as well. Kills of Silver. Trade to trade ang nangyayari. But right now, 3 versus 2. Ito na siguro ang opening na hinahanap ng Chimera. Baka sakali na makakuha o makabawi sila ng mga rounds mula dito sa Empire Esports. 1 versus 2 situation. Very low on HP. Still manages to get the round. Gatower securing the 4-round team. Or 4-round for the team.
Tulad ng sinabi natin.
Opening lang talaga. Opening.
Magandang opening lang talaga. Hanggat hindi pa 30 ng Empire Esports, lalaban, pupusuan ng Chimera mga kaibigan, and they're still alive. Walang pera ang Empire Esports ngayon. And that is the thing na gagawin ng Chimera ngayon. You need to utilize this kind of situation na walang pera ang Empire Esports. Tuloy-tuloy na lang, all out kayo, be aggressive. And that is the thing na ginagawa ng Chimera kayo mga kaibigan. Brave Freeze taking next down, but Silver will follow up with a 2K on that Sheriff. How did that happen, ladies and gentlemen? 2 versus 3 now, but at least
busy siya magbaba ng Steam Beacon.
Oo, lamang pa rin ang Chimera.
Now, as Chimera's spike plants into A site, we can see kung paano ba i-retake ng dalawang tao ito. Especially with the heal of the
Kita mo yung ginawa ng Sova?
Sobrang laki ng kuha.
Oo.
The shock dart.
Alam mo, binablock lang niya yung yung mga possible stuff. Tamang shock dart lang, angle. 30 of average. Jonas, buhay pa ang Chimera. Let's go!
Still alive and still breathing para sa Chimera. They take 5 rounds against Empire Esports na 12 rounds na ngayon. Just the match point for Empire Esports. They still have a big chance to get some rounds para sa ating side na to. And the thing is,
in terms of economy, Silver at Bat goes
na.
all out na to. Bawal na talagang matalo ang Chimera, of course.
But still, the thing is, with Empire Esports, kahit na mag-all out sila, they can still manage to get or to lose some rounds.
Yes.
To make an eco round. They can still
Kaya
manage
pa.
to do that with a 5 round na
Ito
nakuha
na.
lang. But,
Chimera being aggressive.
outside,
Pero,
showstopper!
Sees no one though, but Gador is right there. From U-Haul, sees one with a 2K, now taking Nexi and Draxi right off the bat, but Gador's with a... Oh no! Bat goes taking Gador's now with that shock
lineup
dart.
is real!
Average Jonas is here.
Mabuti
3
na lang
versus
may
3 now. And the Worship again and again using all the utilities that they have just to scout out this point of the map right now. Hunter's Fury! That goes! Is right there. Says one. Brain Freeze is now down. It's all up to Ripper. 1v1 situation. Chimera is still alive.
Ripper! Oh my God! Hindi niya pa nagamit yung run it back. He still has the ulti. Magagamit ito ng Chimera if they wanna go in sa ating mga sides. But the thing is, ito na, Empire Esports, they have to do an eco round. Wala silang choice dahil ilang rounds lang ang pwede nilang matalo dito against Chimera before
Wala na naman silang
the
pera.
economy crashes on their side.
Ito, after this round, if ever matalo man sila dito, it's okay kasi makakakuha sila ng maraming pera next round. So, ngayon, pero medyo nag-decide ako sa Chimera, actually. Dito sa round na to. Pero marami pwede mangyari, partner.
Bullets. Now, nag-ulti na dito si Ripper at naghahanap. Napatay na rin agad yung kanyang run it back. Bad goes na, nako, ang bilis naman. Kanya-kanyang ubos para sa team ng Chimera.
Oo. And it's not over, my bigan. 7-12. This is the lineup of Chimera. Ripper is really doing it, mga kaibigan.
This is what happens when he's online.
Oo, tama. And knowing that this is Ripper's map, this is what happened kahapon, mga kaibigan. Talagang galit na galit si Ripper dito sa bind at pinapakita na naman niya kung ano mga kaya niyang gawin dito sa mapa na to. But the problem is, ito na, gun round, mga kaibigan. Full buy lahat. Tatlo ang may ultimate dito sa Empire Esports. You need to check that out. You have the Neural Theft, you have the Showstopper, and you have the Orbital Strike. You need to check that out. Worship, however, tinamaan ng tripod dito sa Showers. Draxi. Uy, mag-smoke ba?
Again,
Tamang molly lang.
Set up na naman tayo ng molly towards A short. Pero natuto na ang Chimera. Alam nila na hindi na dapat muna mag-dash in. Actually, the Jet is already dead. I was expecting na yung Jet baka mag-dash in na naman towards Lamps. Pero wala na palang Jet dito para sa side ng Chimera. Napitas na pala. Now, Silver. And
One
Stiletto.
orb. Silver, one orb remaining on that. Run it back. But Stiletto, once again, has a Showstopper online. Alam ng Chimera to. If ever papasok sila dito, for sure, Stiletto will just gonna stop that with that Showstopper. Pero, ito na. Nagsiset up na with that Hawk on that sky. You need to know. And that is the sabi ko. That is Showstopper.
Kanya kayo natago!
Oo! Ang galing ng ginawa ni Reyes.
No way! No way! You didn't clear the site! Hindi na sila nag-check ng angles! Masyado na silang nagmamadali! They still have a lot of time! What happened in that round?
Nakafocus sila dun sa Showstopper! Nataranta sila sa Showstopper!
Nataranta sila sa Showstopper! And now the Orbital Strike is in! There is no choice for Brain Freeze! What a round! From Empire Esports as they take game number 2 and now a 2-0 series win against Chimera.
Partner, ang ganda nung laban sa totoo lang. Sobrang ganda nung laban. Ito nangyari. I-breakdown natin yung nangyari dun sa last round. They will push B. Yes, they will push B. They know na online yung Showstopper. Biglang pumasok yung Showstopper. Biglang nag-Showstopper si Raze ng Empire. Ang ginawa ng Raze ng Chimera is just tumalon lang, of course, using the satchel to go out. And yun ang ginawa ng Phoenix ng Empire Esports. Yun ang ginawang opening ng Empire Esports. They literally caught them off guard with that 4K, mga kaibigan, na ubos pati pantubos. Kinapitalize niya. Oo,
nagmamadali na sobra.
Hindi pumasok yung Showstopper ni Raze ng Empire Esports. Pero hindi nila alam na mayroon palang decoy yun, which is Phoenix na Empire Esports, getting that multiple kills right off the bat without using that run it back, mga kaibigan.
Tsaka nabaliw sila dun sa Showstopper talaga eh.
Oo.
Apat kasi silang magkakasama.
Apat sila eh.
Apat silang magkakasama sa Long B. Tapos maririnig mo na kumasa na. Kahit ako tatakbo ako eh.
Kung kailan... nung sinabi ng Raze, here comes the part.
Ayoko na.
Nung kumanon, kitang-kita mo biglang nag-scatter out sila.
Nawala
at dun pumasok yung Phoenix na Empire Esports.
Damn, it's just amazing.
Solid, man. Solid.
Still, kudos to Chimera. Sayang, nakuha na sana nila yung momentum that time around. Nakuha na sana nila yung ibang mga rounds na meron tayo. Kaso nga lang, napitas na si Jet.
Incredible play.
And then, ang nangyari is, everybody's just have ultis. Doon sa Empire Esports. Lugi, handicap lang talaga.
Actually, parang apat nga eh. Kasi isa na lang yung orb ng Phoenix eh. Pero ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Empire Esports will go to the finals.
Nako, finals na nga ang susunod natin, no? Para naman sa ating mga players. Ikaw yung magkakasunod. Pero para sa akin, ako ay tapos na para sa araw na ito. My name is Eliza Taylor or also known as Taylor at kasama ko naman si Vil. Magkikita-kita ulit ako. Makikita nyo ako bukas. Pero sila Vil, iiwan ko kayo kina Ray at Villa. Okay? So, huwag kayong mag-alala because VCT PH will be right back.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Glow Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
A good evening to all as well. We just finished our second game of the day, second series of the day, which is the first semifinal of this weekend. We're going to be moving over to the second semifinal in just a bit, but for you guys who missed it, well, it was Chimera versus Empire, and Empire somehow were able to take Chimera's map away from them and then took their own map to win it 2-0. Not what we were expecting, but well, that's what we got, and some great Valorant action, of course, is what came up. Guys, I'm Black and Blue, and as they won, you guys can win as well. Do not forget that we are going to be giving away 1,500 Valorant points here. That's 1,500 to 5 lucky winners, which we're going to flash on the screen after the final match of today. All you have to do to be able to join our giveaway is simply like and follow the PPGL page, number 1. Number 2, like and share this stream on your page or on your Facebook and include in the caption the team that you are rooting for. Make sure to make the post public as well and include the official hashtags #VALORANT Challengers, #VCTPH, and #PPGL Valorant, guys. That's all you have to do, and you might be one of the 5 lucky winners today for 1,500 Valorant points right in time for the Battle Pass, as you know the Glitch Pop 2.0 skins just came out, guys. And remember, with that, you guys can recharge your Valorant points with Coda Shop using Glow Prepaid or TM Load. Don't forget as well that we're on pretty much every single social media, site that you can think of and page. Guys, if you look for us, PPGL, you're going to find us YouTube, Twitch, all of it, Facebook, TikTok, we're everywhere. So, guys, follow us for more updates on every single platform that you can think of. But speaking of, let us now open the desk up again to our amazing analysts here on our thoughts of Empire versus Chimera, taking it 2-0 in Empire's favor. Viminal and Trix, what a game we just saw. One we were not expecting. We thought we were going to go full 3 maps, but, well, Empire had something to say about that.
Yeah, I think all 3 of us expected it to go to Game 3, especially Game 1 being Ascent, heavily favor win rate for the side of Chimera, but it just didn't happen. Empire really stepped up to the plate today, sort of like an old rivalry between 2 old rivals, and today Empire took the cake clearly.
I think Silver was phenomenal on Ascent. Like,
Yeah.
he was winning most of his duels, and he was fantastic to watch the way he was proactive with his repositioning. He was working well together with the Sova, and they were clearing the angles for him to reposition even more. And I thought that was an amazing defense on their side.
Well, you guys can see now the highlights of that very first game here. Young Pork, he did so valiantly in trying to hold down this A site, especially. There's so many times where he was anchoring it to the best of his ability, but in the end, his team was not able to, really work on what he was trying to build on. And so, close map, this map number 1, but for some reason, Empire were able to take the map away. And explain to us, how did that happen exactly?
I think Empire was shutting down what we said earlier about the players that really need to pop off for Chimera. We have Godowers and we have Ripper that are really the ones to be wary of. And yet early in the game, we saw that they were just kind of getting shut down by Silver. And I feel like that really affected the dynamic of the... I think that really affected Chimera's dynamic and possibly their mentality.
I have another take as to why Empire was so successful during this series. Okay, partly due to the fact that Chimera, again, they took the triple duelist team composition. You can't really compare the staying power of a triple duelist team comp when you have a Brim KJ combo. It's just the most annoying thing in the world. Mollies for 10 million years. During that post-plant phase, you literally cannot stop it.
Yeah, I feel like with a triple duelist combo, and I've said this before to other people off this desk, which is that you need to be a little more aggressive. You need to be more proactive with your peaks, and you need to get that early advantage. Because you're a triple duelist, you don't have the same kind of utility that the other initiators or controllers might have for their teammates.
Exactly.
And I feel like Chimera definitely showed us that they have a really good skill set. They have a good kit, but it seemed that they didn't have as much structure in their team plays, and I felt it was lacking in that area. And then you watch them against someone like Empire, right? And they have good structure, and they're consistently playing so far.
You were talking about those bait and switch techniques earlier on during the intro, and it really showed off in the latter parts of the second game here. But taking a look at the match MVP, Young Pork, with a 1.5 KDA, 231 combat score, and 19 kills, leading the pack for Chimera. Unfortunately, they did lose 9-13. Valiant effort. We got to commend Young Pork here, I got to say. But MVP on the other side
it's Silver, and he was really winning all of his duels. And although honestly, Young Pork was doing a great job in holding down the sites, but sometimes it's not enough for really just one player to take all of the weight of the team. And I feel like in terms of Empire Esports, they were playing off of each other. Like even looking at Stiletto, he still has a higher KDA than Silver, the MVP. Everyone has a higher KDA than Silver.
Yeah.
But Silver was really going in there, opening the sites, and everyone else just following up with it.
Huge discrepancy in total damage here, as well as total frag wins in favor of Empire Esports. And I definitely agree with you there, Trix. It has to be a concerted effort all the time. You can't really rely on just a single player or a couple of players on the team. I mean, it's a 5-man for a reason. But
yeah, and it's almost like the early issues with some teams where they're highly ultimate reliant, that they can't take rounds without the ultimates. And I feel like a lot of teams now have moved on from that. But I noticed that right now it has a lot to do with the communication, the trust of your teammates, and understanding each other and how your teammate plays, so that how you could possibly assist them to, really pop off, which we saw happen with Silver and the Sova.
That is true. I mean, perhaps they do really trust, Young Pork to be able to hold on the site by himself, but really too much responsibility on one's shoulders can break the camel's back. And here now is the second map stats. You can see both MVPs are actually on the Phoenix there. Not surprisingly, here as we're playing unbind, it's going to be Ripper there for Chimera. But for the winning side, Empire, that is going to be Silver, who has done impeccably. And something I want to point out is to one of our closing points before the game started was that you have to check your corners because Empire are very, very tricky on their lurks and on their positioning.
Yes.
And what won them that very final round was a triple kill off of a very cheeky, sneaky corner play coming in from Silver, and that's literally what won them that round. And so in the end, it's almost like we cursed them in the.
I mean, it was
Sort
the
of
same.
SNS connection right there with the bait and switch on the raised showstopper, and then
Yeah.
Silver hiding behind the green box.
Because
I mean,
it happened,
Yeah.
in their previous game, in the exact same map, same site, but he was just on the other corner.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like, Empire plays with this bait setup because they trust each other that you're going to get the kills if I don't. And, Chimera not really checking their corners. And to me, it hurts to see that you really need to check them, especially against a team like Empire, where you know that their style is to bait for their teammates so that their teammates can get the kills.
Definitely. They play the trade game, and in that sort of sense, they are very good at it. And, well, the trades all fall in their favor. You can see them 13-7, and every single stat there on the board heavily favoring the side of Team Empire. We thought that, it was going to go 2-1. We thought that for the side of Chimera, they're going to take their first map, which they picked, and then Empire are going to take the second map, which they picked, which was Bind, and then we're going to go to a third map. But we didn't actually say this on camera, but literally right after we cut off, the three of us were talking, and we all agreed, like, if Chimera lose the first map, they're going to lose 2-0. There's no way they're going to win in a third if they lose 2 maps, because they're probably going to tilt off the earth. But here we go. MVP is going to be Silver. He is definitely a shining gold star. He should rename himself to Gold by now.
Look at the smile on his face. Look at the smile on his face.
Look at that, boy. Very, very handsome smile. ACS of 260, KDA of 1.8, and headshot percentage of a respectable 25.2, guys. And look at this. First blood, 18.3%. He's been finding a lot there on the Jet.
I love watching his Jet. I really do. Just the way he opens up the sights and how clean his kills are, it's fantastic to watch him.
Yeah, I gotta say, his Jet is right up there, along with the top tier Jets in possibly Southeast Asia, I'd say.
Yeah, I specifically remember him in a play going in Ascent, pushing towards the A side, using his tailwind, using the updraft, and then with his ulti as well, hitting Raze in the back and opening the site up entirely for the take, and they won that round because of that entry. And so, guys, let's now look at the brackets and how things have turned out. We just finished our first semifinal of the day, our second best of 3, and now we're going to move on to our third best of 3 of the day, the final best of 3, which is going to be, as you can see there, BREN Esports versus Dreamfire. Bre versus Dre. Guys, the winner of this is going to move on over to the grand finals. We say the winner of this because we're trying to remain unbiased, but we kind of already have an idea, I think, as we move into discussion of the next match on who we believe is going to win. And so let's talk about that now. So, BREN Esports versus Dreamfire. Dreamfire, definitely the dark horse, definitely the underdog, definitely the David to the Goliath. And I think it's safe to say that they have their work cut out for them, but they're going to prove a very valiant effort in that case.
I would think that going against a team like BREN, you don't just have to be ready mentally, you really have to be ready with your skills. You need to have it clean cut when you want to go against a team like BREN. No mistakes or very little mistakes, because they will capitalize on it and control the game from there.
Yeah, very opportunistic team. They will, again, exploit those weaknesses, you bet, to, just to maximize their advantage at all costs, right? And of course, that really goes without saying. A David versus Goliath matchup, it's probably the best way to put it. But to a lot of teams, being able to face off against BREN in a stage like this is a feat in and of itself.
Yeah, to get this far,
that is true.
To get this far is obviously very prestigious, but. Remember, guys, it was David and Goliath, but David did win in that story. We're going to see if that's going to continue on here, though. But let's look at the roster here for BREN Esports, as they need no introduction, but we're going to introduce them anyways. Dispenser, Borkum, Jesse Vash, Dubstep, and Humi. The 5-man roster that makes up the perennially best team in the Philippines. These guys, that's them. Humi, the newest addition to this, he has replaced Ching, who you guys have seen playing on Archangel this time, coming into this tournament. Humi, the freshest player into this lineup, but also very experienced. He's been playing in the competitive VALORANT scene since the launch, since the beta. So this guy knows his stuff. What do you think he brings to the table once again, as he is the 5th man? He really is the 5th man into this lineup.
Yeah. I think it's, so far, what we've seen from BREN, it's very clean. I don't feel that Humi is a new player. I just feel like they have a new player. And it just so happens that he fits well with the team. And we have, we've seen them on Haven playing the Sky and Sova, and I do hope to see that again, so that, we can see that double initiator role. And Dubstep on the Duelist is amazing. And I think that no, nobody's really gonna contest that. He's always been good in other FPS titles as well, and it's fantastic to watch him alongside Dispenser as they've been competing for a long time. And people following FPS in the Philippines should know this.
For BREN, I think Humi is a great addition to the team because Humi knows how to follow orders. He's a very smart player that can work autonomously on his own, and that guy's work ethic is insane. When you log into the game, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning. This guy's grinding. You know what I mean?
He's one of those. He's one of those guys whose notification that they go online comes up at like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. You're like, damn, dude, this dude's really
guy's
grinding.
still grinding, man.
Yeah.
This man. No, I'm saying Humi's a very passionate man. Definitely deserves to be on this roster.
Yes, definitely so. But guys, speaking of rosters, let us now look at their opponents. Fyre, definitely the underdog in this case, but with a dream, there is always a chance. We're going to see if that's going to pull out, though, as Waitopia here and Eman, Georgie, Erza, not Ezra, sorry, I made a mistake on that a while ago, and Vindict. So, this is a 5-man roster playing now for Fyre in this best-of-3 series in the semi-final. And these guys, they definitely have a dream. They definitely have a fire underneath them, but will it be quenched quelled by BREN Esports is a question. Probably, I think it's safe to say that they have a lot to do to get
this is definitely a lot on their plate for this crew of a mix of like ex-pros and content creators as well. I've seen Waitopia stream a lot on FEGG, and then of course Georgie, Eman, familiar names around in the local scene. Very talented players individually, of course, and we've seen them take down some very established teams as well. They've taken down U level in the past as well, and that's a very impressive feat in itself. And they were able to take down Affinity in a very convincing manner. So I'm really looking forward to what they can do against, obviously, the best team in the Philippines.
I do hope to continue seeing a breach on this team. I feel like with their current playstyle of being very explosive and going after those sites like that, I do hope to continue seeing that on their attacker side. But I also feel that on their defender side, they have to utilize that breach retake. Because I do feel like it was a little lacking on their game against Affinity.
Who do you think is the, maybe 2 agents that they should pair up with a breach to really make the best of it when you know that you're going up against BREN Esports?
A Jet.
A Jet, and
I think you would need a Jet. I feel like if you're going against BREN Esports, a Sova would be really nice to really, open up the sites.
It's pretty hard to guess, what they're about to do next.
Depends on the maps too.
It does depend on the map, yes. But here's a head-to-head Georgie with an ACS of 3.02, Borkum with 1.6. Here, damage per round does favor Georgie. Kills per round is about the same. Headshot percentage, that is a respectable number from Georgie there. First blood, well, take that with a grain of salt because Borkum, his role is not to be the entry in the first place.
True.
Georgie, yes, he does entry quite a lot, so don't really for anything else other than what it is. And average deaths, well, it's about the same. So Borkum, high fragger, but he is not the entry, so don't fuss about that. But guys, those are the 2 players that we think you guys should be looking out for, as they're very formidable in their own ways.
Well, one thing's for sure, guys. No matter what the outcome of this matchup, I'm going to be sure to keep an eye on Fyre.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not counting them out just yet. The first map, Haven.
Yes, that the Haven is known to be BREN's.
Had a little bit of a reaction there.
I mean, it's BREN's map. They're known for their Haven, as they are for their bind. Actually,
for bind too.
So I'm a little surprised that Fyre decided to pick a map that is known to be BREN's sporting ground. Then again, I feel at this stage,
there was one point in time that we were all saying that Split is probably the strongest map for BREN Esports, but that changed over time.
I think bind is. I'm surprised they didn't even ban bind first.
The fact of the matter is they're pretty strong at
every map.
I feel like at this point, really, any map can be BREN's map.
So really, what you kind of want to do as Fyre is just pick the map that you yourselves are the best at. So
comfort again.
Yeah.
So I am excited to see them on bind, to see really what they're going to bring to the table against a team like BREN.
Yep.
And hopefully to see what kind of strategies they have on Haven to really counter that BREN aggression and map control that they always do in every Haven map.
Definitely so, guys. And well, that's your breakdown of what we think is going to happen. Predictions, guys, real quick before we throw to the game.
How about you, Trix?
2-0.
2-0, yeah, come on. We're not going to play it safe. We know it's probably going to be a 2-0, right? If you want it to be edgy, maybe
we're not saying it's impossible. Highly unlikely.
Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. But guys, let's finally move on to the game now here. Our last game of the day, it's a best of 3. Once again, it's going to be BREN Esports versus the underdog Fyre, who we doubted a while ago versus Affinity, but they've made it this far.
They proved us wrong. Will they prove us wrong again?
That is exactly it, guys. So for the game, let's now go to our casters. You guys take it away for a final best of 3 of the day.
And the final game is set. Dre versus Bray. BREN Esports versus Fyre, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. We are cast for today. My name is Vil. Alongside with me is Ray right here. And again, BREN Esports versus Fyre. But first, let's talk about Fyre. Fyre, mga kaibigan, yes. What a big upset, actually. Yung kalaban nilang Affinity kanina, that is a bunch of highly talented and highly experienced players. We have Adrian right there, which is marami na siyang multiple championships sa belt niya. And for Fyre naman, however, we all know as well na there are a bunch of content creators and pero sabihin na read in stack and ginulat nila tayo dun sa game kanina. However, BREN Esports, the pride of the Philippines. I mean, this is gonna be like this is gonna be explosive if Fyre will win this though. Tulad na sinabi nila, tulad na sinabi ng mga panelists natin, it is possible to get a 2-0 in favor of BREN Esports. Pero Fyre, however, I really want to see something new to them. Gusto ko silang pigain just to take down the pride of the Philippines, which is BREN Epro. Pero malalaman natin yan later on. How about you, Ray?
Ako naman, I've casted earlier what happened between Fyre, and then now that looking pa lang sa maps natin, we have BREN picking their favorite, or what I can say, their best map. That's gonna be at Haven. I think Fyre is gonna have a hard time keeping up with the utilities that BREN will be showing to them all throughout the games. Pero ang pinaka-inaabangan ko dito is how will they adjust to those smoke lineups, the utility lineups that BREN will be showing upon them. Kasi alam natin, Fyre, the fact that they're already part of the top 4 is already something big. Knowing that they're a starting team.
Yeah. Makikita natin sila after 2 weeks. And going back here sa ating agent selection, Georgie with highest KDA and average combat score so far na nakita natin sa isang tournament ngayon dito sa VALORANT Challengers. So parang taas nun actually. On using that Reyna, but George will not gonna settle there with Jet, Vindic with Sova. Pretty standard actually. Okay, I just want to talk about this. Borkum, this is ito yung pwede nating sabihin kasi I just want to talk about being unorthodox.
Yeah.
For me, walang unorthodox sa map. Pero merong unorthodox dito sa pickings. Dito sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan, halos walang gumagamit ng Yoru sa competitive scene. And Borkum, and lalo na Viper.
Yeah.
Unorthodox itong dalawang agent. Oh, Bork. Okay, alright. Okay, we're just gonna settle in Phoenix instead. Vil, debated ka. Niloloko ka lang namin.
Kamunti ka na.
Muntik na. Vil, kalma ka lang. Debated ako, mga kaibigan.
Pag-uusapan na natin
It's Borkum time na Akala ko mag-Yoro na siya. Biglang nag-Phoenix. Actually, this is gonna be explosive for them. Because we all know that Borkum is actually one of the best breach user here in the Philippines and one of the best Phoenix users in the Philippines. Okay. Why dati beat siya, pero nag-switch siya sa Phoenix and lalong umakma yun dun sa playstyle ni Borcom. Just gonna use that, run it back, maghanap ng frags 2 to 3, then after that, babalik siya sa sarili niya, then gonna use all the abilities, curveball, wall, or anything, at biglang papasok yung BREN Esports. It's gonna be a big disaster kung mangyari yon. Pero of course, I would like to point out yung ginawa ng Dreamfire kanina, how they annihilated Affinity kanina, mga kaibigan. But I just want to talk about the agents right now. Wala really standard pick. Actually, alam mo, mirror match ang mangyayari.
Yeah.
Mirror match, parehong agents to, pagalingan kung sinong may mga diff or sa kanila or whatsoever. But here we go, game number 1. It's time.
It's time, and I thought that they will be picking a Viper sa part ng BREN Esports, but I think they still stick with their Brimstone. And all I can say is that I'm actually excited about what Vindic will be doing as his job as a Brimstone.
In terms of using these agents though, ito ang pinaka-standard na pick ng BREN Esports. Ito yung pinaka-comfy pick nila. And why? Kasi papunta na to ng Grand Finals eh. Pag Grand Finals na to, ayaw nang maglaro ng kung sino-sino mang gagamitin nila. Just use your comfy picks, just use your standard picks. Kung alam mo talaga na confident ka you're gonna win this, just use that, man. Come on, man. Dispenser, however, rushing inside C, but Urza, however, with a 2K already taking Dispenser, dumps it down. But Humi, the newest player of BREN Esports, sees Urza with the kill as well. But Jesse Vash will be down for now. And this is the power of Dreamfire, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple kills coming in for that team. And ito, the reason kung ba't hindi na sila pumik ng kung ano-ano, they've already watched Dreamfire versus Affinity.
Okay, but now Dreamfire, what a great start. I've been watching what they will be doing here, and all I can say is I am in awe so far. First round, I know usually you'll get too excited after only the 6 rounds that these teams will be playing. Pero the fact that Dreamfire already achieved a good first round against BREN Esports, Vil, I mean, they're speaking something.
I mean, going back here, Jesse Vash, that is a nice recon here coming in from him. But Dubseb, however, pushing this A short now. Pero I think makakita pa siya dito. Pero yung Georgie getting tagged. But the damage is not enough. But Humi, however, taking the head of Vindic here. Wade Sopia with a 2K already. Borkum just using all the utilities that they need for them to take down Dreamfire right now. Borkum with a spray. And Bray taking Georgie down. So it's all up to Borkum. It's Borkum time! Eman, anong Borkum time? I will shut you down. 2-0 in favor of Dreamfire. Malaki ang kinumit ng BREN Esports doon, Ray. Sobrang sakit. And now we're just gonna push this to a gun round now. And dito na talaga ngayon magkakaalaman kung sino pa talaga ang mas solid na team. Both na sila na merong Vandals and Phantoms. It's time. Let's go.
Okay, it's time. And speaking of, I've been really pondering, kanina ko pa sinasabi that Waitopia is gonna give a good entry for Eman together with Vindic and Georgie. And from the looks of that, with his smokes lineup, with his setting for his teammates, it became a good defense against BREN Esports right now.
Borkum rushing inside with that run it back, checking the corners. At sinabi na niya, yes, Vil, walang tao dito sa A, but the problem is there's someone right there in City. There's someone right there in Heaven as well. Just the pre-fires, just to let them know that we're here. Jesse Vash, however, with that shock there, we're not gonna catch someone here. Jesse Vash, walang recon bot, but Dispenser again and again with that flank. Seeing Vindic with head as well. Borkum, however, with a 2K. Borkum time again. Georgie with Sophie is now down for 4 versus 2 situation right now. Killjoy, what will you do? Coming in from CT. Dalawa nakatingin dyan. Eman with a kill. Dubstep again and again, taking Urza and Eman down. BREN Esports is back back into the game. The problem for Dreamfire, hindi sila medyo nakapag-adjust ng konti sa ginagawa lagi ni Dispenser. We've seen Dispenser all the time na lagi siya naglulurk. Wala talaga siya sa mismong site. At talagang ang gagawin lang naman dito is pwede bang remotely activated naman yung mga grenades. So it's okay. Dispenser with that backstab, with that flank, is a really vital thing for BREN Esports to win that round.
You're right. And in addition to that, I'd like to focus on, BREN Esports getting that first round. And at the same time, nakita ko how slow the responsiveness of Dreamfire against Dispenser into him lurking. Napaka-slow pa ng ginagawa ng Dreamfire.
Borkum, however, with that wall bang, but Dispenser taking down Eman, but it's not yet over. Marami pa tayong rounds, mga kaibigan. Hindi pa ito matatapos hanggat hindi pa 13 yung mga teams na to. Dreamfire has a huge chance as well to get this game. Depende na lang kung paano nila lalaroin itong game na to. We all know that BREN Esports is the strongest team here in the Philippines, and hindi to in-small ng BREN Esports, mga kaibigan. Hindi sila gumawa ng unorthodox picks. Kinuha nila yung mga comfy picks, yung mga standard picks nila, and knowing that this is their favorite map, Borkum, however, sees one with others now down dubstep with a trade too. It's only up to that killjoy of Dreamfire on how will they retake this, but the spray is not that enough for him to kill down.
Right here.
Killjoy right here.
Killjoy is just waiting. But then, na-shotgun! Na-police si Borkum doon. But that was a good trade coming from Dubstep. I mean, we all know that Dubstep and Borkum, every time that one of them will be taken out, they need to get a good trade. And that fact itself, they finished off the last member of Dreamfire, and that's gonna be Urza.
2-2 here. Let's see if... tanong ko lang, is this gonna be a one-sided match or talagang sobrang paihirapan ng Dreamfire ang mga buhay ng BREN Esports? What do you think?
So, sa sinasabi mo, Vil, I think, but...
Knowing BREN Esports right now, that is a 2K, just a quick 2K right there in mid, but it's not yet over. Humi, that's a run die coming in from Borkum. Yan ang sinasabi ko, that is the scouting capabilities of Borkum, ladies and gentlemen, with that Phoenix as well. There's someone right there behind you! Oh no, Borkum! Just killing Killjoy, muntik na with flick sa likod niya. But Hot Hands is right there, just checking all the sides of the map, just checking all the corners around here. B is indeed in the hands of BREN Esports right now. 2 men remaining for Dreamfire. Jet and Sova is the only man remaining. Just Dispenser again, checking the backs again and again. Malayo si Dispenser, mga kaibigan. Just finding someone who can be dispensed. But where is Sova? Where is Jet? Sobrang layo nyo. Siyempre, kailangan na talagang isave yung mga baril nyo. Georgie, however, together with Vindic and Dispenser, might see Vindic right there, and the spray of Vindic will gonna take.
But that actually will be taken BREN Esports.
The Dragon is here.
Sinama sila din sa hukay. But it's pretty fine. But kailangan pa rin nila gumastos sa round na to. But nakahabol na sila against Dreamfire. It's still a great job for them.
It is a really great job indeed. And it's just this time as well for Dreamfire to think their strategies. You need to step up here. Lalo na nasa dalawang baba ng leaderboard sa ating mga kaibigan. But the spray coming in from Borkuma, siya talaga ang entry fragger dito. Dubstep, however, taking Eman down. One duelist down for Dreamfire right now. But the recon bolt is right there already and will spot out most likely 2 players from Dreamfire, which is Brimstone is right there. Killjoy is right there as well. Borkum with a kill onto Utopia. This is literally the Borkum time, mga kaibigan. Borkum is really on fire. Georgie, however, with that Blaze Storm, 17 HP left. Very, very low on HP. Plus the smoke on that Brimstone. Pero there's someone there at CT. Sova slowly pushing in.
And speaking of pushing in, Vendic gets Borkum down. But then Dalawa pa rin ang natitira sa Dreamfire. That's a good recon call. Actually, they can still see that. But Jesse Vash, Georgie is taken down. He's very low. One left from Dreamfire. And I think Jesse Vash will be able to spot him in. And now both of them, they will be going for a crossfire against him. Dubstep makes his way in. But Jesse Vash gets that down. And look at Vindic. Taken down once again. 4-2. BREN Esports has switched the tables against Dreamfire.
Switching tables, that what Dreamfire should do. They need to They need to switch tables here. Sila ang kailangan makakuha ng bola dito. Sila ang defenders dito, mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema dito, if you are being the attacker side here in this map, and sobrang dami mo kasing entry points. You can go to A, you can go to B, you can go to C. There's a lot of vital movesets here in Haven, mga kaibigan. And is that gonna be, I mean, yung recon Ben, is that gonna be a fake? Is that gonna be a decoy or what? Maybe not, because they will push in side A side. Pero look at that. Turret now is now down. Pero yung alam, meron dalawang nanos doon for that killjoy. But Urza, that is the spray! Urza, however, getting the damage on that Hunter's Fury. Jesse Vash, however, will not get a spot on someone. But the answer of that Hunter's Fury coming in from Dreamfire, we're not gonna catch someone as well for BREN Esports. 3 versus 3 situation. However, Dubstep just waiting patiently here in Hell. Pero nasa yung mga abang players ng Dreamfire as well. You can take down BREN Esports right now. 3 versus 2 situation. And Dubstep, however, is just sitting pretty here in Hell and just not gonna rush in as well, because Vindic is right there waiting to, and they're not gonna plant the bomb already. They're not gonna plant the bomb too. I have no idea who is BREN Esports right now. Bakit ayaw niya i-plant yung bomb? And that is the thing na ginagawa ng BREN ngayon, mga kaibigan, being that aggressive. You can actually plant the bomb in A. I have no idea with them kung bakit pa nila nilagay sa B.
Maybe they were thinking that B was actually open, but they didn't expect that Vindic will be coming from that angle.
But that is really questionable actually for BREN Pro. Open yung A, but well, it's their thing. It's BREN's thing.
It's BREN's thing. I think they just decided that, okay, maybe we can go to B side. But alam mo kung ano nag-buy time sa BREN kaya sila nag-alangan? The Hunters of Fury ni Vindic. Actually, because the time na nag-Hunters of Fury si Jesse Vash, ginantihan ni Vindic, and that actually gave BREN Esports, nag-alangan sila sa part na yun after that. And look, they planted it sa B side, pero nakuha sila ng Dreamfire on that.
Dispenser taking the head of Jojo right here, but however, that was a lockdown coming in from Dispenser here in A, and that is just a decoy para lang at least matanggal din yung orbital strike dito ni Brimstone, mga kaibigan. Was gonna take that turret down, and boy, I really love that nano grenade coming in from that Killjoy just to block out the possible plan of BREN Esports right now. But that is a trade of lockdowns, a lot of lockdowns indeed. Eman here waiting patiently, just lurking for someone here in the side of a Dreamfire, mga kaibigan. 4 versus 3 situation, wall up for Phoenix just to block his view. And oh, look at that dubstep through the smoke. Another one by Borkum. 5-3. Ang problema doon, actually, Ray, is naka-line up actually yung naka-line up yung spike, naka-open yon. That is actually planted for C-long. Kahit i-wall up mo yon, makikita at makikita pa rin, madadamage ka pa rin talaga.
Yeah, they can still go for the lucky shots. And actually, they kind of expecting already that Urza will be using his lockdown. Kaya they actually planted it for the C-long.
And here right now, Vindic, however,
scanning ahead
with that scan all the way to B, but that is Dreamfire just rushing here in mid, waiting for frags now. Dubstep missing that operator, missing that second shot again. Na-bad trip pa si Dubstep. Ano ba yan?
Hindi niya na-flick.
Hindi to matama. Jesse Vash, however,
okay.
but it's not yet over. Sheriff, nilabas ang Sheriff, sees the head of Eman 2, mga kaibigan. and it's all up to Vindic, but Borkum with the reply. Actually, okay naman yun eh. Eco rush, it's fine.
But they actually took out, I mean, 2 members of BREN Esports, but still, that wasn't enough. But Dreamfire actually risked that out instead because they know they have eco round. Sige, talaga sabay-sabay na lang tayo. Maybe we can just take that in, and Dubstep had a hard time flicking those shots, kaya nakuha siya doon. But still, it was successful for BREN Esports once again. Napaka-open ng mga sites actually. They Dreamfire lacks still on that defense that they can do.
Oh, that curveball coming in from Borkum. Sobrang sayang nun. But Eman with an answer with a 2K na patay. Yung dalawang tao ng BREN Esports, mga kaibigan, followed up with that wall. Dispenser is nowhere to be found. Alam sana ni Eman, yun nandun si Dispenser. But Dispenser with that aim, taking that Phoenix down, mga kaibigan. Push it is a 3v3 now. Dubstep, however, checking their flanks here. And the side of the map, oh, Brimstone, tamang peak lang, it's fine, nilabas ang Sheriff, but Waitopia, that Phantom is really powerful, taking Dubstep down. Jessivash, however, tamang shock dart lang at napatay dito si Brimstone, mga kaibigan, but again, 2v1, Jessivash is still online. Dispenser is still alive. That turret is online. Nakita pa kung nasan si Vindic dito. It's gonna be a huge thing for Vindic if nakasya to. But look at that shock dart. Saktong-sakto dun sa spike. And of course, the best decision here is just to save that gun.
And doesn't have much of a choice, but every time I've been observing kanina pa si Jessivash, just one recon bolt sa seaside, they will be going there with no hesitance. I don't know kung anong plans ni Dreamfire as of now. They need to work out on their seaside because BREN Esports always gets in every time that Jessivash will be giving the information as to where the members of Dreamfire is.
That is actually correct. They're actually going there in C all of the time. And apparently, actually, pag ako naglalaro, parang reinforce natin yung C. You need to reinforce C. Pero ang problema dito, nice recon there coming in for Dreamfire. Nalaman agad nila kung sobrang daming tao sa BREN Esports. And look at that rotation coming in from BREN Esports right now, all the way from A, all the way from B, coming here in C. And again, Dispenser, umiikot na naman, naghahanap na naman ng mabibiktima dito, and bumabalik naman sila. They need to come back sa mga side nila because most likely napahinto na ng Dreamfire ang pag-push ng BREN Esports dito sa C. And look at that Phoenix though. Look at that Phoenix of Dreamfire and just waiting patiently dito sa my door and kind of being that aggressive here and just gonna back out most likely, not gonna push any longer because that is actually a suicide if ever tumaloy pa yung Phoenix ng Dreamfire. But however, look at Georgie with that Blade Storm, just waiting for the next spray and just checking the corners as well. Recon boss coming in for BREN Esports.
And that was a good predicted by Dreamfire, but it wasn't still enough na makakuha nila ang BREN Esports. And now Jessivash will be able to take down Urza. One left again, and that's Vindic. Even if Vindic gave it good information that they won't be getting to Seaside, BREN Esports were quick into getting A side, even if may tatlong member ng Dreamfire going in on the A tower. Now Vindic's all by himself. He will be able to finish out Dispenser and A-Link, but Borkum gets a good trade with his teammate. Vindic is taken down.
For ang ginawa ng BREN Esports actually is inubos lang nila yung utilities ng Dreamfire dito, mga kaibigan. They really pushed na maglabas ang Dreamfire ng utilities, all the smokes, all the turrets, everything that Dreamfire na meron sila. And nung naubos ng utilities nila, all in, go tayo A. And meron pang utilities ang BREN Esports doon. And in terms of scoreboards right now, Georgie, we all know na si Georgie, one of the highest KDAs, one of the highest average combat scores dito sa match na to, dito sa tournament na to. And hindi ata siya nag-perform comparing ng mga last matches niya. But hold that thought, going back to this game right now, that Hunter's Fury won't gonna catch on here sa side ng Team Fyre. Dispenser, however, just using that nanoswarm grenade just to spot out the corners of a short. Lockdown is now alive for Dispenser at biglang nahuli si Urza. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Dispenser, ha? Ba't ka naglalagay ng lockdown dyan? But Humi, however, together with Jesse Vash, will just gonna settle here in A. Hindi ko alam kung, alam mo sa totoo lang, si Dispenser lagi itong hiwalay sa BREN Esports eh. Hindi ko ba alam kung talagang kasali si BREN Esports dito. Kasali si Dispenser dito eh. But the orbital strike coming in for all these teams right now. Georgie with an operator. This is really explosive coming in for Jesse Vash. Is if ever natapos nila to, there's someone right there. Uy, nagpa-plant. But Urza to the rescue with a 3K. Taking Jesse Vash down.
And that was a good response coming up from Fyre against BREN Esports. I mean, that was a good fake coming from Dispenser. It did a fake lockdown going into A, maybe trying to bait the members of Fyre into thinking that they're gonna be going to A, but that wasn't possible. But once again, the recon bolt and what a response coming from Vindic actually helped Fyre into knowing that, oh, they will be going to B side, and that's it. And then one of them, BREN Esports nag-stuck na lang sila sa site, and Fyre actually took that opportunity to get them.
And 8-4, mahaba-haba pa ang pwede mangyari dito for Fyre para maabot nila yung lamang dito, mga kaibigan. Pero let's see if maiiba ba ang kwento na ang BREN Esports naman ang magde-defend. Ang problema dito, actually ganito. BREN Esports is actually known to be the kings of a retake. Let's see if mapapatunayan ba ng BREN Esports to ngayon. Dubseb, however, with that Sheriff pick, taking down one player of Fyre. But Humi on that corner, really like the corner. Walang tumek ng corner, mga kaibigan! Nakapatay ng isa! Gusto mo namatlo, pero nag-reload. Sobrang sayang na yun. Always check your corners, ladies and gentlemen. BREN Esports getting that first round of the second half. Okay sana yun.
Okay na sana.
Dalawa sila eh. Pag na-check na yun ng corners, actually, I mean, pwedeng mapatay yung player doon. Sayang.
And I think it's already a given that you should always check that corner or that copy in. Yeah. You will be expecting one member, and at least that's gonna be Humi from the Silong, waiting for Fyre to go in. And oh no, that's pretty bad for Fyre. Pretty much of a careless.
It is pretty bad, but Vindec with that lineup, san kaya pupunta to? Siyempre dyan, kitang-kita ngayon ng Heaven. Someone rushing in. Dispenser with that frenzy, taking one down. Pero mga kaibigan, Borkum kills 1-2. Borkum just gonna use his hot hands just to heal up. Pero nasa na yung mga ibang players ng Fyre, ladies and gentlemen. Sova, Vindec, however, is right there in A-Shark Dubstep with that Sheriff. Mauuluhan ba ang kuya mo? Sino ang una dito? But the Sheriff will win versus that gun. 1 minute left in the clock, mga kaibigan. They have Brimstone. Brimstone is now down for Eman with 7 HP left. See someone with that burst onto the classic once more. Humi, however, with the follow-up kill. Eman is now down 10-4.
10-4, and that's pretty bad. They tried to go aggressive sa A side. They wanted to take on A-Long, but then we have Dispenser, and every time that Dispenser is gonna be smelling Fyre at A-Long, it's for BREN Esports already. Every time I see him, nakabantay lang sa A, just watching Fyre or any opponents coming in, it's gonna be for them.
To be honest, kaya pa ng Fyre to. Puso lang, you can do this. I actually have faith in you guys. You can actually go to the grand finals. But it's really up to you and how will you do that. But the problem is momentum-wise. Let's talk about momentum. 100% momentum, of course, is BREN Esports because of their wins. And ito pa. BREN Esports, ang huling laro niyan kahapon. Napanood ng BREN Esports kung paano maglaro ang Fyre laban sa Affinity. So, on that moment, they're actually thinking of something on how will they gonna shut down Fyre. But, in terms of momentum, Fyre won against Affinity a while ago. So, nasa kanila if matadala pa nila yung momentum na yun sa last game na yun dito sa susunod na game. Again and again, here's a corner. He sees Eman trying to go for the second one using the tailwind, but Waitopia says no.
Watopia says no, but then Borkum was able to spot out Urza in. But now we have here with Yopa, just going inside Silo. Humi was able to spot them out! What? They were actually open kay Humi? They didn't check those corners once again.
Corners,
the corners were not checked by Dreamfire.
Check corners always, and that is the thing na kinakapitalize ng BREN Esports right now. As you can see, Borkum did it, Humi did it for the second time already.
And they always get baited by Humi every time. Humi is just the king of C site right now.
They're just leaving Humi there in C. Bahala ka na dyan, bro. We're just gonna go for a retake now. But the Spencer, however, will get that throw now here in C. Eman, Georgie, all the squad of Dreamfire is here in mid. Georgie with that shift. Let's see if he's gonna kill someone though. But the problem is, wala rin siyang full armor. 25 on that armor, no worries about that. It's fine.
Right here.
But Humi, however, we're just gonna check this point of the map right now outside shore. Outside garages. But Dubstep rushing in with that blade.
Yeah.
Dubstep, they're taking down Urza, Georgie. However, we're gonna go and trade on Jesse Vash. Dispensing Eman down. 1 minute left in the clock. 3 versus 2 situation. Curveball. We're not gonna connect to all these players though. Pero I really love Waitopia taking Borkum down, catching him off guard. It's all up to Vindic again. They already know kung nasan dito. Niluto mga kaibigan. Humi taking Vindic down. Alam nila. Isip, sino tira doon? Brimstone and Killjoy. Ano nagagawa nila? Molly at saka Nanoswarm Grenade. Of course, naluto ng buhay si Vindic, mga kaibigan.
And Vindic is just at that corner. He doesn't have much time left. There are two. That's gonna be Dispenser and Humi going towards him. It doesn't have much of a choice. Okay, it's the end. And that earned BREN Esports into having the match point already. Vil, match point already. BREN Esports at their best match.
Get out of my way!
Dubstep picking that operator now. And again, Vindic lining up with that recon bolt, but shutting it down right off the bat. But Georgie, however, taking one down though. And look at that is the run it back. Coming in from a Dreamfire, from BREN Esports rather, I'm sorry. But again, it's all up to, oh Diyos ko mga kaibigan, naluto ng buhay ang Kuya Eman mo.
Right here.
Naluto ng buhay.
Diyos ko po, niluto. Pero it's fine. GG's on to the first game. Pareho sila ng run it back. But apparently, alam ng BREN Esports kung nasan yung tunay na Phoenix. Just capitalizing that distance onto that orbital strike, winning that first map. What can I say about that, Ray?
The fact that BREN picked Haven as the first map already gives them the upper hand.
Indeed,
diba?
yeah, that's true.
And we've seen them in a lot of tournaments winning always in Haven. No matter what happens, even if dehado na sila sa mga sitwasyon nila, they know that Haven is gonna be their best map.
Yeah, yeah, of course. But next map, this is actually so interesting because ang pumik nito is yung kalaban nila, which is Dreamfire, which is Bind. Well, we all know na malakas din ang BREN dito. Pero syempre, ito kasi yung pinagkaiba na itong dalawang to. We know a lot of things dito sa BREN because we've been casting them. Pero dito sa Dreamfire, ngayon pa lang natin sila nakikita. And we are actually that curious kung ano yung pwede nilang ipakita dito sa Bind, knowing that they picked this map. And hopefully this is gonna be explosive. And knowing na the winner of this will gonna be up against Empire Esports tomorrow for the championships.
And I'm still pretty excited because, once again, you've told that Dreamfire picked Bind, but the question here is they're still gonna be going up against BREN Esports, and we know how also good they're at sa Bind map. And we haven't casted ang laro ng Dreamfire in Bind map. So we are already casting them in a lot of maps, but Bind is still unpredictable when it comes to Dreamfire.
Yes, that's true. And once again, this is 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. We are cast for today. My name's Vil. Alongside with me is Ray right here. After the break, it's gonna be game number 2. See you in a bit.
Paid and postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Game number 2 is now on. The question is, are we gonna see a game number 3 or not? Once again, this is the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. We are casters Vil and Ray right here. 1-0 in favor of BREN Esports. Okay, Ray, ano kaya ang dapat gawin ng Dream Fyre dito para makabawi?
Just a good reset maybe. I mean, it was really a bad game earlier. I mean, 13-4. But still, now that we're going into the bind map, I'm quite expecting that Georgie earlier kasi he picked Jet and it wasn't that much of what we expected with him earlier with his games. But now that he will be going to bind, maybe he'll work out as Reyna.
Yeah, that's true. Compare sa mga games si Georgie back then, it's actually sobrang explosive niya on that arena. And hopefully, makabawi si Georgie ngayon knowing na siya yung may pinakamataas na KDA nung game na rin yun. And on the whole tournament actually. Pero hindi siya masyado nag-perform ngayong game. Actually, to be honest, ito na yun real talk. Parang what we see is what we say. Yun na yun I mean, diretso, yun na yun Kung ano yung nakikita namin, yun yung sasabihin natin mga kaibigan. So, going here sa game na to, Dream Fyre really needs to step up. They really need to step up because they're actually going up against the pride of the Philippines, which is BREN Esports. Arguably, top 1 here. And malaking honor to sa Dream Fyre na makalaban nila ang BREN Esports dito on the way for the grand finals.
Yeah, and hindi pa natin sinasabi nga na the fact that they went here as being part of the top 4 is already big for this starting team. I mean, they're just the pub champions and now going in against BREN Esports, and actually they took them out for a few rounds earlier at their best map, which is gonna be Haven. But the question still stands on, what will they do sa bind? We haven't seen them yet here in bind, and I'm pretty sure that they still have a lot in store when it comes to this map.
Actually, let's talk about numbers right now. Let's talk about numbers. Tulad ng sinabi ng panels kanina, 2-0 and which is possible actually. Pero tulad ng sinasabi namin, it's not over till it's over. Hanggat hindi pa 30 ng BREN is kayang-kaya pa talaga to ng Dream Fyre. Ang problem dito is medyo naging one-sided lang talaga. It's, to be honest, it's actually hard to cast a one-sided match. Hindi na, we need to uplift the other team as well. Pero pag yun talaga yung nakikita at yun talaga yung lumalabas, wala talaga tayong magagawa doon. Pero going back here mga kaibigan, this is the map that is picked by Dream Fyre. So hopefully makakita tayo dito ng changes if ever. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Georgie, lock that Reyna, man. You need to lock that Reyna. You need to show again kung ano yung ginawa mo sa games mo against Affinity.
Yeah, and speaking of, I think Georgie will have a toll of being the key player.
Yun na naman si Borcom
But Borcom is kind of trolling us once again. We all thought that he will be playing Yoru, but maybe ngayon baka seryoso na talaga siya mag-Yoru siya. But they don't have a Reyna as of now, but instead they will be picking, he's kind of confusing us really. But I'd like to focus on, once again, Georgie and Eman. This is the first time I'll be seeing Eman with his raise in, but
Select
it's really workable. I mean, it's Eman. He still goes for the duelists, but then Borcom, I think he will be locking in already with his breach, and that's a good.
Indeed. Yeah, signature breach indeed. Okay, I would like to talk about yung mga agents na pinik nila. Vindec, I really love Vindec on that Sova. Sobrang solid nung Sova ni Vindec dito. However, dito naman tayo sa BREN Esports, they really pick their signature agents again. Number 1, the Borcom with that breach, dyan nagsimula actually. And the Justification with that Sova as well.
Yeah.
And ito pa actually. Ito ang gustong-gusto talaga ni Dispenser with that Cypher. Actually, meron kaming pinost. Meron pinost ng PPGL yung kung paano ba ang ginagawa ni Dispenser sa Ascent, mga tipong ganun. Yung mga tips and tricks lang para paano gumamit ng Cypher. And let's see if paano mag-work to dito sa match na to. Okay, I would like to talk about that Cypher. We've seen that Cypher last match rather, sa Chimera and Empire Esports. Sobrang nag-shine si Cypher doon. Mangyayari ba to sa BREN Esports versus Dreamfire? That's gonna be a big question though. But hold that thought. Game number 2 is now on. Eman starting off with that boom bot. However, not gonna catch someone here in hookah. And there's the time for Dreamfire just to step up and win this match. You pick this map. Let's see. I'm actually really curious here sa gagawin ng mga teams na to though. But Eman, however, we're just gonna stop everyone here. Pain shots onto CT, followed up by a shock dart here, but Dubstep and Dispenser taking Urza and Georgie down agad.
And seems like they're being taken out by the flashes being thrown to them by Borkum. Now, two of them are actually lit. And speaking of, Eman will still be able to see Dispenser, but Dubstep takes down Vindic. One is left. That's gonna be Eman, and Dubstep finishes him at elbow. And Humi will be defusing the spike. Just BREN Esports getting that one. They were actually overtaken again by Borkum once again with his flashes. That fact itself gave the upper hand na naman sa BREN Esports.
The Kings of Retake is here, is alive. Dubstep starting off with that 4K agad. Sobrang ganda na ng opening ng Dreamfire doon. Rushing in with that boom board, with that pain shot as well onto CT, onto hookah as well. Sobrang okay na, but Dubstep out of nowhere taking 4 heads of Dreamfire out of the bat. But Dubstep here checking the side of the map, mga kaibigan, or just gonna settle there in base instead. Ayaw nila sa lamps, ayaw nila sa U-Haul. Sige, dito naman siya sa B. Depende naman yun sa call. But Humi here, andito lang sa may short. Uy, sa fountains, mga kaibigan. But alam ni Urza yun! But look at that reaction of Humi taking Urza down. Jessica's following with a 2K down nila pa sa Classic, taking Vindic down.
I love you all.
And
fast round here in Bilong.
That was a fast round and the perfect set, the perfect flashes once again coming from Borkum. That fact itself, he actually flashed out 3 members of Dreamfire. Pa isa-isa lang nahulog sa kamay ni Jessie Bash, and all I can say is that perfect timing. Good comms coming from BREN once again.
Sobrang sayang lang. Actually, dun sa showers, narinig ni Urza yung pagkuha ng orb. Pero yun nga lang, naunaan siya with that Spectre and Blazer coming in for that Jet though, and being flashed, and Georgie with that rain just devouring the hell. But Dubstep, look at that with that Bucky taking 1-shot kill on that Bucky by Dubstep on that Reyna, and just checking out the sides, and out of nowhere Dubstep from behind. Amon with a follow-up kill taking down Dubstep, but Dispenser here taking Vindic down too. And again, Dispenser being Dispenser, dispensing everyone here dito sa a 3-0 in favor of BREN Esports. Dreamfire, however, trying their best to catch up with this. They have no money, pero yun nga lang, kayang-kaya pa nila to. All they need is like great rotation and great strategies as well, just to go inside this point of the map right here. Okay, how? Unahan nyo with that Lear. Lear is a very, very vital ability here para makapasok sa isang site. And you really need to use that though. Look at that, Dubstep being really aggressive here. But Eman is right here, 1 shot on the head, and Dubstep is down for Topia with a flick. But it's not gonna happen though. Suki onto Dubstep, onto that head. He wants more, pero Humi, however, here in showers checking out this map. But Vindic, the best Sova of Dreamfire, is right here. The only man remaining. Can he do this? 1 tap on the head with a headshot to Dispenser. However, dito lang sa may lamps, Vindic is a lot of trouble right now.
They're quite hesitant. Every time that two of their agents will be taken out, Dreamfire is already quite hesitant with what will be their decisions be. Especially with Dispenser just watching his cameras in setting in A-shot. But now he will be finishing him out. Dispenser spotting in Vindic, and that's it. BREN Esports getting that round once again. 4-0, and Dreamfire seems like quite hesitant every time for their decisions. It's really slow on what they will be doing next.
What should Dreamfire do for them to do a comeback here? I mean, Eman with 2 frags, Georgie with 1 frag here. I mean, this is really hard for Dreamfire actually. However, BREN Esports really being that confident to go inside. I mean, they're just actually being that aggressive though. Pushing yung mga bagay-bagay na hindi dapat i-push. But that is a Hunter's Fury coming in from Jesse Bash. Nahuli ng Owl Drone. Pero wala siyang mapapatay dito though. But Georgie, however, will kill Dispenser dito sa may teleporter. 3 versus situation. Borkum trying to flash his point of the map right now. Won't gonna catch someone. But Georgie papunta lang dito sa likod. Humi, this is gonna be 1v1. Urza ang nanalo dito. But Jesse Vash taking Georgie down 1v1 with the Great One. Who will win this? Sova or Killjoy? Both has Vandal, but the angle of Jesse Vash dito mga kaibigan is just really intense. The problem is walang idea si Urza kung nasan ba si Jesse Vash. But alam ni Jesse Vash kung nasan si Urza. That gave him that advantage on that point of that map.
Yeah. And look at what the Dreamfire has been doing throughout the 5 rounds that we've been casting. Parati na lang nila inuulit yung gusto nilang gawin. They will be going sa B long. If it won't work, they will be switching to A short. It's still the same all over again. Kaya pinaglalaroan lang sila ni BREN Esports in a way that, okay, we'll just be waiting for you guys to come in. And once again, look at that. They're just behind the fountains, waiting naman sa pagiging aggressive ng BREN Esports. But now, Jesse Bash will be looking out to the information as to where they are with his recon bolt once again. Every time, it's still the same.
I mean, of course, they have no choice naman. Pero hindi naman sa pinaglalaro, hindi naman ganun. I mean, it's really hard lang talaga na makapasok dito sa mga sites if ever na you need to have that synergy of abilities. Like after Lear, ito naman ang susunod, like ito naman yung una or anything, para lang at least magkaroon tayo ng combo kung paano lang makapasok dito sa site. But Georgie here, hopefully, makapag-entry frag ng solid ang Dreamfire dito para lang makapasok dito sa lair ng BREN Esports Eman. However, with that Sheriff, Dubstep, perfect angle na may kita agad niya yung papasok dito mga kaibigan. Sees one, going on for the second one, taking Retopia down. Georgie says no, with the Devour, gets the HP of Dubstep here, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse Vash, however, with an operator, it's gonna be so hard for them to push this. Medyo sandwich sila dito mga kaibigan. Dispenser with a head, 13 seconds remaining here. Urza, look at that headshot coming in from Urza. But taking the turret down, kanina nga dito sa gilid, meron din Urza with a spray. Muntik nang mahuli si Urza dito and just gonna leave this battle with that Vandal.
But that bot time, naubos ang oras ng Dreamfire into what they will be doing instead. But looking at the replay, Dubstep, look at him from that angle coming from Hookah, takes down Eman together with Topia. And they know already as to where the members of Dreamfire left. That's gonna be Georgie together with Urza. But then, all I can say right now is that Utopia needs to step up for his teammates. Good flash coming from Borkum, but then wasn't still able, di pa rin nag-work for Dreamfire. At least that was a good entry for them.
Oh, look at that, Urza catching Borkum off guard here. Dito sa may showers mga kaibigan, but we are now seeing Georgie with the head on to Jazzybash. The operator is now dead for BREN Esports right now, and finally Dreamfire catching up, getting their first point of the game after 7 rounds.
And as what I've told, sabi ko nga, Vitopia, he really needs to step up. Those smokes are really important for them to get into the sites, and that gave them that very first round against BREN Esports. Kita nyo naman, ang ganda na ng pagka-smoke setup ni Vitopia doon. Very commended.
This is the 8th round already. Hopefully, this is actually ang simula na sa Dreamfire para makabawi sila mga kaibigan. And now dubstep here with that operator, but the Hunter's Fury is online para sa Dreamfire mga kaibigan. But dubstep sobrang pinapahirapan lang on that operator na ano pa nga siya, very low on HP. Jazzybash with that Vandal Waitopia, ayaw niya pang mabuhay si Jazzybash dito mga kaibigan on that shock dart. Let's see, wala pa siyang mababuhay. Uy, hindi! Vindic taking Borkum down because of that shock dart. Orbital strike coming in sa BREN Esports, pero at least 55 seconds on the clock, hindi pa nila napaplant yung bomb, and that is Vindic right now, finally planting the spike already. Waitopia with that molly, just trying to push BREN Esports away dito sa city side, but Dispenser, however, andito lang sa may elbow, waiting patiently. The neural theft is online. Dubstep is now down for Sophie with a follow-up kill here. Dispenser sees one, trying to go with a double. And yes, that is the neural theft. Alam nila kung nasan. Nakita si Georgie. But Waitopia with the follow-up kill, taking Dispenser down. Finally, slowly and surely, nakakabawi na ang Dreamfire. And this is the thing that they need. They need to break the momentum of BREN Esports.
And speaking of breaking the momentum, Georgie, since earlier, kitang-kita naman natin, he's prepping up, he's getting ready, and he's earning the top frag ngayon. And from the looks of it, all I can say is that he's really comfortable. Napaka-okay niya with his sync, with his Reyna, and with the help with Vitopia particularly talaga. That's the step up that they need to do. And now Georgie gets again. He's getting on fire already. Imagine now he's gonna be going with his Leer, and the members of BREN Esports looking out at Long, and got a good flash coming from Borkum, but hindi na siya naging possible doon dahil naunahan na siya dito ni Ezra. Dalawa na lang natitira sa BREN Esports, and now they're in again sa B-side. Magpaplanta si Vindic sa default, and we'll be waiting for Dispenser na naman with Humi. But I don't know if iko-contest pa rin nila to, but I think they will just be saving instead. Maybe just exit frags, most likely. Naghintay na lang sila, wala na silang choice kundi maghintay na lang where they will be going. Pero bantay sarado pa rin ang Dreamfire just in case na pupunta si Humi together with Dispenser.
Dreamfire, finally nakita nila yung groove na kailangan nila to take down BREN Esports. But apparently, nasaan si Brimstone, nasaan si Cypher dito. George just lurking all the way to A. And the BREN Esports is waiting actually for exit frag right now. And uy, magkakaharapan ba to? I think na! Uy! Nagkaharapan mga magkaibigan. And Georgie is now down to the hands of Dispenser. But at least Dreamfire getting the momentum that they need. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, nakakabawi na talaga ang Dreamfire. And BREN Esports, ano ang sagot nyo sa ginagawa ng Dreamfire sa inyo ngayon?
And Dreamfire, the fact that sila din naman talaga si pumili nito, I know that they're prepping up. And at the same time, paunti-unti, slowly but surely, and right now, it's breakable. Basta bigyan nila yung momentum kay Georgie in, pero hindi magiging posible yun dahil kanina pa sila nasa A-short. They're just waiting for the B-short. They're just waiting for them to come in, and Borkum unlocks Georgie in, takes him down.
4 versus 5 now. Jesse Fast is checking his recon bot here in A, but the lockdown is online here sa bilong mga kaibigan, and won't gonna catch someone there with that pain shots though. But the problem is, apat lang ang tao sa Dreamfire, but the rolling thunder of BREN Esports is here, but Borkum is being detained here. Detained si Borkum dito. Ano kaya magiging sagot ni Borkum dito mga kaibigan? After a shock, we're not gonna catch someone and just gonna use the teleporter to go here and B. But look at the homie! Look at that! Trigger discipline of a homie! Mga kaibigan, taking 2 heads down! And it's all up to Utopia. But Jesse Vash with that wallbang, taking a Brimstone down. Actually, sobrang solid yun eh. Ang ginawa ni Humi dito, most likely he knows na baka mag-tele lang sila. Kasi mag-tele lang sila dito. So, Humi just waited patiently there. Actually, dalawa ang key player doon. Number 1, Borkum. Number 2, Humi. Borkum siya ang naging bait dito sa B using that rolling thunder with that aftershock as well. And wala nang nagawa ang Dreamfire doon. So, Humi just waited patiently there in the sa teleporter. And Matic, trigger discipline, but look at that, dubstep being that aggressive though. Georgie is now down for, nawala na ang main fragger ng Dreamfire, which is sobrang delikado na ngayon ang Dreamfire mga kaibigan. But Humi taking another one here, taking down Eman, and it's all up to that Sova Brimstone and that Killjoy dispenser. However, sitting pretty lang dito sa Heaven. Let's see if he can kill someone here. But that vital smoke coming in for that Brimstone, just stopping the view of dispenser. But, I mean, that tripwires are really that annoying. At nakita pa si Vindic mga kaibigan, and will spot out dispenser as well because of that recon ball coming in for Vindic.
Coming from Vindic, but at least ngayon, ang mga members ng Dreamfire, they're just waiting for them to come in. But look at that, U-Haul! Humi takes down 1, gets traded by Urza. 2 left, but Urza, nice again. He's gonna go for the 2K, but low na dito ang Sova nila, but Urza still just buying time. Oh, tries the Borkum. Will he be able to defuse the spike? Oh, the Hunter's Fury is in. Nakalahati na ni Borkum dito. But now, he is really low. And now, Vindic is taken out by Dispenser.
8-3 now, coming dito sa match natin, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually a Grand Finals match apparently. I mean, the winner of this will go to the Grand Finals. And ang score natin is 1-0 in favor of BREN Esports right now. If BREN Esports will continue their streak here, Dreamfire needs to rethink, needs to think of new strategies for them to take down these powerhouse of BREN Esports. Georgie, however, slowly and surely getting online, being activated here. Dubstep. Catching Eman off guard on that top of that box. Dispenser, however, using his cyber cage just to block out the view of Georgie. But apparently that is the leer. That is the most important leer Georgie will do. Can he spot out Dubstep here in Heaven? The Empress is now online for him as well. He needs to make that thing work. And for sure, let's see if kayang-kaya ba ni Georgie to na natapatan yung mga BREN Esports na papasok na dito sa A mga kaibigan. Dispenser, he's won already, but Georgie is still alive. Waitopia with the follow-up gonna take it down Dispenser, but the main offer of BREN Esports is still alive. It's Dubstep, kanina siya buhay dito, but Heaven, up in Heaven, so Dubstep being that much of a headache na binibigay dito sa Dreamfire mga kaibigan. 9-3.
9-3, and the fact that Dispenser with that cage itself, Bill, yun pa lang kumain na kagad sa oras ng Dreamfire so that they can get inside to the site and plant it. Pero although na-plant naman nila, pero they could have done it so early. And at the same time, Georgie uses Lear super early din, di na nakapag-entry iba ng members. It was too late. Bad timing for Dreamfire.
Ang nagpatagal actually sa Dreamfire is actually Dubstep with that operator dito sa Heaven. kung hindi dahil kay Dubstep, hindi talaga tatagal yung pag-entry din ng Dreamfire. Well, apparently, 9-3 now, first round of the second half. Let's see if how Dreamfire can actually defend the sites. 3 men, very standard play here for Dreamfire. 3 men on A, just trying to mess up the strategy of BREN Esports as well. Dubstep, however, leading his way onto A, starting off with the Aldrone of Jesse Vash right here. We're gonna check. We're not gonna spot out the Reyna here sa Lamps, mga kaibigan. So Georgie has the upper hand here, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to go with the pre-fire. We're not gonna catch Borkum right there, but at least getting that Devour, getting that overheal, will gonna get that extra armor that he needs. Vendic, however, taking down Humi. Georgie with a follow-up here. So it's all up to Dispenser for V1 situation, Ray.
I think they'll just be going instead as to where Dispenser is. Talagang pupunta na lang, pupush na lang talaga ni Georgie to. And magkatag sila doon. But Georgie, what a good shot. Frenzy in. Talagang Frenzy ang new meta talaga ng Dreamfire. Kanina pa nila nagamit ito ng maayos going up against BREN Esports. Paganda ng paggamit talaga doon.
Sa competitive ranks, sa competitive, kahit sa rank game talaga, Frenzy is a must talaga. Kasi that is a good na papalit sa Ghost and sa Spectre actually. Mas marami nang gumagamit ng Frenzy ngayon kaya sa Ghost, and that is a really good thing. And finally, nakukuha na ng Dreamfire yung kailangan nilang magawa dito, mga kaibigan. But Eman needs to be very cautious because medyo sasabog ang bala niyan if ever medyo malayo. If ever gonna go up against a Stinger. And Dreamfire already knows na sobrang daming tao dito sa may garden, mga kaibigan. Eman nakukuha na dito. He sees 1, he sees 2, but the third one is right there. Urza with a 2K. Georgie with a follow-up kill here, taking down Humi, and that is the rotation for BREN Esports. But Vendic, andito lang sa may gilid, will take down Borkum and Jesse Vash. Really nice angle, really nice position coming in for Vendic right here. And ito na ang ganti na gusto ng Dreamfire, mga kaibigan. We picked this map, so we're now gonna give you our Venom here in Bind.
But the Venom also, look at what the BREN has already been saving for. They already bought their Phantoms and Vandals in. But then, the fact na naipanalo to ni Dreamfire, they still have the money just in case na matatalo sila against BREN. But we all know, napaka-confident ni BREN when it comes that they already had their full buy. Now, Utopia just waiting in. But now, we have a good drone as to locate the members of BREN Esports in showers. Now, Utopia will just be covering that showers with his smoke in. But the leer in coming from them is already flashed out, but Vendic just waiting for the perfect time, just inside the zone, inside the smoke rather. Waiting pa rin sila. Naghihintay na sila sa showers, pero they don't know na si Georgie na pala is going up against Dispenser. And Vendic was able to spot out Dubstep, pero Humi trades lang. 3-3. Still, the smokes are actually good na makakapag-entry dito ang BREN inside the A site. Now, speaking of, Dispenser nasa loob na site. And now, just watching, waiting for the pick, and good angle coming from Dispenser. Pero nahuli siya ni Emma dito sa U-Hall. Dalawa pa rin na natitira. BREN Esports just buying time. But Eman, naku, hindi planted for them, pero they can be so aggressive. But Dispenser is actually
That is the lineup coming in from Humi right there just to block the diffuse of Killjoy. Look at that HP, mga kaibigan. Humi with that lineup. However, if we're gonna get to see actually yung HP bar ni Killjoy dun sa taas, sobrang you need to watch out yung mga lineups din ng BREN Esports dito. They actually have two. lineup ni Jesse Vash with that shock dart. Next is yung Molly ni Brimstone. So, it's gonna be huge for Dreamfire if ever mahuli nila ito. And sana flanks maybe? Flanks is one of the best option here, or just gonna go head on, I guess. Dubstep, however, being that aggressive, taking the heads of Georgie and Waitopia here in showers. Borkum, however, just blocking the path, just flashing the people inside Cubby. Vindic with a 2K already. Humi will be down for Borkum with the quick refrag, taking Vindic down. Very, very low HP here. Emman will be down for as well. Borkum waiting patiently here in the U-Hauls. Jesse Van was just gonna do a flank maybe, or just gonna go here in B. So this is gonna be a 1v1 situation apparently on that Cypher versus Urza. Pero ang problema dito, open na open ang A. The spike has been planted here in A. And ang tanong actually ganito, hahayaan ba nila si Urza na makapag-save or not?
Pero I think most likely Urza, he will be saving, put up his sentry together with his nano swarm. Kaya pinaghahantahan na lang siya just in case na ayaw siya ipag-save ng BREN Esports. And wala naman around him. There's no member of BREN Esports sniffing upon him. So it's just playing it out safe. And BREN Esports doesn't want to go in and barge him sa Bihol. So I think baka hindi na siya punta ng BREN Esports at all. Pero Jesse Vash will just be trying maybe baka i-defuse pa ang spike. But no, it's still safe. At least nakapag-save si Urza dito.
That's the thing yung sinasabi ko kanina. The lineups of the two key players, which is Sova and Brimstone, is really that big here for BREN Esports right now. So they can actually prevent diffuses kahit malayo sila. Which is, yun yung ginagawa nila ngayon. But hopefully Dreamfire can still catch up. Mahaba pa naman. Hanggat hindi 30 ng BREN Esports, kayang-kaya pa to ng Dreamfire. Georgie, however, leading his team with 15 frags in his pocket right now. Vindic, is he gonna be that aggressive? Is he gonna push B? B-long? And just gonna use that recon bolt, and Vindic already knows there's someone right there here in B-long. Most likely there in Fountain though. Urza is in a lot of trouble right now because there are 3 men pushing here, pushing short. He sees Dubstep, but Dubstep there with that Blazestorm sees one already. And just gonna push out Heaven. But look at that, Vindic there taking Dispensary down with that Hunter's Fury. And again, Waitopia catching Dubstep off guard. Nag-whiff actually si Dubstep dito mga kaibigan for V2 in favor of Dreamfire.
In favor of Dreamfire, but Jesse Vash, baka may isa-isa pa niya ang mga membro ng Dreamfire going up against it. Pero remember, planted ngayon, and we still have the orbital strike and not the spirit come in. But that was a good angle coming from Georgie together with Vindic. Sinabay na nila sila all together here at Showers, and that became the best play coming from a Dreamfire. Look at that. Ang ganda ng ginawa nila doon.
11-6. Buhay na buhay pa ang Dreamfire mga kaibigan. They can still win this. They have the utilities. They have the guns. They don't have the armors though for Urza and Vindic. But one thing is for sure, they can actually win this if pinagpapatuloy-patuloy lang nila ang kanilang momentum. But BREN Esports right now has a full buys already. And dito na ulit magkakaalaman mga kaibigan. 3 men for BREN Esports online, which is Dispenser, Sova, and that Brimstone. One more actually for Borkum, and he's gonna get that Rolling Thunder now. Jesse Vash, however, starting off with that Aldrone and catches someone here in Hookah. Dubstep with a refrag with a wall bind, taking Urza down. So that is the rotation coming in for Dreamfire right now. But Jesse Vash taking the hit of Georgie, but Eamon with a trade-off, taking Dubstep down. But Eamon, however, from the backside with a boombot. Let's see if he's gonna catch someone here. This is actually a 2 versus 3 situation. I mean 3 versus 3 situation right now. Brimstone low in HP 2. Vindic, we're not gonna see someone with that recon bolt.
And up until now,
Prepare for Hellfire!
we have Orbital Strike just in case that so that they can have an opener for BREN Esports. But then they won't be able to take out yung
sa iba.
race, di pa rin nila nakita. But that actually bought time for them to go into the A side. And Jesse Bash will be planting at default. Pero at least Waitopia.
Meron siyang lineup mga kaibigan. Nakikita mo yan, that is actually dalawang bounce yan na dalawang bounce yan mga kaibigan. Isa pa.
May isa pa?
Oo. So, ay na. Meron lang natin yan. Isa pa.
Isa pa.
Ayan.
Okay, so bouncy. Okay.
Double bounce na recon lang yan. Actually, sayang walang tayo makakita ng shock dart na double bounce din sa site eh. Pero at least Humi sees the head of one player of Dreamfire, but the orbital strike! Plus! That Hunter's Fury, mga kaibigan!
Match point!
Nag-all out na sila doon just to take down Dreamfire.
Para sure na. Sinusure na ng BREN Esports that they will really get that round. Match point for BREN Esports and they will go to the grand finals.
They will go to the grand finals, but hanggang wala pang 13, I'm sure Dreamfire, maybe, they can still get this one against BREN Esports. But that will be crucial kasi si Eman, meron pa siyang showstopper.
The biggest problem here for Dreamfire is wala sila, nag-all out sila dun sa last round and wala silang pera ngayon. Like 3 or 4 of them with stingers lang. Dubstep pushing his way up to Hookah though. Urza is right there below him. Dispenser sees one. Emily is now down 4. And now with the tailwind too. Dispenser with a neural depth. And now the positions are now
Enemy remaining.
known by Dreamfire. And it's all up to Brimstone kung paano niya tatapusin yung 4 na tao ng BREN Esports mga kaibigan. And now the possession has been compromised already. Dubstep with that angle, with that possession, with that high angle too, can spot out that Brimstone. But look at Jesse Vash flanking really slow, but Dubstep finishing it off with a kill. 13-6. BREN Esports will head on to the grand finals and will face Empire Esports too.
And look at BREN Esports celebrating their win because they will be heading off against Empire Esports. But still, good game, well played naman sa Dreamfire. I mean, imagine, they actually took them out also in Haven. May mga rounds silang nakuha. And up until now, it's a bind. Pagdating sa bind, even if silang pumili, at least ngayon 13-6, they are actually well improved and very effective naman yung pagiging Reyna ni George.
I mean, of course, BREN Esports is still BREN Esports. Top 1 dito sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. It's just, we really can say that BREN Esports is really just too much for Dreamfire right now. Pero big GGs actually for Dreamfire taking Affinity down. I mean, going here sa ating top 4 ng ating tournament and see you again actually next week.
Yeah. And marami pang mangyayari because here we are, Vil. We're gonna be stepping in tomorrow sa finals, BREN Esports versus Empire Esports. What can you say about that?
I really can't wait for that though. I mean, we've seen Empire Esports a while ago giving a 2-0 against Chimera. And BREN Esports, andito naman sila sa grand finals. This is actually a good show apparently. Who will get the first championship of this week? What are your last thoughts for this game?
All my last thoughts are BREN still at the good momentum, BREN still at the top. But then, this experience itself is gonna be giving the upper hand also for Dreamfire to go up against sa mga ibang teams.
Yes, indeed. For Dreamfire naman, a big GG. So all of you guys, you really made a name for yourself. Huge respect sa Dreamfire dito. Once again, see you again on 2 weeks from now, of course. For BREN ePro naman, they're just being BREN. BREN being BREN, of course. And a big shout out to all the people who's watching right now. I really hope you guys are really enjoying this. This is actually our last match now. And 2-0, a really, really good game. Bray 2-0ing Dre. And
Dre, respect.
yeah, and just to cut everything off, Ray, what are your last words for our viewers right now?
Wag niyong kakalimutan to check out the pinned comments. Syempre, may 1,000 VALORANT points dyan. But we are now signing off. So see you tomorrow. We are your casters training, and I'm with the sobrang gwapong si Vil, and we'll see you in a second.
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
Nag-globe virtual hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Let's go!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you see the wonderful chocolate hills of Bohol. Well, speaking of sweet stuff, that was a sweet performance coming in from BREN Esports. Kind of what we expected, really. Let's not lie here. A 2-0 win going their way in the series. They are the best team right now, and they show exactly why that is. Of course, for the side of Fyre, very valiant effort for them. They tried their best. They did pull off an upset a while ago versus Affinity, but in this case, well, the Goliath did win against David. Guys, initial reactions though, we're going to open up the floor here now to my co-panelists, Trix and Vimnel. Guys, I don't know what there is to say about this aside from BREN Esports or just BREN Esports.
It's a pretty straightforward narrative here. But come on, guys, it's always a treat to see, this masterful masterclass that BREN always brings to the table. We always... I for one, I always learn a thing or two when I watch BREN in action, and that's why I'm always looking forward to seeing them play on the field right here as Borkum just gets that nasty multi-kill.
And hey guys, we finally got a guess right. BREN was gonna go 2-0. So kudos. Finally, it's about time.
There you go, you professional analysts.
But I think that Fyre actually performed better than I expected. I was pleasantly surprised with how much they were fighting against BREN, but at the end of the day, it's BREN that you're up against. They adjust their mistakes in the middle of a game. They don't wait till after the game to suddenly fix their errors. They do it the next round.
Yeah,
it's a tough fight.
I mean, you gotta give it to them. To these boys from Fyre, they put up a really good fight. I gotta agree with you there.
I mean, them being able to make the adjustments mid-game, as you saw there from BREN Esports, sometimes even mid-round, just speaks to the experience and the veteran leadership that they do bring into this. I think Fyre, with a bit more time, a bit more tournament playing time, and experience in tournaments like this, they have a bright future ahead of them.
Yes, there's a lot of potential in that team. And I feel like the coordination though from BREN, it's very clear, especially in this map. The way that they fight together, which makes the opponent unable to really pick one by one off. They're all in the same unit. They're communicating with each other. They're deciding where they're going to flash, where they're going to peek, what they're going to do, which ultis they're going to use and when. And I just think it's great to watch, but I'm so excited for another team to really push BREN to their limit.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Like, this is the so-called next level factor that we were speculating earlier on in the evening. When you get to this level, you assume perfect aim on either team. But what makes you the better team than the other one if you both have perfect aim, right?
Strategies.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next step, and BREN knows this very well. And it's really that synchronization and sort of synergy that is very distinctly BREN.
Although,
at least in the local scene.
I do think that the pick of Bind on Fyre, I know initially I was a little surprised by it, but they proved to show us why they picked. They showed us why they would pick Bind, and they performed really well, in my opinion.
Well, here are the stats for the very first map. Borkum on the Phoenix, the MVP for BREN Esports, and then for Fyre is going to be Emin, also on the Phoenix as well. You can see their lineups are quite similar, actually. Literally the exact same lineup on both teams, now that I think about it. And so, well, Borkum 2.6 KDA rather, combat score of 350 pretty much, and 22 kills to his name. The rest of his team quite high as well in that regard, 13-4. The second map was a bit closer than the first one was, but I also do think, and I don't think this is a hot take, that BREN kind of let their foot off the gas pedal a bit for that second match before they really stepped down to it. But speaking about the first one still, almost every stat going the way of BREN Esports. Surprisingly though, headshot percentage did go in the way of Fyre. That just shows that these guys mechanically are also, up there.
They are. They're definitely mechanically there, but I feel like when you go against BREN, it's also about strategy. It's adjusting to your opponents, and I think that Fyre definitely felt that in this match, where it's not just about having a solid foundation, it's also having a malleable one at which that you can adjust to your opponents who play so well, like BREN. And
I've been seeing this sort of trend more often in recent times. Taking a look at the agent composition, you got Killjoy and Brim tandem. And here for the side of Dreamfire, you know, you try to play that post-plant situation wherein you use those mollies and then you just molly them for 10,000 years.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to pull off here.
I was actually surprised to see Borkum on the breach. I was hoping a Phoenix would come up. I really like Phoenix on a map like Bind, especially with his ultimate capability. But Borkum had some really good plays and really great flashes to support his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying before that Borkum's probably like one of the best breaches here in the country, and for good reason.
Yes.
Arguably, you know, his Phoenix could have been just as effective, but again, 3 flashes better than 2. So
interestingly enough, too, on map number 2, Jesse Vash had the operator for a few rounds there.
Yep.
Normally, you might see it on like Dispenser or Dubstep's hands, but Jesse Vash made good work of it too.
He did. I feel like a lot of it has to do with the tactic that they are going to play that round. So I feel rather than having Dubstep on that operator, as you saw, he was peeking. He was at window that round.
Yeah.
So I felt that it did make more sense to go to Jesse Vash, who was getting support from, I believe it was Borkum.
I think he was droning out long with his
Yes,
Algron.
and then he had the ultimate skill up as well. So I just feel like it made sense to be on Jesse Vash that round.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, there are the stats you guys can see. Heavily favoring BREN Esports, every single one. 12.4k damage, and the headshot percentage does go their way too, guys. So what an amazing match coming there from BREN Esports. As expected, Dreamfire, very valiant effort. I would love to see more from them on the upcoming weeks. Of course, they are already directly seeded into next week, so they're not out of the tournament just yet. But Borkum is going to be our MVP for this one. ACS of 242.9, KDA of 2.7. And something I like to point out is he wasn't even like the top fragger in the second map, and a lot of the time he was actually playing more of a supporting role to his duelists.
And the cool thing about BREN is that basically any of these guys can be MVP or can basically frag out.
Yeah.
But you know, Borkum is always going to be Borkum. He's always very consistent and always a very integral part of BREN's team play.
I do just want to point out that although this definitely didn't go to Dreamfire, I think that they were doing an excellent job in capitalizing on the mistakes that BREN was making. And I feel like that's really important, especially at this level, to know when and how you can capitalize on those mistakes.
Yep,
That's exactly
the name
what
of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do to be able to beat the team such as BREN Esports. But guys, let us now look at the brackets and how things have turned out after the end of day 2. Here we go now, the 4 semifinalists. We've filtered them out to just the grand finalists now, which will be BREN Esports versus Empire, formerly known as AG Nefarious. Of course, those 4 teams that you guys see in the semifinals there, round number 2, those 4 teams are already going to be directly seeded into next week, wherein they will be playing for a slot to the VALORANT Masters 2021, a qualifying slot. Only one team will be able to get that opportunity. And so Empire here versus BREN, what this is really playing for right now, what they're really playing for tomorrow is a top seed for next week. And so Empire versus BREN, that is the match to be played tomorrow. A best of 5 here for our grand final of week number 1 in the playoffs. Guys, that is one to certainly look forward to, as I am very excited to see how that is going to turn out. I think out of any of the other teams here that we've seen during the playoffs, Empire might just be the team to bring it to a stretch. But guys, finally, as we saw BREN Esports win there and the other teams as well, you guys have won too. 10 of you. Actually, this whole day I was saying 5, but actually 10 of you are going to be our winners here for the 1,500 Valorant points. Well, without further ado, let's get to it. Here are the 10 winners for it. Congratulations to Ezekiel Castro Tapnio, Raven Petiluna, Nicolo Mikhail, Iverson, very apt, John Martin Marbella, Sensui, Lester Amantilio, Rafael Boleche, John Calvin Peregrino, and Sefdan De La Cruz. Congratulations to you guys. Do simply message the PPGL page to find out how you can redeem your points, guys. And, well, right in time for the Battle Pass too, guys. Of course, if you want to buy some skins and even more for Valorant, guys, you can simply load up your Valorant points with Coda Shop by using Globe or TM. Guys, it's that simple. All you have to do is do that, and also follow our pages and other SOCMED platforms to be able to find out more updates on the VALORANT Challengers Tour here for the Philippines. Guys, there's Twitch, there's YouTube, there's Facebook, there's TikTok. We're everywhere. You name it, we're there. All you have to do is search us up, and you're probably going to find it. There's lots of behind the scenes footage too and content that you're going to see from us if you do follow like our TikToks, our Instagram, our Facebooks, and all that too. Please do make sure to do that. Check the stories out too, guys. Once again, YouTube, wherever you might want to look for us, we are there, guys. So, well, what an amazing day we have now. Our second day is finally done here of the semi-final. Tomorrow, do not forget, we're going to have our grand final, which is going to be BREN Esports once again versus Team Empire. And, well, that's going to be a best of 5. The winner of that is going to be the top 1 seed into next week. And next week, when we actually do go to it, they're going to be playing for a qualifying slot in the 2021 VALORANT Masters, guys. So, thank you so much for tuning in. This is going to be Black and Blue. For this, with me a while ago was Trix and Viminal. And we're going to see you guys tomorrow with our grand final. Take care.